Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
getting completely locked down, going to be forced to use the bell. A massive parry comes out from 40 IWN onto Fajin. Fajin, the Karumi for this team, going to be forced to pop that ultimate, but they do have that ult to buy them some space to continue this fight here with Team TK, and they're going to pick up the elimination onto Lee, onto the other. There's only a single member left remaining. And that means, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to come in with that early game aggression that they want to. They're going to have to find some eliminations later into the game if they want to pop off and get that 4-piece that they're looking for. JJH here with this very, very unusual comp coming through, finds an elimination onto Ventus's Sanzi, finds a parry onto WX98 and an elimination. And it is just a complete fiesta here in the beginning of game number 2, Dobby.
We'd love to see an absolute fiesta, as it looks like the parry comes through as well from this one, as a strong tornado trying to see if maybe they can stun out some of these players here. Alliance is lucky, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Zuan ends up getting carried into the air.
And we're going to see Alliance just pressuring heavily onto this. They need to get rid of this Yang depletion. Sleepwalker extremely low here. Finds an armor swap, though, into a gray armor. Alliance's Juan here with a massive Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might. Will pick up the elimination onto Sleepwalker. Now they find the elimination onto PP. It's just Jing fighting for their life. And it's not like a ton of teams are going to be handed to them on a silver platter. Oh no, Zhao Liu tries to drop down, but WBG Sleepwalker.
你这个装什么啊？你谁啊？
我楚大少修罗榜第1，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小青神联赛第1泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？还是小德柱好啊！你们啊，看门都不会看。谢谢奖啊，小德柱。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
我那个娘也聊天，
赶紧来试试。哎，我先来。
让我试试。哎，看见没有？我那个娘哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。 百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Getting it completely locked down, going to be forced to use the bell. A massive parry comes out from 40 IWN onto Fajin. Fajin, the Kurumi for this team, going to be forced to pop that ultimate, but they do have that ult to buy them some space to continue this fight here with Team TK, and they're going to pick up the elimination onto Lee, onto the other. There's only a single member left remaining. And that means, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to come in with that early game aggression that they want to. They're going to have to find some eliminations later into the game if they want to pop off and get that 4-piece that they're looking for. JJH here with this very, very unusual comp coming through, finds an elimination onto Ventus's Sanzi, finds a parry onto WX98 and an elimination. And it is just a complete fiesta here in the beginning of game number 2, Dobby.
We'd love to see an absolute fiesta, as it looks like the parry comes through as well from this one, as that's a strong tornado. Trying to see if maybe they can stun out some of these players. Their alliance is lucky, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Zuan ends up getting carried into the air.
And we're going to see Alliance just pressuring heavily onto this. They need to get rid of this Yang depletion. Sleepwalker extremely low here. Finds an armor swap, though, into a gray armor. Alliance's Juan here with a massive Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might. Will pick up the elimination onto Sleepwalker. Now they find the elimination onto PP. It's just Jing fighting for their life. And it's not like a ton of teams are going to be handed to them on a silver platter. Oh no, Zhao Liu tries to drop down, but WBG Sleepwalker.
What? 我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小星神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
小得主，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？但是小得主好啊，你们啊，看门都不会看，谢谢啊，小得主。 新赛季我们必将跑过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天。
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试，让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事没事没事。哎，让我来让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事，正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Bader 应该是九死一生了，不知道能不能。大白是收集到信息的一个空中卷铺，直接拿下了 Bader。打腰的这个机会。被起火了，锁住，这里直接上机甲都上不了，被秒了。看下麦克再拿下王良，那这一手没得说了。LW 麦克拿下了他生涯中的第一个双周冠军。
每一次我都是差一点，赛场很残酷。永远不会记住亚军，但我是不会放弃的。
我觉得我的实力并没有问题。
真男人1v1环节，上吃花篮 Q5这个进暗域的一个动作其实不做好，开启一个大招上机甲能进去吗？毒死了，王良5个击败分。
但每一次比赛总会出现一些差错。
没机会了，这边王良
太难受。
我一定会找到属于自己的路。
虽然上周没能拿下周冠，但是我离冠军已经越来越近了。
小新生这边有点力不从心，只能用自己的灵机护体拉扯。
新的一周我会更上一层楼，印下属于我的印章。
现在的我距离冠军还有很长的一段路要走，但是我熊猫人是不会放弃的。
你失败的时候， 质疑总是随之而来，但我不会被质疑打败，我会用实力来证明。
我觉得我终于也算是证明了自己一回吧，但是这只是一个开始，后面还会有很多的挑战在等着我。新的一周，我们顶峰相见。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another night of NARAKA Pro League. I will be your host today, Raven, with my co-host, Mr. Dunkin' Donuts.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a great day of NARAKA solos today. I for one, am very excited. We're going to see all the ooglers coming out today. We've got Mike, Fang, Spider, I believe, all three of them fighting for that top spot, leading up to the bi-weekly finals this weekend. So I'm very, very excited to see what they're going to be pulling out today. Do you think they're going to be pulling out anything different from last time, Raven, or are we going to see much of the same?
I think there's going to be a little bit of adjustment. Everyone's finally finding their place in the game, where they kind of stand as far as going in the Yang. Looking at the stats, seeing how dominant Spider is and Fang, they have by far the highest win rate in Yang right now, and you kind of get to know where you stand in the pecking order. So for those critical Firefly days, you're going to see a lot more players playing like Wang Lang, trying to get the end game, secure some third parties, playing the long game. Especially with this meta. This meta is completely different than last season's Pro League, where you saw a lot of Tarka, you saw a lot of Takeda, you saw people getting bursted. Right now, there's a lot of anti-burst in the game, with Feria being added to the game. She's just able to stall, kind of like the old days with Matari. Now, it's definitely going to be exciting with Mike being back, though. I'm super excited to see where Mike kind of falls on the leaderboard. Everyone did catch up to him, but Mike only played one day last week, and everyone is right at the cusp as far as his points. So we're going to see hopefully another workshop from Mike, just showing everyone what it's like now that he's actually in the league again.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming away with the win in the bi-weekly finals last week from Mike, he's definitely feeling himself. I think he's found his stride again after having been away for so long, playing solos ranked. It's very different. It's very different from your Immortal War tournament, very different from your Nbpl Pro League. So I think he's finally found his footing again. Spider, having won last year, he's definitely performing, but not as well as some may have expected him to do so. Fang, having come out and done extremely well in the first bi-weekly, we could see that he was dominating. He was doing really well. He was matching Spider and Mike. But so far in this bi-weekly, we haven't seen him do exceedingly well. So I don't know. I hope he pulls something out of the bag today, and we get to see him pop off, maybe workshop a few things, as you said. And this is the last chance to get the qual today, leading into the bi-weekly final next week. But we're still gonna have 2 more NARAKA bi-weeklies coming up. So even if your favorite players don't make it this week, by next week, they'll still have another chance. It's still not over. Now, what do we have here? When are the night maps?
A little bit different than last week, Morris. Now, normally you have 6 games. Half of them are going to be daytime games. The other half are going to have Fireflies for their nighttime games. There's always going to be 2 Holoroth games, 2 and 5. Now, looking at the scores is very telling of where everyone's at right now. A lot of the new players coming back into the league are definitely struggling, getting used to the character picks. You saw a lot of Yushan picks, a lot of off-meta picks from the newer players. It's definitely really, really jarring for these players coming in where everyone is min-maxing everything to the absolute T. One of the min-maxes that we were seeing from this season is definitely just pure dagger or staff and greatsword. Overwhelmingly, most of the players' damage, it's either pretty much 40% from dagger or 40% from staff and greatsword. Shaw, kind of in the midfield, Panda Man, Wang Lang, Shaw, Kai Bao, Shen Yuan, Jin, all these guys, veterans, always being really, really consistent. Not really Yang dominant players. Panda Man still willing to get in there. One of the OG Tarkas getting oogly.
My boy.
Wang Lang is like the consistent god of Pro League, always doing super, super well. Now at the top, this is what's really, really interesting is that T225 didn't have a really good first bi-weekly, but now he's just absolutely crushing right now. Chuzeng, just like Mike, another ranked demon, actually doing super, super well as a staff pole sword switcher. And Spider, the GOAT himself, still doing super solid at 3. Uran coming out of like the depths, having a really, really big day too, 37 points. Now, Mike has pretty much half the points down here by playing one day, so I'm hoping we get a huge round from Mike today. And Fong, not having a good
ugly boost.
Not at the top of the mountain right now. Fong has to live up to his name. I'm hoping to see some great things from him. Him dropping all the gold weapons beside his beloved dagger. His dagger usage is almost at 90%. He literally will not use anything else outside of off spawn. If he finds a white dagger off spawn, that's what he's going with.
Absolutely. He's showed time and time again that he loves his dagger and he's gonna stick to his guns, and there's no reason not to as well. Dagger right now is one of the most dominant weapons that you can use. It's insanely good, and we've seen it been used time and time again throughout Naraka's history as well. It's been strong for a very long time, but right now it's definitely found its groove. I feel like for Nbpl, there's still other things that can match it with this weapon swap stuff with staff, spear, into greatsword, alongside all the Takeda stuff that you can do. We've got longsword swaps as well. There's lots of stuff that you can do. I myself have been working on a cheeky longsword greatsword combo, but I doubt it'll see a lot of play. But it's a little bit niche, but there's lots of stuff you can do. But definitely right now we're seeing mainly dagger and the staff and greatsword, because it's like established. When something's established, something's been done, something's been proven as good, they're gonna stick to that. That's why we don't see too much experimentation. We do see a bit in the games leading up to the bi-weekly final.
There's definitely
but
some
not all that much. Yeah, there's some pulse sword stuff. There's we haven't seen much katana. We haven't seen much of the other weapons. But there's no reason for them to necessarily be played. Nunchucks obviously still being used, still reasonably good into dagger, being able to match it in many regards. But I think dagger's jades are just stronger right now. Assassin's lunge, holy moly, that is extreme. It's very, very strong. I think we all know, we've all been hit by that Assassin's lunge, and it's hard to deal with. It is hard to deal with, and if these players are going to use what they have at their advantage to get those points and get those kills, so it's no surprise. And Fong kind of made a bit of a meme out of it early on, dropping these other weapons at the top of the archway in Celestra, just showing that, yeah, we don't need this. We don't need these. I'm going to stick to my blue dagger, and I'm going to dominate. And that's exactly what he's been doing. Up till recently. Other players have been showing him up a bit. And as you said, T225, he came into week 2, guns blazing. He's very, very comfortable, it seems. I remember watching it, and he was just getting oogly boogly. He didn't care. He just did everything he wanted to. He played his own game, and everyone struggled to deal with it. So we're not going to be seeing him today. And I was actually mistaken. It doesn't seem as though we are going to be seeing Spider and Fong, they've already played 2 days. I was under the impression that we were going to see him today, unless it changes all of a sudden again. I'm not too sure. Sorry for my little fib there, but we are going to be seeing Mike. Mike is going to be coming in for his 2nd day, and hopefully he can bring out some big games for us to enjoy and get those points on the board for himself, because he desperately has to show up after having won the last bi-weekly final.
I feel like Panda Man has the best poker face, don't you? He just looks like he's if you want that confidence, your first game, Panda Man exudes confidence. He just looks like he's ready to murder everyone with his ultimate.
In game, of course.
In game.
No, Panda Man, yeah, he is serious. He's calculating, and I love this guy. He's obviously one of the OG Fire Dogs, my favorite character in the game, as you all know. I am a Tarka enjoyer. I have been since day one. I will play him through thick and thin. And so has Panda Man, and I have big respect for this guy. Because not only is he good at Tarka, he's good macro. I mean, it's for a long time, to play Tarka in Pro League, you needed to have good macro play. Being able to find those isolated fights, being able to position yourself in such a way that you're not going to get third-partied constantly, and that you can secure the kills and use your superior fighting ability to your advantage. But here we have it, Dawn on Morris Isle. Lots of zipping and Feria. We've got a Panda Man on the Justina as well. Interesting. We've got a Takeda pick from Shen Yuan. But other than that, we've got Valda, obviously. There's always one. And we've got Mike on his Matari, playing it on daytime as well, to note. He seemed to have been opting to take Matari on the night maps to counter these characters like Tarka and Takeda, but it looks like he's playing it on day map, so we're gonna have to see how that turns out. Do you see any interesting things today?
Mike's been opening the first day or first round when you're playing an event is always the jitters get to even the best players, so everyone has a different philosophy what they want to go. Usually people want to come out of the gate super aggressive, or they want to come out super defensive. That's why you see a ton of Feria and zipping. Generally, when you're trying to get your foothold for the day, you want to go something defensive, have more leeway so you don't make mistakes. Matari's kind of the middle ground. Takeda and Justina, Panda Man going Justina. I'm really interested to see how he does during this first game, because it's kind of an off-meta pick, and I feel like his philosophy is kind of coming at it everyone really hard. And Panda Man's known for that. He's always been the Tarka player in the league. He's always just gone at people full force. If you start attacking him and he starts getting lobbied, he's taking someone down with him. He goes down on his shield.
No, absolutely. If you're going to get lobbied, you better take somebody with you. You know, you want to get that point in. But here we are, off the rip. We've got Mike and Panda Man, two of our focuses today. Both of these players landing extremely close to each other. Not all that much loot to go around, although they're in a high tier loot area. It doesn't look like there's all that much, so they've just opted to split away from each other, try and get themselves some armor at the very least, it seems. Not looking to get too ooga booga off the rip with very little to work with. Oh, although as I say that, Young coming in with the pistol shot, taking down Mike's armor quite a bit. The dagger as well. Longsword into dagger. We all know that longsword is not the best matchup into dagger, as dagger's able to dictate the tempo. We've got Young. He's trying to space. Mike's trying to kite him away with the wind slashes, the pressure from the blue focuses. But it doesn't look like the Valda's... Oh, he's taking the reset. Okay, he's taking the reset. I was about to say he's not going to give up the chase, but he does give it up a little bit. Matari having that F3 to blink back. Under pressure, manages to get the heal off. It looks like they're on the same amount of health here. Valda managing to secure the blue focus into the soul break. Doesn't get the second. Mike now on the run. Gets caught on the wall. And he gets taken down. The Valda managing to secure the kill for herself. But the Takeda now coming in, trying to do something with this. Trying to get the kill for himself. Low effort kill. Easy points. He does seem to have quite a lot of his ultimate available as well. But Yongke doesn't have any stamina. He's got an uppercut comboed, and he gets taken down. Shen Yuan managing to pick up a very easy kill for himself. Ultimate available now as well. We're moving over to Reki. Shah now on the run in the zone, being pressured by multiple players. Good target selection here from Jian Yu and Reki, not opting to go for each other and to focus on the low effort kill. But Shah gets taken down by Jiang Yu. Reki now holding the edge of the zone, but it doesn't look like he's going to push.
You know what's
for
most
this.
delicious though, Duncan? Low effort kills. That's like dessert. Just free points on the board. You get on the board. Shang Yu, Ego. Now this is high effort right here. Pistols out, blue armor, purple armor. This is gonna be a tough fight for Shang Yu. Katana versus longsword, plus a third party being showered with cannon shots from behind. Ego getting double teamed by Reki and Shang Yu. But this low effort kill, he's looking mighty delicious, Duncan. Ego trying to make some space with his longsword, but it's not gonna do anything. Reki sees that he's low. It seems that Shang Yu is willing to work with Reki. He goes in a really, really tough spot, using the longsword to try to escape the situation. At half, who's gonna get this kill? If Ego's able to get to the bushes, he might be able to disengage. Reki with the big flank. F's down. Ego has no more resources to get out of here. Oh, Reki betraying his partner. Ego has a little bit of space, but it gets taken down by the cannon. Oh, the heartache I feel for Reki. Having his kill zone after doing all that hard work, but deciding to actually disengage. Looks like because of his resources, he's gonna find some more resources. But we got the Oogler himself, Mike, in Matari's homeland. Matari and Celestia is probably one of the notorious solo situations. If you have never fought a Matari and Celestia, you haven't played NARAKA before. Mike,
very true.
Like with his tried and true dagger. Also one of Mike's favorite weapon being dagger. A lot of 3-ban being used today. Shan Yuan and Railgun probing, looking for a little bit of weakness. Everyone in this lobby, once there's a little bit of blood in the water, Duncan, they're gonna pounce. But for now, everyone's kind of leveling up, macroing up. We got Sin with 4 and 7 heals. He's really setting up for endgame. No one really wants to take this fight. It looks like they're waiting to transition to some Yang battles. Be an interesting lobby. Who's willing to go in a Yang today?
Yeah, I mean, I reckon the Takeda is definitely going to make an appearance. Although he knows there's a lot of Farriers around. Wait, hold on. As we speak of Farrier, we've got Dubai and Mike here. Dubai, an extremely good player. Definitely able to match Mike in most regards, but Mike's got the drop on him. He's got a lot of damage onto him, but Dubai pops the Goomba Stomp, drops it down. Mike uses his F to space out. The ultimate is used from Dubai. I think Mike just wanted to force that out. He wanted to make sure that Dubai did not get to use the pillar again. Dubai now stuck in Celestra, surrounded, no ultimate available. The rest of it now ticking down. Mike just biding his time to pounce on Dubai, looking
Mike's
to
like
get
a
that
shark.
kill for himself.
He's like a shark. He takes a bite, lets you bleed out in Celestia, and he's coming back. Dubai trying to run away. He's a wounded Faria. Ult down. Mike smells blood in the water. He definitely still has ult up. Everyone's swarming in the lobby for Dubai. Look at this hiding spot, though. Hiding under the bridge. Mike loses his target, but he knows last scene is over here. He's gonna have to try to probe to figure out which Faria was his target, though. Mike opts to just
you
play
can't
slow.
always tell.
Yeah, in the lobby, even though as casters we get to see everyone's skin, all the players actually see default skin, so it's really, really difficult to figure out who you're fighting in the lobby. That's why off-meta picks are such a Chad move. The fact that there's a Valda, a Justina, one Takeda means you don't look like everyone else. And if you don't look like everyone else, you are going to get focused in endgame. It is very, very hard to get away. Look how crazy Mike's damage is. Almost 17,000. Oh, that click speed. We got Mike in. And it's versus Wang Lang. The veterans going at it. Blue armor versus purple armor, though. And we got Faria. Versus Feria and Yang, you have to burst her down. Let's see if Mike can get his burst down. Goes with the double hold, looks for the parry, ends up taking his turn back. Wang Lang's under a ton of pressure. Ends up busting out his ult to slow Mike down. Mike responds with his ult. Cooldowns are down, and we're in the mech. Mike has to survive this minigame. Can he survive the infinite pressure of Wang Lang's mech? Bullets everywhere. Can he find Mike swerving around? The pillar's not offering much cover. Mike is getting away. Can he get this heal off that will dictate whether or not he can win? Gets the F off. Did he get the heal off? He didn't get the heal. Can Mike clutch it? Wang Lang has him on the ropes. He's going around the corner. Mike ends up getting one heal. 26 seconds. This is anyone's game still. Oh, but Wang Lang catches him with a focus tag and Mike goes down. Wang Lang welcoming Mike back to the Pro League. See you later, Uga.
Yeah, no, that's... I mean, it's kind of what we've been expecting. What we've seen time and time again with Feria and Yang. She either wins or just it stalls out to a draw, and both players end up dying and on the hunt for a Soul Bloom. Dubai now looks like he's lost about 500 health from his shield. Had to disengage, having used his ultimate pillar. And it looks like he's in a pretty good spot. He manages to find the full reset. Jian Yu and Sha lurking around. They know the Feria had to run. Dubai, though, finding that blue focus onto Jian Yu on the buttery rocks, as we like to call them. Jian Yu getting reasonably low here, but Dubai now also in a similar situation. The Feria V3 now being used. Oh, goes into turret form. Doesn't look like there's going to be all that much for this Feria to do to get out of this. He's managing to heal up. But the mech gets burned down. He's about half health. Oh, and he takes a juicy bow shot. Now only about 600 health to his name. On the run, trying to use that dagger movement. The dagger scale rush, but he takes another bow shot. Low on stamina. Is he going to be able to get away here? It seems doubtful. He gets the heal off, but he gets Goomba Stomped. He uses his F to try and break out of it. He's just getting hunted. There's nothing he can do. Dubai now seems to be the new focus. Didn't manage to get the Soul Bloom for himself. So he's now been forced to pop his own ultimate. Sha now sitting reasonably pretty. I don't know. I don't know here.
Seems to be the lobby griefer right now.
Dubai.
He's tagging everyone up.
Yeah.
It looks like Dubai's it. It's a game of tag. Everyone, all eyes
looks
on
like he's in a bad
Dubai.
spot.
Trying to show
Mike
everyone.
coming here though. He's looking for that Soul Bloom. he's gotten griefed in Yang, and he's now gonna see. He's seen that Dubai has used his ultimate, and he's on the chase. Xin as well, getting taken down reasonably low, close by, playing zipping. Doesn't look like. Ooh. Is he going to get caught up to? Wang Liang's on the chase. Reki also extremely low. Ventus Reki trying to get away here. I think he's going to get taken down by the zone damage. Mike looks like he's going to be able to get that Soul Bloom for himself.
Oh,
Nicely
really clutch
done.
play from Mike. Mike had 1 minute left on his Yang depletion. He's able to find that critical kill. That's something that Matari has over every other character right now. When you get low, there is no escaping a Matari ult. Now Mike's coming back in his zone. He doesn't have ult though. The good thing is that BIWEEK2 has no idea that Mike has no ult. Able to pop his F3 back in the zone. Oh, but this is not where you want to fight Zipping. Zipping has an advantage here because she can heal her health. Mike gets a big combo, and with the weapon swap, goes for the reset but doesn't get it. Ends up releasing a one charge though. BIWEEK2 under a ton of pressure. Mike's able to create some space, but does BIWEEK2 care? Oh, BIWEEK2 actually is willing to take the reset, and Mike lives to fight another day. Not if Wang Lang has anything to do with it, though. Wang Lang spotting BIWEEK2 coming out of zone. Super low health. Wang Lang's trying to survive. Getting stuck on the corner, though. And Wang Lang picks up a critical kill here. Oh, man. It's pure grief. It just can turn in a heartbeat.
Oh, switch it over. Straight over to Sha, low HP. So is Shen Yuan, the Takeda in the lobby. Looks like Shah manages to pick up the kill for himself with the turret form and is now looking to heal up and disengage. Looks like he's gonna get away scot-free with that kill for himself. Jin reasonably close by, but I don't think he's looking to chase here. I think he's just gonna chill. He's got his ult up. The Yang coming up extremely soon. He might be looking to go into Yang. Since he is playing Farrier, he is at a reasonable advantage due to the typical inevitable outcome of either a draw or a win. But it looks like he's moved away from it. Reki, Srailgun, and Jin all in close proximity to each other. Dubai closing in as well.
Yeah, it looks like Jin is setting up actually for the box. Generally, the second Yang, when it pops out, most players, as long as they've set up nicely for endgame, unless you're Spider or T225, some of the strongest duelers, you don't really want to go in there. And Wang Lang being the most scaled player in the lobby right now, no one really wants to go in there. Mike's willing to get in there if he had better loot, but he's still salvaging his game from his loss earlier in the game. Mike getting a huge shot, griefing. No one shall get this loot, no one shall get this block. But now it looks like Panaman's under a ton of pressure. And this is the tough spot of being the odd man out. You got a Justina surrounded by a bunch of Farias and Zippings. Looks like he's playing V1. He's going to stall out using the tree, but he's getting torched by all the ranged weapons. He's forced to use his ult. The lobby knows he's on the run. He has nothing. Can he break contact here? Can he take some angles? It doesn't look like he's losing any of them. All three of them surrounding them. Just like a bunch of sharks. Blood's in the water. It's Panaman's blood. He can't get away. Daggers are out. Soul Blinks are flying. Oh, he's running F1 though. He's going to get a big chunky heal here. Hopefully there's no flame breath cannons. He's using his dagger to get away. This building is giving him just enough cover to stall. Everyone's 3-on-1 though. Can Panaman survive? He does have the tree and this Moonbane to play off of. He could go through the Moonbane. Oh, he actually finds a little bit of a pocket and no one sees him.
Oh, he's happy with that. He's gotten his heals off. Oh, it does look like he's getting pressured again, but he does have that F1 off cooldown yet again. Doesn't opt for the full heal as he doesn't really need it. Cancelling slightly early. He's definitely going to have to stay on the run now, but here we are. Wang Liang on to Dubai. Dubai extremely low. Wang Liang with that cannon, not able to snipe Dubai out of the sky. Dubai is managing to put quite a bit of distance between him and his opponent, using these trees very effectively. Having that longsword movement, pretty decent for scale rushing up the trees. And for the ground movement, but he's not able to find that heal. He's getting stuck on the tree. He's getting grapple bumped. It looks like he's going to be forced to use his ultimate just to try and get a heal off, but somebody has flame breath. The flame breath. Grief. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get this heal off before his ultimate expires. Can he get one more? Maybe one more. Can you see this onslaught of players behind him? This horde. Dubai just trying to do anything, but he gets killed by Srailgun with the cheeky pistol shot. Wang Liang managing to be close enough to the body to pick up a couple of things for himself, I imagine. Mike now on the run as well. The only Matari in the lobby. He's the odd one out. He needs to get targeted, everybody. So all the Ferriers and Zippings like, oh, who's the odd one out this time? Mike. Trying to use this cliff to his advantage, using that staff movement. We all know how good staff movement is. He's doing it very well. But I don't think he's going to be able to put a sufficient amount of space between him and the hunters behind him. He does have his ultimate available though. Oh, he finds the armor swap. Srailgun realizes that he's found it as well and opts to just disengage. It's not really worth it at this point. The potential low effort. Yeah,
I was a little worried when he left like the high trees and the tree house, but coming out here, he was actually just scouting for armors that he probably noted on his way in. It's one of the interesting plays that you can do as the top players. These guys have really, really big brains, big IQ. Remembering every single armor as they rotate around the map just in case they get chosen and lobbied ferociously by the Farias and Zippings. Mike able to disengage, find an armor, survive the onslaught. Now we're going to go to a replay. Reki going for the weapon swap, getting the one-shot focus. He ends up faking out. What is this? Shen Yu ends up getting weapon swapped again. Oh my goodness, the destruction of staff greatsword is just so much damage. Now Reki here sees Mike again. Mike getting lobbied by all the Farias. Just wants to hang out, guys. Why do you have to bully Mike like this? Mike going in the treehouse, looking for some refuge, but the bullies are all out here. The Farias don't see. They see the blue armor Matari and they're just hunting him down. Looks like Mike's able to
the blue armor
again.
definitely a big factor. Yeah. Looks like they're not looking to chase him around this treehouse forever. Although if they call, I mean, obviously, nobody condones teaming, but there is optimal target selection. Focusing down that low HP target just to be able, just for the chance of potentially being able to pick up that kill for yourself, potentially put another point on the board, is all these players want. So if they, I mean, Matari's pretty hard to catch though. Matari with her F3. Now being able to use it whilst under attack as well. Then sitting on top of this rooftop, trying to get some snipes in with his musket, but gets cannoned off of it. Mike, again being pressured. They know he's got blue armor. They know he's weak. They know he's the optimal target.
Mike's running out of heals too. He's trying to deal with the harassment. He only has one armor pot left. Now, good thing for Mike, the more delicious target is this box. Everyone posturing for it. It's like a hot potato. Who's gonna go in first? Panda Man lighting it on fire. Everyone's looking at that gold armor. There's a big prize in there. Usually a Zipping takes this, but I've been seeing a ton of Farias ready to Goomba stomp for trying to grab. Oh,
Reki.
But people are trying to get a distraction. See, Goomba stomp going in. Tries to deny it. Picks up. Oh, Reki with the great play there. Whoever picked up the armor had a fresh purple armor, and Reki's able to pick it up as he goes into a mech. Really great heads-up play by Reki. Oh, and he's not going to get lobbied now.
It seems as though they knew exactly what he did. Oh, but still, even though you're full HP, not having your ultimate available makes you a vulnerable target. Wang Liang, having noted that, is on the chase. Still keeping his distance somewhat, trying to use his his cannon, his purple cannon to his advantage, just to pick off a little bit of health before fully committing and going into position 1 there. Reki, though, managing to avoid the damage, managing to find himself a bit of respite onto the tree. He's still being hunted. They can still smell him. They know, they know he's lurking around, but it is reasonably difficult to tell which Faria is which. As we said before, they can't see the skins. We can tell. It's a lot harder for them too. But here we have Xin with the gold armor, playing Zipping. We got the purple dagger. He's got the purple musket. It looks like he's very happy right now. No repair chests. I think that might be why he's running around these houses. He's looking for a repair chest so he can potentially fix up his dagger before endgame.
This is actually a really stacked lobby too. Exon got hit by a bow shot there, and while he's carrying some range resistance, he barely took any damage. He just shrugged it off with his gold armor. Like, whatever. Maybe range resistance is the play right here. Oh, but Wang Lang's cannon doing so much chunky damage, torching that blue armor. Looks like Young. His armor got torched by that cannon. Trying to space out with the staff. Does anyone notice? Oh, he takes a chunky pistol shot. But it doesn't look like Ego wants to commit. Happy with just forcing him away from the good positioning. Exin, though, spots this blue armor Faria. Hey, little brother. What you got there?
He's stuck with the buttery rods.
Oh. Young fighting him off, though. Give him a little sweet touch with the R&B to the forehead. Oh, wait, it's a Balda. I didn't even notice. It looked like a Faria. This is the problem with Faria. He's not even F1. He has no resetting capability right here. Still does have his ult.
It looks like he doesn't have many dodges. Is he taking rage? I don't know. I don't think he is. Oh, and he gets parried though. But the terrain greets the parry. Young still alive, still kicking. He has no armor though. He's struggling. He has his ult available, but he doesn't want to use it. If that flame breath cannon catches him here though, he is dead. He's done for. He pops the ult. He does get hit by the flame breath, but it looks like he's going to try and use the timer on his ultimate to extend it, but it doesn't matter. You're the one Valder in the lobby, bro. You're getting taken down. I mean, even if he had F1 there, F1, F3, doesn't matter. Valder gets lobbied. But here we have Ego now being turned on, the flame breath being applied. He does manage to get the heal off, topping up his blue armor, but he's getting taken straight. Oh no, he does not look happy. He's not in a good spot. Wang Liang's not going to let him get this reset. He does manage to peel himself with that blue focus, but not for long. He's forced to use his ultimate. The flame breath's going to come in. I don't think he's going to be able to get this heal off before he gets taken down. Another person. They're dropping like flies at this point. Everyone just taking a tiny bit of damage. The entire lobby hoards you. Mike's still alive though.
All
having
the
used the Matari
taken down. Lobby's playing very optimal. All the blueberries got gobbled up. Now everyone's got purple armor.
Ooh.
It looks like the lobby is starting to use a lot more cannon. One of the things I noticed on the damage charts is that everyone is using cannon now for endgames. You're seeing a little bit of pistol, a little bit of cannon, and both of those weapons are really, really easy to land in endgame. With everyone having great movement, it's really easy to get someone else lobby using these cannons. No one wants to be the one getting cannoned or getting pistoled, so as long as you're shooting someone else, you're safe. Look at Jin all the way at the top, letting everyone else deal with all the range weapons. Safest out on the highest tree, chilling. But Wang Lang has been pretty much just dictated the tempo of this endgame. Because he has Flame Breath and the cannon, and he's one of the most scaled players in the lobby, anyone who he starts cannoning just gets chosen. You're it. You're getting Flame Breath. Railgun spots getting found. But Panda Man still on this Justina. I'd be really curious.
He's still kicking.
He's able to get the end game with Justina. Can he win this? Oh, F1 though. That cannon getting sent in though. Wang Lang poking the Justina F1. Oh, but Reki is super low. Has ult though, and still has his F1. He's probably gonna look for a heal here. Using his focus attack to get off me. Get off me, I need this heal. Doesn't want to slow down. Throwing out attacks, but Wang Lang chips him a little bit. Reki's forced to jump in there and get the heal. Shaw's out there with a Dragon Roar. Reki takes to the skies. Who's he gonna take down with him? Is he gonna pop a heal? It looks like he's choosing to heal instead. Panda Man popping his cooldowns. Everyone posturing to win this endgame, to play this heal off. Grapples to the sky. Panda Man on the rooftop. Who's gonna take this? I got my money on a zipping. What about you, Duncan?
I mean, a zipping's definitely a pretty solid choice, but if the Farrier manages to keep her ult as long as possible, all the way to the very end, unless that zipping has some kind of fire damage, she might not be able to take the win for herself. But we will have to see. As you said, the Flame Breath is dictating the lobby, and Panda Man getting taken down now. The only Justina getting absolutely lobbied. Mike along with him, extremely low, trying to use his ult, but he gets caught by the Dragon Roar. Shah just spamming it on the ground. Mike falls directly into it. Shah now seems as though his Jades have been spotted out by the rest of the lobby. They see him as a threat. As you probably know, Dragon's Roar is an extremely powerful Jade, especially in endgame. As you can dominate so much space. We've got the Goomba Stomp coming out from Jin. He's trying to use the ult to cover for himself, but he's forced to use it as the Dragon Roar manages to clip him and start to force him into the zone. Reki getting blasted by this turret though. Jin managing to pick up 1 kill, maybe 2. So much damage we're seeing here coming out from the Farrier. We've got Jin now, sky high. Everything's just happening all of a sudden. Xin though, he's pretty healthy. As you said, maybe the Farrier might be able to take it. Wang Liang trying to get a heal off, but he's unable to do so. Gets taken down, but Jin coming out on top. That was a lot of damage. He knocked multiple people. Smacked them right in the face with that turret shot right into the zone, forcing all the cooldowns to come out. Managing to take the win for himself well. Extremely well done here. I mean, holding your Farrier ult till the very end can be very useful if you've managed to keep your health popped up. But if not, being able to use it slightly earlier and force those cooldowns out and make it so that you are the dominating factor in that endgame can be just as beneficial, and that's exactly what happened. The turret obliterating everybody's health bar, all their positioning just going straight out the window, everyone scrambling to get back inside and try and use whatever they have at their disposal to try and take the win for themselves. But it doesn't look like there's much you could do when you get chunked that much. Holy moly. Well, yeah, I mean, we saw it. Farrier, the power behind that turret. It's a lot of damage. Even though zipping can potentially survive with all that healing, all that self-peel, if you can't put out damage, you can't necessarily get the kills unless you've got some really good Jades. And although you might be able to survive, but if the Farrier takes control of that entire endgame, she's probably going to come out on top. And it's exactly what we saw. I don't know, man. Farrier, it's very strong at this kind of stage of the game. I don't think there's all that much else that can match it. Maybe, potentially, I mean, the ideal situation for this character I'm about to talk about is that you manage to survive until then. Fireball Taka, potentially, managing to put out the fire damage in the end zone, but that's not going to happen. Getting a Fireball Taka to the very end of the game is extremely difficult, as you're lacking a lot of defensive capability. And as you saw, if you're the only one there, you're getting lobbied. There's not too much else.
Farrier was like just crunching Zipping's bones. It looks like Farrier is just a hard counter to Zipping for endgame, and you're seeing, this is what I meant by a lot of the pros are sitting back, running their counter strats right now, and it looks like Farrier is the answer to Zipping in endgame, where Zipping is trying to play this heal-off game. It doesn't matter when you're just stomping on her, pushing her out so she's not getting the maximum amount of in the zone time. She's getting pushed out a little bit earlier so she doesn't get the full heal advantage, and now it's just a game of who gets the last hit. And Farrier having that quick peppering shot right at the end, as long as you get that last hit, you get the kill. And it looks like that strategy makes a lot of sense since everyone is running double Farrier for the most part. A lot of the best fighters are running double Takeda in some instances, or double Zipping, but the majority of the lobby is actually running double Farrier. And it makes sense just because if you can get to that end game, you can neutralize a lot of people's skill by Goomba stomping them in the forehead. You're seeing it from Jin. And you were talking about it earlier that Jin might have gone in the Yang, and I saw him looking at the box. I was like, no, my man Jin is looking for the loot. Because all he cares about is playing that heal-off game. And Wang Lang, and you're seeing it, Wang Lang is the end game master. He's been doing it since Pro League existed. During the Yoda meta and now the Farrier meta. You're seeing it now, like it being clearly defined that Farrier is the heal-off queen. Nothing else can beat that strategy, especially on a Firefly day, first round. Everyone's a little bit tight. No one has Fireflies. Everyone's just trying to survive until the end. And that was a super stacked endgame. Normally in Pro League, we're seeing like 4 to 5 people making an endgame, especially in the later games. I think that was the most amount of players I've actually seen out of all the Pro League weeks as far as endgame. And
no, you're right. Yeah, we saw Mike there.
Off-meta characters get picked up.
Yeah, no, I mean it's optimal target selection. You know, if it's as the majority, you're always going to focus the minority in these kind of end game scenarios. In this mid to late game, if you see somebody who's not matching up with the rest of them, you know that everybody's going to be able to, one, be able to tell that person apart from everybody else. So if that person does get low, you know who you're looking for. You can see the character, and you can actually tell the difference. And not only that, these other characters, they don't want the other, they don't want the unique character to have their say. They don't want them to be able to use what they have at their disposal in these endgame scenarios. Like we saw the Valda just getting absolutely murked by the rest of the lobby simply because she is Valda and she's very lobbyable. Her ult doesn't offer that much disengagement. As I'm talking about it right here, you just see her getting just completely destroyed. There's nothing really she can do.
Really well.
Ooh, Railgun! Did you see that just now though? He got the grapple bump into the air, the grapple kick in the air, into dagger, horizontal blue follow-up. Mid-air, into pistol shot as they landed. That was sexy. Ooh la 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 la. We love to see some air combat.
Sexy. You heard it.
I mean, if I see good play, if I see some top tier oogly boogly gameplay, I have to.
Wait a second. This is actually really telling about Jin. How did he win heal off? Health Jades. He had Storm Stripe and double health Jades. I was wondering how he outlasted that zipping, because it was him versus Sin, and Exin didn't take any damage and had his ult popping. But this big percentage of health Jades actually gave him that slight edge on him, so he was able to survive. I'm sure Wang Lang was out there throwing Flame Breath, but I don't think he was able to capitalize on the fact that he had Flame Breath because he happened to be on Feria, so he was probably in mech. This definitely allowed Jin to win this game, running multiple health Jades. Health Jades, a little bit of melee resistance, 6% melee resistance, and Assassin's Lunge.
No, I mean, you got the aggression there from Assassin's Lunge and the velocity, and then Storm Stride being able to cover dodges, being an absolute nuisance when people are trying to chase you or for the person chasing, and offering that legendary tier health percentage bonus. That's very, very nice for you when you're going into endgame. Having that extra health is going to mean that you can outlast your opponent. If they don't have the health Jade, you're going to last longer. So, I mean, it's optimal. What else can we say? It's optimal gaming. Optimal Soul Jade choice. Storm Strike being able to do a little bit of chip damage every time you dodge. You're going to be moving around a lot in those end games. People in close proximity, those lightning strikes popping down, just doing a little bit. So here you go. You got some lightning. Get away from me, bro. You trying to make me sweat? Nah, dude, you're sweating. Nah, get out of here, dude. That Jade, man. Oh my lord, that Jade. It is Dagger, so annoying. It's so annoying to deal with the game.
And that's really why most of the lobby does play Dagger, because it is really hard to catch Dagger. You have to focus attack a Dagger, and the parry percentage of Pro League is actually really, really crazy, and it makes a lot of sense that even the best players in the game only average around one parry a game. No one is landing parries, because you would like to think that everyone is just not throwing parries ever, but it's because these guys are so good at mixing up their approaches that they don't throw predictable blue. By the time you think you have them, they're changing up what they're going to do. They just disappear. And when Dagger is just Dagger dodging over and over with the extra stamina that comes with using Dagger, unless you desperately throw a parry, you're not catching it. Most of the time, you're going to clank with it, and it's going to reset. He's going to soul break away. The scale rush is instant. They're just ramen noodles instantly running away from you, scale rushing over and over. And you're seeing this delay from all the daggers in the trees. Right there, you got to see a nice tree endgame on Morris, where everyone's just stalling by going up and down the tree over and over. Especially with Feria and Zipping, those characters basically have 2 lives. And since there's so many of them, it makes sense why everyone is running Dagger right now in Pro League. Now, the other weapon, my least favorite situation, staff greatsword combos. Saw a little bit of it. Mike attempted it. I saw Valda's very much known for going staff in the greatsword, and what you do is you just fade back a little bit, give him a little poke with the staff, you just send him flying, and just do 1,000 damage with greatsword, closing your eyes. Literally, just closing your eyes. That's how easy it is to do that combo.
Absolutely, it is extremely painful. Getting hit by that is devastating. The fact that it's just you only have to get hit once. Staff is extremely good at being able to open up their opponents because it allows you to catch tap dodge. If you manage to hold blue focus, forcing your opponent into tap dodging, and you hold dodge into an LMB, you're going to catch them. Or you LMB as their tap dodge is happening, you're going to catch them at the end of it because the LMB has a reasonably long animation allowing you to get that stagger. And it's extremely, extremely good at catching these movements. And I mean, not only that, it's got the huge range. It's got the insane mobility. You're able to move faster than the majority of the other weapons. Dagger coming in there, obviously being extremely quick, as we've talked about. But staff, it's so strong. Like using the double, the heart stopper kick sort of movement, you know, without having to have the jade. It's really, really good, and it works as an inbuilt mix-up. Obviously, you can use the horizontal, the LMB, go for the light, but you can always turn it around and go for the RMB. And recently they changed it from being purple focus after the first few frames of it to gold focus. So they can't clank with you, they can't hit you, they can't do anything really unless they have something gold that's going to clank with it. It's extremely powerful. So if you manage to use staff optimally, you're not going to get caught, especially if you're playing something like zipping. Zipping's we all know how annoying zipping is to catch. It just goes to show how strong this is. Being able to swap into greatsword, you're just gonna completely obliterate somebody. And I mean, I think we all know, getting hit by that mentally, it is not fun. It is taxing. But anyway, we're gonna be heading over to a quick break, and we will be seeing you very soon for Game 2.
首先每天的训练肯定是不可避免的嘛。就打天人其实天人宝算一个能衡量就每个人实力的标准吧。就不管是任何版本，就任何英雄的版本，或者是武器的版本，就是只要你一直能达到前10，就一直在前10上面，我就觉得也不管别人多少岁，那翔宇也25岁了，也不管24岁，不管多少岁，其实同台竞技肯定是不难的。但是真的要说去统治这些年轻人，其实还是有要去努力的那个目标。这个赛季的话，我觉得有统治力的话，应该有麦克和 Spider 吧。然后还有一个风少，应该我觉得是可以的。就他们3个人是在我心里算比较强劲的对手了。
Lang, letting everyone know in the lobby who the strongest fighters are. Long, Spider, 225, Mike. And Wang Lang, not being the humble man he is, not really flexing on his achievements and how he plays endgame, just ducking out and just playing the late game. Now, all the players that he listed right there, all of those guys jump into Yang over and over and over. But Wang Lang, my man, doesn't go in unless he feels that he's the most dominant one in the lobby. Something that all these players do is they measure each other super, super well. And if, in the pecking order, Wang Lang in this lobby, I feel like Mike is one of the few players who can actually challenge him. And he took that money to the bank. Z went over and showed Mike, get Matari out of here. You're not supposed to be in here. This is either zipping or Feria. And Mike ends up griefing his first game because he ends up trying to go into Yang. Something that's interesting about Mike is that no matter what, he is always going into Yang. And he's pretty much a coin flip of whether or not he's going to win it. Compared to Fong and Spider, they have almost an 80% win rate when they go into Yang, with a super high amount of going in. And it kind of makes sense why they have such a high percentage Spider being one of the champs at Worlds, and Fong being a former champ in the previous Pro League season. Both of them champions. Now, going into game 2, Duncan, this is going to be Holleroth, I believe. And I believe, are we getting a Firefly game next? I'm seeing some Tarkas in there.
I'm not too sure. When we saw the list of the days as we saw them before, I couldn't tell how many Firefly maps there actually were. I couldn't tell which one was which. So we're gonna have to wait and see, I suppose. But we're gonna be finding out extremely soon. As you said, Spider, Fong, they are the men to beat. Mike, extremely dominant. Oh, here we are. We got Cloudy. So it is not going to be a Firefly map. Although we have those little ultimate charging stations littered around the map, it's not gonna be a Taka Takeda game. I don't think. I mean, prove me wrong. Srailgun and Ego, they might be taking it. They might be taking that Takeda. But I think I know what you're thinking right now. There's a lot of zipping. I'm not exactly sure if these players who are currently hovering zipping played zipping last game. Are people taking double zipping as opposed to double Feria? Because it looks like it might be the case.
It seems so. On Morris, it's actually a lot easier to live in Morris. If you look at the overall endgames, notoriously on Morris, you're seeing way more stacked endgames. On Holleroth, even though the map feels very big, there really aren't many places that you can go that you can survive versus multiple people. Everything is very, very open. So when a lobby decides you're it and you get low and you're running out of cooldowns, there isn't anywhere to hide. Plus, there's so many bells everywhere, and because of the change where a bell refreshes every minute, there's literally nowhere left to hide. That's why you're seeing so many zippings and so many Mataris, because they have so much resources to get out. Zipping having F2, being impossible to grapple when she grapples away using her shield. Matari having F3, able to blink completely one different direction and coming back to recall, just able to break your ankles. Now,
9 seconds to do it as well. It's a long time. Extremely
especially
long
with the
time.
change of the gold F, Matari having multiple breaks to combos.
No, it makes her extremely hard to catch. 100%. But here we are. On to Holleroth. Kaibao and Ego looking to contest each other on the platform. Kaibao taking a little bit of damage, but picking up that armor swap to top himself up. Ego's definitely playing pretty aggressively. He gets the F3 slam. He's getting oogly. Kaibao, though, swapping straight back to the armor he dropped before, but we got Axin on the ballista, taking down Ego. Kaibao trying to do his best to avoid these ballista shots, but is he going to be able to do it? He manages to do it. Holy moly, he does take a considerable amount of fire damage, but he had his full blue armor there and manages to grapple out. He didn't get the kill, but he does make it out with his life. Yong here getting... Oh my... Okay. Wasn't really much I could have said there, to be honest. He eats the blue focus into uppercut, into tech chase, and just gets obliterated. Jiang Yu now on the zipping, on the run. Mike having taken him down extremely low, but he managed to find that armor swap. Jiang Yu now trying to... Oh my... Wang Liang! Just turning around and absolutely frying him. Wang Liang also going for that uppercut combo, the grapple katana combo we all know and love. Mike, though, with the whole dodge back into parry, with dagger sap as well, getting that heal off. Wang Liang now on the defensive. Teleports up, manages to put a little bit of space between him and Mike, but Mike's not letting him go. He's gonna keep chasing Wang Liang, now being targeted by Srailgun as well. Although he's not playing super aggressive. Mike manages to find Wang Liang, gets the soul break at point blank, and takes him down. Feeling pretty happy with himself, I would say. Srailgun lurking around, looking to potentially see what he can do here. Railgun, ooh, he releases the one charge but turns it to avoid the parry. Mike, though, managing to catch him on his dodges. Railgun sending it yet again. He sends it again! But he cancels early. He's got, oh my lord! Railgun, you are a release champ. Ooga booga machine, my guy. Sometimes it works, but not always. Mike is on the ball, getting
Mike
those
played it.
parries with the dagger
his
set.
optimal play right there, just constantly lighting, baiting out the releases. Railgun just throwing way too many, and with dagger set, you just can't be doing that when you see that dagger set. Now Shaw and Panda Man at mid-tab. Shaw's already low at White House, and you got Panda Man on your trail, you're not getting away. Panda Man is sending it until you're in the dirt. He wants to bury you. He wants to dig your grave. Shaw looking to get away with these trash scale rushes with nunchucks. It's so slow. Look at him struggle. Panda Man listening up. Hears him cross him up. You're not getting away from Panda Man. He has his dagger. He has zipping. Nunchuck has a great matchup versus dagger. But can Shaw get away from Panda Man's aggression? Panda Man just sending the first R&B, staying on top of Shaw. Shaw's looking for this reset. Nunchuck's not very good at getting away though. Able to bonk Panda Man back. Get off me. Blinks up, running F2, has 2 blinks on deck. Able to get a max range grapple, and we're out of there. See you later, Panda Man. I'll be taking your ankles to go. Bye, senor. Jaws gets the full reset. Metab having a ton of places that you can kite. Now Battle Shenyan gets a bubble on Reki, but using the F to break out of the bubble. Something that Valda struggled with zippings. Jay's under a ton of pressure. They're both holding blue in each other's face. Looks like a lot of fluff. Shenyan ends up jumping in. Goes back to the safety of the bubble though. Happy to take this reset. On the buttery rocks though. Doesn't want to take this fight. Reki wants the scuff fight. Knows that bubble is down.
Well, that cooldown is extremely low. But here we are moving over towards Mike, close to the platform. Young on the defensive, having used his F2. Mike still has everything up. Mike is tracking him around the building. Dagger into Katana. Oh no, the terrain grieves Young. Unable to get that uppercut for himself. He's still fighting though. He's still scrapping. He's used his ultimate. He's getting those little ticks of healing every so often. He uses his F2 to put a little bit of distance between him and Mike. Mike having the stamina advantage. Mike though, eating the R&B blue focus first charge. But he's not looking to pop his ultimate just yet. He's going for that hold, that clank into dodge. Mike using his F2 as a dodge, doesn't manage to get anything from it, but he turns around with the R&B blue. He has that ult available. He's in a winning position here. Yong now knows that he's at a disadvantage, looking to try and put some distance between him and Mike. Has no ultimate available. It's been used up completely. Goes for the R&B double charge. Mike buys it. Goes for the parry. Yong trying to open up Mike again somehow. He's unable to really do anything. X-Sin in the wings, holding that bow. Looking to get that snipe. Mike. Oh,
Mike takes a big face shot right to the back. Sin coming in for this low effort kill. Mike's like, what is this? I was winning this. Mike forced to disengage, running away. F2 down. Sin smells blood in the water, but does he know who he's chasing? He's going to be in a rude surprise, and Mike finally gets reset, willing to turn around and take this fight. Now we're going into the grief platform. 2 ballistas on both sides, and Jin's already here. Mike taking shots from up top. Mike's absolutely third party. He just wants out of here. Goodbye, everyone. Mike has a ton of heals, so able to get away from this focus fire. Dubai, the third player, finding Mike. Just the whole lobby finding Mike. Mike gets a great parry with the dagger step, following it up, sending Dubai to the ground. And Dubai into the Yang. He can't. He's forced to use ult. Mike's dagger is broken, so he's tickling Dubai. He ends up coming in, finding Dubai. Mike ends up going to contesting for the armor. Everyone's mashing on on the box. Mike just completely going across the map, interacting with every single player in the lobby. Finally, ends up being able to switch daggers, having a full dagger, but now we're heading into Yang with Ego ult. Is his ult pop? It looks like his ult's pop. He runs against the ropes. It's a Valda. Takeda versus Valda, super tough matchup. Ends up trying to ghost him out. Oh, he perfectly uses the Pele though, able to create enough space to get the heal up. After he is down, Takeda's vulnerable. He's gonna force him into ult. He's gonna get a little bit of chip damage on him. Gets a reset into the bubble. Sending him up for the carousel. Going for a loop with the great sword. Oh! Gen's able to back off though. Scale rush clanking. It's anyone's game. 12 seconds though. Someone needs to die. Both holding against the wall. Uses the bubble to deny the play. 5 seconds though. Both are about to be grieved. Ego has very little options.
Oh my lord!
He's able to throw the one charge and win it though. What a
Oh
clutch
my
play by
lord!
Ego.
No!
Happened in a blink of an eye. I could barely even see that focus attack.
That was insane. That was so close. And do you want to know what? Do you want to know what that Valda just did? Does this Valda watch my stream? Bruh, I was showing this combo off the chat not too long ago. My guy running the longsword pulse sword, exactly what I've been working on recently. It's great to see it being pulled out in Nbpl by Shen Yuan. I feel very validated right now. Shen Yuan, though, having lost the Yang and now on the hunt for his Soul Bloom just to try and survive. He's getting pretty oogly. He sends the Soul Break though. Kai Bao with Dagger Sap as well. Does everybody have this? Does everyone have this, Jade? Kai Bao managing to avoid the initial wave, but eats the spear. Mike coming in and taking that low effort kill for himself. He's just happy with it. He takes it and he's out. He's just like, nah, bro. I'm good. I'm good here. Kai Bao now on the run. No armor to his name. Getting absolutely hounded in this building. Forced to use his V3 on Feria just to try and get that heal off. He does have this Yang depletion ticking down. 2 minutes, still a decent amount of time. But to not have ultimate for this time is going to make it extremely difficult for him to try and come back into this game. It looks like he's opting to get out of line of sight of the rest of the players, trying to blend in with the other Ferias potentially, and make sure that these other players don't know that he's got his ult down. But Kai Bao running into Mike. Mike again with the parry, the dagger sap, the whole dodge, heck chase. Mike with the schmovement, dodging around those just to pick up the Soul Bloom. And he's happy. He's out. Sha now being focused down by Ego. Ego with those gold nunchucks. Takeda ult available. He catches him with the LMB. Sha forced to use his ultimate to break out. Ego using his ult as well. When he get I don't know what that interaction was. The backstab got interrupted by something there. Sha now trying to escape. Ego getting shot in the back by everybody in the lobby. Opts to use his last remaining blade to get that uppercut combo, but he doesn't manage to heal up all that much. Yong trying to make something happen, trying to take him down. Ego does have this this Yang buff though, so he isn't gonna die if he does go down, but he's taking somebody with him. He's taking somebody down. Looks like Yong has become the new focus. No ultimate, no F. He does find the armor swap. Oh, and he gets a huge parry with the nunchucks. Huge amount of damage onto Mike. Mike now opting to he's okay, bro. Okay. I'm not the only one who can parry, it seems. But he's not happy with it. He wants to keep the pressure on. Yong trying to find this reset, but Mike's not gonna let him. He sets the slide LMB. Ooh, cheeky. Yong now being focused again by Ego. Ego managing to have found himself that reset that he needed. He's back on the chase. He's only got a few seconds left of his Yang buff though. He has to make something happen while he still has that safety net. Yong finding a huge parry, but it doesn't look like anything's going to come of it. He gets taken down by Sha in the wings with the pistol. Mike trying to come in and take that Soul Bloom for himself, but it doesn't look like he managed to do it. Although he does have that dagger movement available alongside the zipping mobility. And it looks like he's going to get those heals off. Not getting all that much, but there was a possibility, and I think he's all right with coming out alive there. Sure, with that kill, definitely happy. 2 kills to his name, not a bad spot to be in at this point of the game.
Now we're seeing such beautiful play from Mike. It looks like
that was so
definitely
much action.
Shaking up the rust
That was
from
so much
game
action.
1. But now you see him just weaving through the crowd, just picking out the herds, finding those weak, wounded players, taking them down, scooping up those kills. Now Yang's coming up. It looks like Reki's setting up to go in. We know Mike's gonna spam to try to click to get in. Doesn't look like he sees someone with blue armor instead. Exit on the outside, willing to take these ISO fights. Pretty much the same thing for Mike. All kills are the same to Mike. If you're in front of them, you're getting keyed. But Sin showing Mike that he's not to be trifled with. Canceling, holding his spacing, holding his ground. Mike trying to, with his reloaded musket, trying to poke him down. With the drop down, fakes a drop down twice. Overhold swipe. Sin willing to throw these blues. Pops his ult, holding his momentum. Mike burning Sin's ult. He knows if he can weather this stone, he can easily kill Sin after this. All he has to do is survive this invisible pressure. Gets the pressure.
Oh my lord.
On the Invismatari. Soul reached in. Now he's on this run for his life. Sends the RMB, but he's just delaying the inevitable. Mike with the huge berry. And Zin gets taken down. Mike gobbles up his soul. See you later. Get back to the lobby. We're back. Mike's firing on all cylinders today, folks. Showing everyone what's up. He doesn't need to go into Yang. He just needs to find you, and he's going to take you down. As long as he has his trusty old dagger. Mike with the dagger sap today. Showing everyone exactly how to play dagger. Spacing out his opponents where they feel desperate. Throwing out the blues. Now, Reki's also been having a really, really great day. Oh, but we're back into action. Mike versus Panda Man. It looks like Mike is pretty satisfied, though. After picking up that 1 kill, it looks like he's looking to play some placement. Knows that all the players coming out of Yang will have the buff. Someone's going to have Yang depletion. Going to wait it out, see who has to try to get that kill, and take advantage of it. Something that Mike was talking about on his debut back in Pro League, that his rhythm was kind of off. With Yang being established now, this season, a lot of the pros have figured out exactly where they need to hunt, where they need to hide in bushes. Unlike before, in other previous seasons, everyone is outside bushes. No one just hides anymore. Everyone's looking for opportunities to get on the board. Speaking of which, this is exactly who Mike didn't want to run into. Reki having the bell buff, so Mike cannot get away from Reki if he decides to chase him down. With that damage reduction, Mike trying to stall, stay alive, ends up finding a couple Jades. Doesn't really want to take this fight. Ends up passing Reki again and aggroing him, but Mike pushes him off. Do you really want to fight, Mike? It looks like Mike actually wants to take this fight. No, just wants to let him know, if you do, I'm willing to go down with the ship. Reki realizes, wait a minute, power level assess. Gonna have to find someone else a little bit weaker.
No, this zipping's not going down easy. Ooh, even with the damage reduction, that musket that hurt a little bit. That hurt. Mike just turning around with a quick 2 shots, just like, ooh, okay, maybe not, bro. All right, you can chill. You can chill. And speaking of chilling, Panda Man looking pretty happy. He's got a gold staff, a purple greatsword, and I think there was another purple weapon in there as well, probably a dagger. Knowing most of the players in this lobby, Ego here, playing Takeda, playing it safe, opting to sit in that bush, trying to stay out of the sight of the rest of the players, knowing that he's one of the only Takedas in the lobby, and he knows that if he does get spotted, he could easily get massacred by the horde of zippings that we have here.
How far
Goodbye
Takeda
as
has
well,
fallen.
with another gold. We got 2 gold staffs, gold nunchucks as well. Looks like everyone's pretty happy with their loot. Obviously, we've got a few blue daggers here and there, but that's expected. But for now, I don't think we're gonna see much.
In the old meta, Takeda used to just have his way, run around the lobby, thinking that he owns the place. But now, the zipping and Mataris, it's their time. Shaw with the oogly bloom. Takedas have to hide in bushes while Mataris and Zippings get to go around. poking everyone, vibe checking, seeing like, hey, how's your game going? Cicadas gotta hide in bushes, keep their money hidden from these Mataris looking to take their money away from them.
No, absolutely. She, I think there's definitely some lore behind Matari where she's a thief, so it's rather fitting. But Mike sitting on 5 kills, going into this end game. If he manages to secure a good placement for himself, this is going to be a huge game. I think it is. Yeah, slow shot, purple musket. That hurts. It does damage. Although I don't understand how people use slow shot. I don't. I've tried time and time again to actually use it. It feels clunky. It feels weird to me. I don't know. I'm probably just stupid and special. But Mike now giving Jin a little love tap. Oh, the mid-air shot. Jin getting taken down reasonably low now. Half of his armor gone. Trying to pressure with the pulse sword. It doesn't look like Mike's gonna buy it. He does eat the bow shot. Dubai reasonably close by as well. Oh, and we've got the 3-ban popped alongside all of this. Jin managing to find the reset, opting to go into the zone. Try and reposition from the outside, it seems. Well, what do we have here?
Jin is a endgame player, not really wanting to engage here. Now with the box being put down, Mike's able to yoink the gold on. No fear, just goes for it immediately. Everyone else on the outside. Mike goes back for
dagger!
Double dips.
Oh, he's double dipping.
He grabs the jades and we out. Oh,
that gold dagger. I think this is Mike's game.
Mike is a favorite to win this game, Duncan.
My God, that damage.
Poor Panda Man. Now feeling the wrath of Mike with gold armor, gold jades, has everything. Panda Man running for his life in the no ult zone. He gets his ult pop. Oh, he will not save him here. Ends up going out of the zone. He cannot run back in or his heal will be canceled. Mike has a ton of pressure. Panda Man able to double jump, swerve out of there, but Mike is right on his tail, throwing every single blue. Wait a second. Mike looking for the parry with that dagger sap. Panda Man forces him off.
Oh!
The buff heal. Panda Man's already back to full health. Mike's not willing to give up this huge lead. Ends up taking the reset. Reki hunting on the outside. Looks like Panda Man's able to survive Mike's wrath. He got down super low. Wait, but did he survive?
He gets jumped again!
No,
he gets jumped again!
Mike is not willing to give up. He knows his ult is down. Panda Man's holding his ground though. Bowing Mike every time he approaches.
Oh my God.
Able to get 2 bow shots on Mike, still maintaining that pressure though. He's using a lot of resources though to chase them, but he is rich. He has that gold armor. He has tons of grapples. He has heals. He might as well use them. He's keeping an eye on Panda Man. I think Mike has finally got him poked off. Loses track of Panda Man. He survives Mike's wrath. Lives to play this end game. Good job, Panda Man.
He's probably just, oh, what did I do to you, bro? Leave me alone. What? I didn't touch you, dude. Why you gotta do me like this? And he now has found yet another zipping. Reki bumping into him, taking a little bit of damage. Mike sees him again. He's back on the chase. Panda Man has not had a moment to breathe for the last few minutes. He has been sending these blues. Mike, having been a parry fiend for this game, hasn't been reading Panda Man as well as he has the other players. But Panda Man now on the run, all of his armor taken off, forced to pop the ultimate, using the F2 to prevent any stagger. He's topping himself up. He's pretty healthy now. He might have been able to avoid the onslaught. It remains to be seen. He is cornered at the edge of the zone here. He's gonna have to try and move away. He's still taking damage. The fire arrows, the muskets, the cannons. Mike hot on his heels. Panda Man trying to make something happen. He's trying to make Reki the target, but it doesn't look like anyone's buying it. Panda Man's still trying to run away. He's not happy. He's just, I think this man is perplexed. He gets hit in the toes by the blue focus. Mike going for the musket shot as opposed to trying to grapple. Panda Man trying to get a heal off. Can he do it? He does manage it, but he's running straight into other players. Sha now with the dual blades coming in. F2 used, manages to scale rush upwards, but people are still hounding him. Oh no! Ow! Cavalry bloom to the face, that's not pretty. Sha managing to pick up the kill for himself. Mike successfully griefing a fellow zipping. Sha reasonably happy, but it looks like Mike's not happy with this result. Mike's now hounding Sha.
You aggroed
New
Mike.
target selected. Get away.
Must terminate.
Mike, he's got his gold dagger. He is the Terminator right now. He's doing crazy damage. He doesn't care that Sha's got the cavalry bloom, although Sha does have the ability to cut these ranged projectiles as he moves around. Oh my, he eats the juicy R&B bomb from Ego though, coming out of nowhere. Gold nunchucks, very painful, and he just stands right next to him. He doesn't realize he's there. Sha, and he gets taken Mike with the musket shot from the... Oh my god, this is
good job, Mike.
You don't see this.
Good revenge. Mike, you take
I'm
Mike's kill. Mike responds by taking your life. The dominance of Mike. This lobby, gold weapon, gold armor. This game is Mike's. With zipping in this endgame, look at this endgame. All wide area. There's no way Matari is going to survive here. There's nowhere to line of sight. I'm survived this Takeda has made it this far. Soon you're going to see JL Ego getting focused. Look at him hiding in the right corner. Look, he finds another bush. He ends up getting poked out with a range attack. You do have
Fire Arrow is doing work. Ooh! Oh, we saw this earlier on. Mike with all of his dagger sap parries.
Look at this absolute terror dominating the lobby. Look, just light into just this tricky parry. Just when you think Mike is done with parrying, we're just mashing reds. Mashing reds all day. Dagger sap. Over and over and over and over. You think he's done with it? We're not done with it. More dagger sap.
I don't know. And we were talking about how we don't see all that many parries in Nbpl, and then Mike, he hears us and he's just like, "Nah, bro, you're not seeing parries? I'll show you some parries. Don't you worry, dude. I got you. And he pulls out. I don't think I haven't kept track, but I think it's a minimum 10 parries this game.
10 parries,
something around that.
Mike is just a trendsetter.
Breaks the record.
He's just a trendsetter.
He is. He's
Nbpl fashionista, setting the meta in and outside the game.
The embodiment of an oogly boogler. Wait, where's this Takeda? Is he in the sky? I think he might be. I can't see him. Is he still alive? I can't tell.
Where are you?
Where are you, Takeda?
Does Zippings find you? Is it okay, Takeda?
Did you get lobbied, bro? Are you okay?
It doesn't look like he made it. The zipping.
I don't think he did. I think if he was in the sky, we would have seen him by now.
Does not take too kindly at those who don't play zipping.
It's definitely the optimal target selection, though. You see a Takeda, he's going to be able to control that small space in the final zone, so he needs to be taken down. Just like you would with a Yoto, just like you potentially do with a Valda. Oh, Dubai! Eating a huge amount of damage from Mike, and Jian Yu just parrying Dubai as well. Dubai now on the back foot. And another blue! Mike is getting oogly boogly. He gets hit by the blistering edge, gets knocked out of the zone, but he comes straight back in and picks up the kill for himself. How many kills is that? This man is literally just dominating. Reki, yeah. Reki getting knocked into the zone. I don't think we've seen Mike play like this. I think he's just had enough after the first game. He was like, okay, that didn't go so well. Let's get oogly. Jiang Yu with the blistering edge. Definitely a really, really good Jade to have in this final zone, being able to target the health of your opponents directly. Oh, but Mike getting taken down extremely low, forced to pop his ultimate, using his F2 as well. He's just trying to stay central in this zone, using the LMB blues, trying to get some parries. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive, and he gets parried himself for the terrain.
Die by the
oh no!
Gets taken down by Jin. What, is Jin gonna take a second round? He hits a huge parry right at the end, and Jin takes it back to back. We have a new endgame master. Look at that man, satisfied. Oh yeah, Mike, get some. You think you got parries? Now it doesn't matter. Mike still picks up most of the kills of the round, even though Jin ends up taking first with some big placement points. Mike absolutely steamrolled this lobby.
Yeah. Look at him. He's got a little cheeky grin on his face. I think he's typing to the boys in the lobby. He's like, "Did you like my dagger set, bro?" But I mean, other than that, he's reasonably level-headed. Look at his face. He's happy. He's typing in chat. Everyone's just like, "Bro, why are you parrying like this? Stop it! Why would I release that? This is illogical." And Mike's just like, oh Lord, Mike. This man is a legend. And games like this are exactly the reason why. And he won last week by a weekly solo final. And I mean, he's on form. He's on form today. And I wouldn't be surprised if he takes it home today as well. He looks like he's feeling himself. The adrenaline's pumping, the emotions level. He's happy. He's vibing. He's bantering in the lobby chat. He's parrying people left and right. I don't know, man. I don't know. Looks like he's coming out on top today. I predict. Actually, though, no. Cast is cursed. I'm not gonna make any predictions because I might jinxing.
That's exactly why I watch NBPL, for players like Mike showing us that beautiful NARAKA. Even though the rest of the lobby doesn't like throwing parries, Mike, one of the connoisseurs of taking your souls with his dagger stab parries, just absolutely harassing every single player with his dagger, lighting them mercilessly, forcing them to throw a blue focus, and just being right there to catch them with loving parry arms. You know what, Duncan? And you miss all the parries that you don't go for. Mike exemplifying the essence of having a dagger set. Fong would be very proud if he was in this lobby. Also a dagger parry camping connoisseur himself.
He's probably watching. He's just been like, "My boy, good job, dude." Oh, I love it. I wish we could see all the banter between these players, because although there's definitely competitive nature, they're all fighting for the top spots, they're all battling it out with each other day in, day out, they're still friends. Like, I've heard from countless people that these players, they're zero banning, they're playing customs every single day, practicing with each other, they're building friendships and all that sort of stuff. And I mean, knowing, like, from EU, a lot of people know each other. The community is very tight, so I can imagine that in the high-low NBPL community in China, they're probably exactly the same. They all know each other, they're all having fun with the game, they all banter with each other. It'd be great to see that, or see more of that. I mean, we've seen a bit, but that side of things is always something that I really enjoy. The community in this game is by far the best community I've ever been a part of, and it's amazing to see, and I really love it. It's one of the reasons why I love NARAKA so much. But here we have it, the leaderboard. Mike with 7 kills on the board, the second highest number, 3. Mike, bro, that's half the lobby, man. That's half the lobby, dude.
By Mike.
Oh, if he'd managed to stay alive just a little bit longer at the end, he probably would have gotten a few more points. But 12.5, definitely a solid game 2 from Mike. It was truly lovely to see that. All the parries. Oh Lord, I'm out of breath. Applauding Mike.
An absolutely pop-off game here. Now Jin won the previous game and able to win this game. Now, even though Mike takes the lobby, Jin still has a really, really good game, having 3 kills and getting first. 8.8 is nothing to scoff at. Now, when you're getting to Mike's level at 12.5, that's what Spider's doing, that's what Fong's doing, that's what T225's doing. That is a really pop-off game. Oh, but the grief platform, Reki. I remember seeing this kill, getting the staff uppercut. This is the first victim of Mike's parry rampage.
I hope we get stats for after this game, and we can tell exactly how many parries he actually got. Every clip he's in, it's a parry.
Everyone just wants Mike, get off of me. Just trying to throw a blue to get this guy off of them, but Mike's just not going away. He's staying right on top of you. Death by 1,000 cuts, and eventually, when we're under pressure, we release blue. Just cracking everyone in the lobby. Now this was a really interesting endgame with there were 2 pole swords with Blistering Edge just throwing blues. I really thought Mike was gonna end up picking a big parry off here, and similar to the old meta where you can use a greatsword to kind of zone people off, you're seeing that a little bit with Blistering Edge and pole sword here. Now I still think dagger is kind of the tried and true, having very little window. Mike with almost 30k damage. Look at
holy moly.
Dagger sap, katana sap. Yeah, he's multiple sap. Every sap in the game.
Oh, 7! He got 7. He got 7 counter strikes. It says right there. 7? It felt like more. I feel like it was more. He's filling out the meter thing, but still, it felt like
double dipped.
Oh,
7 parries though. 7 kills. It makes sense. If you fight Mike and you get that parry, he's closing out that kill. He was merciless chasing people down, and even if you try to chase him down, he was like, "Wait a minute, you chasing me? Do you know who I am?" Just instantly turns around. Doesn't matter if you have a buff. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what armor you have. Mike's fighting back as long as he has some resources. Even with the whole lobby at his back, he's just leading the charge. And if you steal Mike's kill, he's gonna let you know. After Panaman got stolen away from him, he chased my man across the map and let him know, you got to go for taking my kill.
I don't let that go easily, bro. I hold a grudge. You're getting lobbied. I will make it happen. I think that's one of the great things, is that he's able to do that very consistently. But anyway, we are going to be heading off for a quick break here, and heading on into Game 3 shortly afterwards. I hope to see you all very soon. Don't go anywhere. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have the lower side of the leaderboard as it stands currently. This is the last day. The last day of the bi-weekly solos before we have the bi-weekly solo finals on Saturday. And I think that, I don't know, are these players towards the bottom of the leaderboard going to be able to bring out enough kills, enough points to be able to qualify for themselves?
It looks like the cutoff is 21 points. There was like 4 or 5 players right on the cusp there that were 5 points off, and that's easy. As you saw, Mike getting 12.8. Now, having a decent game is around 4 to 5 points, and we're only 2 games in. There's still 4 games to go. So everyone in the bottom 8, they're all pros. They all can pull it out and get up here. And none of these players right here in the mid range are very much secured. Maybe Ong is definitely secured, but Reki and Exun still need to have a lot of NARAKA ahead of them to play in order to get to a qualifying range. Qualifying range is probably going to be around 40-ish points. So everyone still needs to bring up their A game, considering that most of the top 14 have around 15 to 20 points per day. Just kind of goes to show you just how hard it is to gain points in these lobbies. Like having a 2 to 5 point game, even though we hype up Mike's 12-point games, it's kind of just taking a jog around the field. Like this is light work for Mike. He's getting to chase everyone who's stressed out, trying to get top 14 so they can make it to the finals. And
yeah, absolutely. Well,
man,
yeah, I don't know.
I can only imagine being on the cusp right now. Right there, 15th place. You know, you just need 10 more points, 15 more points. You're right on the cusp. You're trying to make it to these end games. You got players like Mike chasing you around the lobby if you get low. It makes sense why the Takeda is just hiding in the bush with zippings, with daggers everywhere, running around. As long as you get to end game, you can just play heal off over and over like Jin has been doing. Getting first place with 3 kills, getting those last hits, you're still getting a ton of points with 8.8. That is a huge game from Jin, even though Mike comes out on top with 12.8. As long as any of these players have 2 or 3 of those games with like 5 to 8 points, they're going to get over that line to get top 14.
No, absolutely. We're going to be having a quick question here. Coming up on screen here, you can be answering in the chat. So the question is, how many players will be qualified to the bi-weekly final? A, 7, B, 14, C, 16, D, 21. And get your answers in the chat for a chance to win one of these limited great treasures. We all like that free loot. Get your answers in, boys. But as you were saying, getting a couple kills, getting these 2-point games, it typically happens more often when we're on these daytime maps, when we're seeing these zipping ferry kind of lobbies where people are trying to survive. The game is revolving around survival, and we're having more of these stacked endgames. But we've already had 2 of those. So, going into the next game, I expect a lot more Ooglers to be coming out and bringing out their spicy fighting picks, the Takedas, the Takas, potentially, maybe a Tumulk in there, or a little spicy. I don't know, maybe a few more Mataris as well. Matari's not too bad for picking up kills. She excels in being able to execute these kills, potentially low effort, being able to tech chase somebody down extremely easily, deny like a lot of neutral, being able to backstab the person, point and click, whatever they're doing, it doesn't matter, you're hitting them, they can always avoid it. But in high pressure situations, if they're counting your dodges, it's not going to be all that easy. So we're gonna have to see. I'm excited for this game 3. Mike having come out and brought a huge game for us to enjoy in game 2. I'm really hoping he keeps this tempo and he's able to pick up a whole bunch more kills and really just put everyone down and say, I'm the king of this lobby. This is my day. I'm going to absolutely destroy all of you. But meaning while he does it, because he's an absolute joker, and that's why we love him. I don't know. He's already played a Matari game. He's already played a zipping game. So, as we said before, Mike has been known to pull out the Matari on nighttime maps to counter things such as Takeda and Taka being able to pick up kills that, I mean, pretty easy to get. Third party, quick backstab, and then being able to make it out unscathed. So I don't know what we're going to see from him, but I'm definitely excited. What do you think we're going to be seeing from him?
The problem with qualifying, right? You have half the lobby who are desperately trying to get over the edge, but then half the lobby is sitting pretty. So they just get to chase you down, and when Mike has momentum on you, when Wang Lang has momentum on you, knowing that they already secured the qual, that's when you see them just really, really thriving. Because they know you're just not going to fight back. You're just going to try to live and get away from them. And if you try to just run away from them the entire time, they're going to pick you apart with blues, just hitting you constantly in the back, never leaving you alone. At some point, if you're trying to get over this line, I think the key is on the bottom side of the lobby. You have to fight back here. You have to get kills. You cannot get there just through placement. Now, where you get those kills is going to dictate the success of everyone, because with Yang coming out in this meta, Morris being the way it is, just everyone knows every inch of this map. Finding some type of advantage is incredibly difficult. This is why you see specialists for certain parts of the map, and having that extra knowledge. Like you see certain players who always land cave every single time, no matter what. They're just Firefly cave dwellers that they come out, they have that ult, and they're willing to take that 50-50 out spawn. I'm curious to see if this is a nighttime game. I don't remember the exact order.
I mean, we're bound to see one sooner or later. I'm betting it might be this one. At least I'm hoping so. But here we have it. We're about to see what we're gonna be watching today, or in this game rather. And there we have it. Tarka galore. It's dusk. It's Tarka time, baby. Let's go. Panda Man, Mike, Shenyuan, Dubai, Reki, Srailgun, another Tarka enjoyer. I would like to note last week, I remember he played 2 games of Tarka. 2 out of his potential 6 games were Tarka. He's definitely enjoyer. I can respect it. We all know Panda Man's in there with his Tarka, his fire dog. He loves it. But Mike, I've actually been watching a little bit of Mike's Tarka. Just some of his VODs and things. He's a very strong Tarka. I mean, obviously we know that Mike's an extremely strong player in general, but his Tarka is pretty solid. And I do like to watch good Tarka gameplay. Man, I'm excited. We do have a couple of Mataris. Actually, more than a couple. 4 Mataris, 2 zippings, 1 Feria. This Feria's gonna get lobbied. Everyone's gonna see her
Chang,
and just be like, "You're not fired, dog."
They're going on a very defensive strategy, going zipping. And so is Shaw. All 3 of those players are all really, really strong. So I'm wondering what their strategy is going to be here to survive the onslaught of rushdown characters. It kind of makes sense if you're able to just play the third-party game as these Tarkos pop their ults, chasing people down. And once they're vulnerable, Tarka without ult is an easy kill.
Absolutely. No, there's no doubt about that. Tarka not being able to, after the nerf to his ultimate duration, it is now every 5 seconds that you're in your ultimate, that's 10% of your ult gone. The moment you pop your ultimate, that's 60%. So the clock is ticking down. The moment you ult, 60, 5 seconds later, 50, another 5, 40. So you've got to make use of it as much as you can. But here we have Mike on the Tarka versus Wang Liang's not Justina, zipping. Having taken a little bit of damage, comes back having healed up. Wang Liang eats the big blue focus, but he manages to turn it around, connect that horizontal blue into the soul break. But Mike, he notes that there's another armor up there. He gets the armor swap, gets a short reset, gets the heal, but Wang Liang quickly takes it back off of him. Mike trying to trap the hit from Wang Liang, using his F1 holding blue. Wang Liang just dashing in and out, using that superior stamina on the dagger, but he eats the giant blue focus. But it doesn't matter. He's got that ult, and Mike gets taken down early on. Not what we'd like to be seeing from him, having just come out from that game just now, having scored an insane amount of points. But it is what it is. He's got plenty of time to come back. But we're now onto Yong and Xin. Xin taking a huge amount of damage, having been parried. Yong on the chase. Both players playing Matari. Matari in... what's it called again? I can never remember what this place is called. Artisan, that was it. Yong trying to stay on his heels. Manages to fight him inside the building. Hold dodges past the blue focus, avoiding it completely. Xin now trying to put some distance between him and Yong. Yet again, manages to find the armor swap only to a white that's not actually topped up. So not all that much of an advantage, but he managed... oh, that blue focus sliding in, almost doing a considerable amount of damage, but he manages to avoid it by using that blink away onto the ceiling. Yong, another huge parry, but he's still being hunted. Xin being able to chill while Kai Bao hunts Yong, having been in the dominating position beforehand, now getting taken down. Kai Bao popping his ultimate, just using one blade, picking up that soul bloom. And now back to 66%. We've got Mike again, not in a good spot. Tarka in Celestra with all the zippings. And oh no, can he make it out of here? He manages to tank the damage with the F1. Goes for the jump. Tries to scale rush away. Gets chipped. But Srailgun is unable to keep going. Oh, the double parry from Srailgun. Getting a huge amount of damage onto Wang Liang and Dubai. But he opts to keep going onto Dubai, knowing that chasing a zipping is a lot harder than chasing a Tarka. Wang Liang coming back in here with the horizontal blue, opting to go for Dubai. Dubai forced to use his ultimate. Is he able to get away here? He does have...
yeah, it looks like Wang Liang does not care. He's not really phased by all these Tarkas. He's still willing to hunt and challenge this potential infinite. Dubai is going out to open grounds. This is dangerous story. When you follow a Tarka into open grounds, you're looking to get touch of death. Mike doesn't really care either. With white armor, willing to get in there. Smells blood in the water. Dubai looking to get this disengaged, but he's getting chain grapple stun. Mike's looking to pick up a musket hit. Throws a blue on top. As Railgun ends up picking the kill on Dubai, though. Now, with this Wang Liang surrounded by Tarkas, able to disengage, they just picked apart Dubai's body, picked him dry of all of the loot that he had. Wang Liang making this zipping work. I'm very surprised that in a lobby of Tarkas, he's willing to play very aggressive. I expected him to come out of the gate playing very defensive, but it looks like he's just taking it to every single Tarka. Now it looks like Shaw's getting really, really low with Xin and Reki hot on his tail. Shaw being one of the veterans this season, able to use the buildings to his advantage. He's surviving, but how long? There are 4 people hot on his trail. A little bit of a movement error, ends up getting caught, but he has his F up. He's gonna look for a scale rush. He ends up to put a ton of distance, using the dagger blue focus to get his reset. They lose track of the zipping. Jin Reki end up just finding another target, another full health. Shen Yuan wondering what happened. How did he get chosen? Forced to use his ult defensively. Not really a position that Tarka wants to be in. Gets a heal off. Does he want to bring it back in? Ends up taking the conservative route, canceling his ult. Waiting to see what happens. Zone's pushing in, forcing everyone closer to Celestra. Reki ends up wanting to hold back. Now that he's used his ult. Ends up running an Exit who used his ult earlier. Both of them don't have ult. And putting a ton of pressure on Reki, and Reki fighting back. Doesn't get the uppercut though. He's stuck in zone. He's forced to throw this blue. He's 1 HP. It's anyone's game. Sin decides to disengage, but he goes back into the jumping army. Makes Reki believe he disengaged and just turns it around. What a clutch base. play by X-Zin. These are the type of plays you need to do to get over the line of Qual. What a excellent play by X-Zin. That was super cool, Duncan. I can't believe he did that. I thought he was just gonna play
I can't believe it
He even
either.
faked me out.
But yeah, Reki getting taken down. He did really well to turn the fight back around. He was very low HP, and there was a slight movement error as well, of not managing to avoid the damage. But he hold checked him good and proper, and he took him down extremely low. It was anybody's game at that point. But here we have Mike looking around, potentially looking for Yang.
Mash that E, Mike. Show everyone. Show everyone how it's done. Mashing that E. What's that APM at? Mike gets in. He's a clicking goat.
He really is. Every single time, he always gets in.
We got Railgun versus Mike. Is this a Tarka Ditto?
It looks like it is.
My favorite Tarka Dittos. We got
Sick.
Railgun with the staff. Opens up with a parry versus Mike. A little bit of conditioning, gaming shit. Mike already popped the F. Forced to ult. Railgun responds with his ult. Jumps up with a little bit of frog. Ends up getting Mike with the stab. Mike, though, gets to the infinite. Does he drop these? Hey. 1, 2, 3. Doesn't look like he's gonna drop it. Railgun gets taken to school by the goat himself, Mike. Making it look easy. Why using that staff? That's old meta. Showing him dagger katana target is the way of the future. Mike making it look easy. Having this purple armor. Now you know what's gonna happen now, Duncan. This train is gonna start. The steamroll is happening. First, he finds Shenryu respawning immediately.
Oh, it wasn't Shenyuan who was in there with him. There's somebody else. It's the only V2 F3 Tarka I've seen in NBPL. He manages to turn it around though. Oh, Mike with a parry.
Classic parry though. Mike trying to hold his ult. Is he gonna be able to switch? He gets fireballed though. Mike's under a ton of pressure. He does have res, but gets taken down. Shenyuan, is he able to get the soul bloom? He does get it. What a clutch play on Mike. This is what he really needs if he wants to qual.
Shenyuan, 3 kills to his name. That was an excellent read from him. He knew that Mike was going to try and jump up after having ulted, read it perfectly, throws the fireball into the trajectory of his jump, catching him mid-air, and then catching him on the floor with that staff. Shenyuan, showing the fireball is still good. I mean, it's good to some extent, but F1 is simply more consistent. I've played seasons of Fireball. I do really enjoy it, but quite frankly, right now, sadly, it is not the optimal pick. But he's making it work, and that's something to applaud. Absolutely, especially with V2 not having extra stam, not having extra damage. Although it lasts the same amount of time as V1, but you're losing a lot of value. Having stamina on Tarka whilst in ultimate, like, allows you to increase your DPS by quite a bit. Being able to cancel more animations, punch more often, it simply allows you to do way more with your ultimate. But he's definitely making it work. Reki here now coming back in from the zone. No ultimate available.
We got codes, Duncan. We got codes for the lobby. To the right, chat. Ooh. Get your free codes. As Reki's getting bullied, so can you. Join some NARAKA. Get in there. Reki at 1 HP, surrounded by everyone. Shaw just throwing out blues, forcing all the targets to pop ult. Shaw ends up picking the kill up on Reki though.
But Railgun gets the Soul Bloom and avoids death from Yang depletion. Here we have Mike having used his ultimate. No rage left over. No shield to speak of. Half his health missing, getting chunked down by that musket. He quickly armor swaps to the white armor, trying to get that heal off. Managing to get the scale rush off. Trying to make some distance. Trying to use this building to kite these players. I don't think he's going to be able to. Although this spot is an extremely good building for kiting people who are trying to chase you. Oh, I may be wrong. They may have just completely lost him. I was gonna say that although this building is really good for kiting, when there's that many people around, there's only so many avenues of escape. He has managed to put a decent amount of distance between him and the others, but Xin is not gonna let him go so easily. Mike, breaking line of sight, using those grapbles. Popping the F, scale rushing into the bridge. Another great spot for kiting people. He manages to get a blue armor swap and upgrade from the white, but quickly gets shredded. He's stuck in the corner. Is he able to move? He is. He swaps back to the white armor. Xin getting griefed. And he falls down the hole. Mike's away. He's actually making it out alive. I think they completely lost him. Although the bell is reasonably close by, they might be able to expose him with that bell. But he's managing to do a good job of staying alive with only white armor.
He takes the lobby's ankles. Mike is built different. Now he's gonna go to try salvage. He definitely needs a blue armor in endgame. A white armor Tarka. This is what I thought he was gonna do. He's going back for the purple armor. What a great play by Mike. This is why he's currently winning. One of the best players in the lobby. The presence of mind to kite back. Remember exactly where his purple armor is. Now he's gonna pick it up. Surviving.
Wait, it's right there. No, he didn't pick up the purple.
Caster's curse. I'm sorry, Mike. I thought you remember where it was. It's over back there. My bad. Get back over there, bro.
Sedge.
Mike, you know what? Mike, just go back in the Yang and get a second purple armor. Oh, we got Panda Man versus Shen Yuan, though. New school versus old school. Panda Man, one of the veterans of Tarko. He's been doing it when it was off meta, meta, non-meta, every variation of Tarko. Fireball, everything. Panda Man is a Tarka specialist. He's toasting up Shen Yuan with pistol shots. Complete armor gun. Now he's coming in with his gold nunchucks. Shen Yuan's under a ton of pressure. Just trying to delay, but he's just only delaying an inevitable. Panda Man ends up backing up, going for some RMBs jumping. We're taking to the skies. Panda Man showing Shen Yuan who's boss. Fireball, though. Ends up getting a huge juggle, deleting Panda Man's armor. Now it's anyone's game. Anyone who wins this next neutral is gonna take this. Shen Yuan showing that staff is still not nerfed, but Panda Man clutches this out, showing him the new blood that you cannot beat the Panda Man.
Absolutely, Panda Man. He's known for diffing all those Tarkas. Every Tarka he fights.
Just duking it out as the only Tarkas in the lobby.
I think there was another one, but his name escapes me. No, he did do well, but as you saw there, he although he did quite a bit of damage with that fireball, he wasn't really able to make it work. But here we have Shah versus Dubai. Dubai getting overheld, but it doesn't matter. Ego coming in with the the staff LMB. Dubai having to armor swap, managing to avoid some effective damage, but he's still getting chased. Shah not gonna let him go so easily. He does have his ultimate available, but he uses it way too late. Oh no, he gets bowed down by Yong in the distance. Shen Yuan now coming into the fray, looking for some soul blues to pick up for himself as he's gonna die from Yang depletion. He sends the blue. Shah unable to parry, eats all that damage, but it doesn't look like Shah is deterred. He might have to take a reset, having used his ultimate. Oh, he goes for the big blue. Shen Yuan popping his ultimate at an optimal time, I would say. He's stuck on the buttery rocks. Shah's trying to use them with the dagger scale rush. Can Shen Yuan make it happen? Not all that much time on his ultimate. Getting reasonably low. Oh no, my. It's always sad when I see a Tarka get lobbied. Ego here, coming in and picking up the kill. Low effort, Matari. It's exactly what you have to be trying to do as Matari in a lobby like this. Wang Liang on the outskirts as well. Srailgun with the blue armor. A target for these other players. But here we are, moving over to Pandaman with the gold dagger on the chase. X-Sin on the Matari, blue armor. Trying to use the movement. Trying to use the scale rush. Pandaman just has the same movement available to him. But oh! Okay, terrain griefed, but he manages to get something from it. X-Sin porting away. Scale rushing. Trying to juke Pandaman. Using these dagger dashes very effectively. Potentially trying to just buy enough time for his ult to come back up. Pandaman unable to keep track of him. He's still chasing, but he's getting slowed down. Oh, he catches him with the grapple LMB, and another blink coming out. He's gonna run out of grapple soon. That's the one problem when trying to chase these players. Oh, and here we have Mike, who's now managed to secure himself another purple armor with the third party. He doesn't opt to completely commit, but X-Sin is still on the run. No armor. Can he make it out alive? His ult is almost up. He's used both of his F cooldowns. Doesn't manage to get the heal. Can he get it? No, he can't. Taken down extremely low. No stamina left over. Yong trying to come in and pick up the kill for himself. Xin just fighting for his life. If this man gets out, I will be extremely surprised. I'm not gonna lie. He's doing an extremely good job, but there's so many people around him. Surely he doesn't make it out alive. The dagger scale rush. Extremely speedy. I'm out of there, boy. Yong still on his heels. Going for the bow shots. X-Sin manages to find the armor swap. Only to White. Getting taken down reasonably low after a very short trade, but sending out the blue focus. Doesn't opt to go for the soul break, just trying to make some distance. Pandaman in the wings. Oh, hello, you got away. I'm back. X-Sin trying to use the dagger blue. He's still running. This man has the stamina of a god. Oh, and I think it might be over. Yong got focused afterwards, having taken that blue focus from X-Sin. And the calm after the storm.
That's the power of
Holy
Matari.
moly.
You need,
it truly is.
You need those cooldowns in order to survive the level of chase skill that these players have. It is really, really hard to get away from so many good players at the same time. And having all those buildings, that's Matari's playground. He was able to precisely scale rush to break line of sight and cause enough confusion by cutting through multiple players that he can survive. Now we're seeing Wang Lang, the tried and true Mr. Gold Armor himself, getting to his end game. Having a blue dagger, opting for the blue dagger. I'm surprised he didn't go for the nunchucks here. Wang Lang just content. Oh, actually, no, he did yoink the gold nunchucks, but he's still gonna use dagger. This just goes to show how powerful dagger is now. And as I say that, he switches the gold nunchuck.
As I say that.
Doesn't really surprise me. Nunchucks and dagger, I'd say it's around a 60-40 with dagger's advantage. But when you're talking about gold nunnies, it's actually, I would say it's closer to even to a dagger.
Mike's lost his purple armor again. He's gone from blue to purple to blue to white to blue to purple to blue again. This man has worn so many clothes, it's like he's on a fashion show today. Holy moly. He can't manage to keep hold of that purple armor for himself. Oh, but Pandaman, he's looking happy. Look at all those weapons. I can't tell exactly what those soul jades are, but we know for sure that he's got 21% melee resist, 8% attack, and 12% health. I would be very, very comfortable in Pandaman's position, but Wang Liang turns up, takes him out of his comfort zone, taking down a substantial amount of his armor. Pandaman forced to retreat here. Wang Liang doing an extremely good job of getting Pandaman lobbied. Managing to use the dagger scale rush very effectively though. Avoiding these grapple staggers. Gets the big blue. Gets the follow-up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Ego still opting to go for Pandaman. Pandaman forced to use his ultimate, and now it's just a waiting game. Now you wait till Pandaman's ult is out, or he cancels, and then you go. Taking musket shots from the distance. He gets the blue focus, forces out the ult from Atari.
Wang Lang is making such a veteran move here. He
really
having
is.
super scaled, getting the gold armor, getting Panaman focused, getting this Tarka out of here, knowing that the lobby is down to do this. He ends up closing the kill on Panaman, not able to survive. These buttery rocks trapping him in the corner, getting toasted by Wang Lang. Now Wang Lang has tons of heals. He's zipping, surviving and thriving in this end game. This is where Wang Lang shines. These end games, he's able to choose the right targets. Now another Tarka. Unfortunately, it's Mike, but unlike Panaman, Mike is a survivor. He will not go down without a fight. We're going to see some beautiful kiting from Mike, going from all the way from purple down to blue, back down to white. Able to actually disengage. The lobby calming down, not fully committing to Mike. If Wang Lang sees a blue armored Tarka, he's going to get this whole lobby against them. Speaking of which, the next target Wang Lang has chosen is Railgun. Railgun unfortunately becoming a victim of Wang Lang's gaze. He wants these points. He ends up poking Railgun over and over with these light attacks. Trying to just get Railgun low. Death by 1,000 cuts. Railgun trying to get this heal off. Ends up being able to get a crucial armor pot heal. Wang Lang gives up on the kill, and Railgun lives to see another day. You're seeing a little bit of Yang and Jin hiding in the trees, Squirrels avoiding the contact. Railgun doesn't look like Railgun's out of the thick of things yet. Mike ends up spotting him. When Mike smells blood in the water, he is just as stacked as Wang Lang. Purple dagger, purple pistol. Mike
Back to the purple armor.
Back to purple armor. Mike upgraded, living life. Railgun forced to pop all. He's looking to take someone down with him. If he has to go down, he's going down on his shield, folks. Will he be able to find a kill here? Looks like Wang Lang is actually still going to pressure Railgun here. Content with staying at max range. Doesn't want to be a Vic. He sees that Tarka Katana. Doesn't want to get sent to the sky. Oh, but Railgun is just like, you've done this to yourself, boy. Get back over here. Mike is zoning him out. Railgun throwing every single blue, grieving Wang Lang for putting him in this position. Wang Lang forced to press ult. Railgun with 1 HP, just sending everything he can. And he gets taken down by Ego. There's nothing he can do. Mike ends up scooping the Soul Bloom though. Ends up canceling. Doesn't want to just use his ult. But now, Ego, really low. I believe he only had blue armor. Getting chased by Young. The two Mataris trying to grief each other, but he looks like Ego's going to be safe here. Mike around the corner, camping off his health. Ego's not able to get his reset. Young's looking for this kill. This might be his one opportunity to get some points on the board. Still trying to get into that top 14. Ego able to actually get the reset. He's going to get this full heal off. We got this tree endgame with a bunch of Mataris and Zippings. This definitely does not favor Tarka at all. I'd be very surprised if one of these Tarkas are able to win this with the amount of kiting that's going to be able to be done with these trees. You're going to see all these players take to the skies as these zones push them closer in, with Dagger being able to allow them to float back and forth. No one really has to risk much here. Everyone who needed to get picked off got picked off. Now it looks like everyone's content to play this heal off game. We have 6 players alive. Not as much as our first lobby. This is what I mean by, like, as the lobbies go on throughout the day, especially these night games, even though it's Morris, you're not seeing that big, like, 8-9 man end games. You're getting closer to like 5 or 6. And at this point, no one really wants to hard commit. Ego getting Mike to back up. Like, hey, Mike's just like, wait a second. We can get this Matari focus. If it's not you, it could be someone else. Mike trying to make it someone else right now. Poking the Matari, and now he's able to get a heal off. Oh, but Mike gets poked
as you
off.
say it, though. Oh,
Caster's curse. I'm sorry, Mike, my boy. But Tarka is not able to survive these type of end games.
But he is actually able to get the heals off. I'm surprised. He gets hit by that blue, knocked down onto the ground, and then they just sort of leave him be.
Yeah, but we got Wang Lang,
suboptimal from these other players.
End game master. The Wang Lang is definitely the the favorite to win this. He gets prideful. He's able to double hold and threaten this. Able to threaten the huge siphon heal off Pride's Fall. I'd be very surprised if Wang Lang loses this. We got Sang Yu. Feria, though. The lobby really needs to take Feria out here. As we've seen, that Feria actually has the best advantage to win these heal off situations. I'm really surprised that no one's really pressuring Sang Yu. And he has a cannon. He's probably one of the most dangerous characters right here in the Zen game. Wang Lang's very content to go into heal off, probably being the second favorite to win this lobby. Mike just buying his time. He's just living on extra credit right now. He should have been taken out of this lobby long ago. He's throwing out focus attacks, saying he's willing to blue you if you come in. Jin's been having a great endgame, already taking the skies. He has 12 more grapples to stall up there. But Sang Yu holding the center of the zone. All he needs to do is ult at the right time here. Doesn't get pushed in the zone. Mike's threatening the blue attack. Sang Yu goes to the sky though. Needs to get in this ult to get the pure value. Perfect timing on this. He's gonna be able to stomp and push everyone in the zone. Now it's all about the last hits. Sang Yu backing off, trying to get his last hits, picking up more kills.
Oh,
kills
a huge burst from Mike.
3 kills. Jin ends up just dying the zone, but Mike ends up getting a kill. And Wang Lang, the end game master himself, ends up taking first with a juicy placement points. Wang Lang, you always see this guy in endgame. He just has the blueprint to get there. Always you see him always there at that gold armor. Mike's just like, I don't know how he survived. he's laughing. He's like, no one can get me. He had half the lobby chasing him at one point. He's just breaking ankles left and right. But Wang Lang coming out clutch. This is him and Mike are just showing a clinic of what it means to be a veteran in Pro League. Consistently being in endgame, consistently surviving, making veteran plays over and over. End up choosing who gets focused in the lobby. The Cinderella story is definitely Jin though. Jin is just coming out, like even though Wang Lang and Mike are in the spotlight, Jin has been there every step of the way.
No, absolutely. Mike had no business being in that end game. With the amount of armor swaps that he did that game, that was insanity. I didn't know there were that many armors lying around. Whenever I play Immortal War, it feels like there's no armor. It's either I get purple armor off the drop, or I'm struggling to find a blue for about 5 minutes. And this man managed to find armor swap after armor swap and stay alive. He's like, no, I'm the hunter. I was hunting last game. You guys can try, but I'm gonna get away, dude. You're not catching me. My fancy feet. Oh, we're out of here, bro. Same with, was it Jin as well? I'm not sure if it was Jin or Xin who managed to survive that long with the Matari.
Oh, yeah, Xin with the Matari.
Yeah. We were going for like 2-3 minutes where he was on such low HP, but he still manages to make it out. Using the buildings, the terrain, the little wall, the dagger scale rush, the blinks, everything. He used it all extremely well and managed to stay alive for a crazy amount of time. It's really sad that Panda Man got taken out before the end game. He was sitting pretty. He had the purple armor, I believe. He had all those weapons. He had a perfect setup of Jades, and yet Wang Liang manages to get him absolutely lobbied. He sees him and he's just like, you don't belong here, bro. This is my town. I'm winning this game. And so he does. And I noticed that he had a considerable amount of bonus health. This man is clearly opting to go for the health over melee resist. And it's optimal. We haven't really been seeing it too much. Usually when you're going into endgame, you're using what you had before. But I have a feeling that Wang Liang is prepping deliberately for endgame and making sure that he has those health jades to give himself the advantage when it comes down to heal off, even when playing something like zipping. And not only that, because he's playing zipping and he's able to heal himself with that ultimate, he's able to get a lot more value out of those health jades as he's able to top them up time and time again. He's able to he has a bigger pool of health for his ultimate to heal, essentially getting more value out of it, which is extremely smart and exactly what you're looking to see from Wang Liang, the veteran, the endgame master. I mean, excellent showing from Wang Liang, playing Zipping in the Taka lobby and still coming out on top. Who will we have here in the second place? Wang Liang obviously first, but Zhang Yu coming in second. Mike with a close third, only 0.3 points behind. Zhang Yu having struggled to even make it to endgame. Pandaman, 4th place, although he got taken out reasonably early in the endgame. He still got those kills earlier on and has managed to stay in the top end of the leaderboard. Got Yong, Ego, Shen Yuan with the Fireball Taka securing himself 3 kills early on. Pretty solid, but as you saw, he got kind of lobbied. Not having that defensive capability of F1, not being able to use it to get more stamina, to buy some more time. It's a real struggle. This man, got 3 kills. I respect it. And no one can deny that this is a respectable pick.
Sometimes you just want to throw pumpkins, Duncan, and he's having a great time, middle of the pack, throwing pumpkins, able to take down Mike with Fireball.
Oh, and as you say it, here we have it. Shen Yuan, watch when Mike ults. When Mike ults, he fireballs in the air because he knows he's gonna jump. He knows he's not gonna try and dodge out. He preemptively jumps above him and goes for that fireball. Extremely nicely done. Definitely shows the experience. But there, in that clip there between Pandaman and Shen Yuan in the Yang, you could see that Shen Yuan's ultimate ended when Pandaman still had about 10% or so left on his ultimate, and it's because the fireball costs ultimate charge. So if you use any fireballs while you're in ult, you're depleting that ult charge, you're reducing the amount of time you have left to get value out of it. If your fireball whiffs, which it can do, it's not all that hard to miss or avoid, realistically, as it's just tap dodgeable, or you can armor right through it. It's high risk, high reward, and although he didn't come out on top, he definitely did pretty well for himself. But here we have it, Wang Liang with Mortal Defiance as well, Poison Splash, Optimal. He got pretty lucky.
Pure beefcake. This was the Chad Zipping. He had every good Jade in the game. Pridefall, Cavalry move, and I've seen a ton of players now, even in trios. Everyone picks up Poison Splash now as an endgame tool. Like that, you just get free brownie points if you die in endgame. Just for dying next to someone else, you take someone out with you. And with every point mattering, and just 1 point could be the difference between getting in to finals for a lot of these guys. Not really for Wang Liang, but this shows why he's the most consistent player, running a huge amount of health shades there. Having Phantom Step and Nunchucks though is going to give you a huge advantage in endgame, especially Pridefall. Like the key part to winning heal off situations is that you go to that last little bit of zone at max health. Now you saw Jin try to take to the skies as Matari. He ends up still dying to zone. You still need to be scaled going there, so you do have to take risks and get kills. You can't just get there and have nothing and just expect to win. That's why I don't know if Matari is the pick to try to play super defensive. If Jin really wants to play that defensive, you should be playing Zipping just like Wang Liang is. Now, looks like an interview is ready. Tune in.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post Game Interview. And now I'm standing here with Shen Yuan. I'd like to say hello to our audience. Hello， 沈渊，先和英文流的小伙伴们打个招呼吧。可以用话筒介绍一下自己的战队和名字啊。
Hello， 你好，我是暴打的深渊。
欢迎深渊来到我们的英文流采访。我觉得深渊现在应该是在一个比较紧张的时间啊。So I think maybe like today for you is really nervous time because your total rank, total score is around like 14. So I would like to know how's your feeling right now。那我就想说一下，今天因为要决定谁可以进入这个周决了嘛，现在知道自己的总分大概在哪个位置吗？怎么样的心情？
再偏低一点吧，有点忐忑吧。
有一点忐忑，还是有一点紧张。So actually, I know my total score now. It seems like not too high, and I'm a little bit nervous today. Okay, so let's move on to the next part. Answer for treasure. 那接下来就到我们一个问答环节。神渊先不用紧张，先让观众朋友们紧张一下，看看我们今天的题目，然后他们能抽到怎么样的奖品，好不好？Okay, 那我先来给大家讲一下我们的游戏规则。So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which one below hasn't won a game today? 那今天的题目啊，就是到目前为止结束的3把比赛当中，以下的选项哪一位暂时还没有拿到最高分 ？A 呢是 A 队的小金 ，B AOW Mike，C 王良 ，D 是 OUG 的 Panaman。那我们先不给他们公布一下正确答案，特别想问一下深渊，这几位选手哪一位给你到目前为止这个赛季留下了最深刻的印象
？C 吧 ，XCG 的这个王良。
为什么呢？
因为我不知道为啥，我的弱点我老是能碰到的。
哦，原来是这个样子，所以两个人看起来是有一定的恩怨情仇啊。So actually, 深渊 said the most impressive player to him is Wang Liang. It's not the correct answer, so I want to say before. Yeah, and he thinks Wang Liang sometimes they like roll together and fight for a lot of times, and it's like they have some story below them. Okay, and I think our player is prepared, and it's time for us to counting. Let's start it. 那我们接下来就开始倒计时吧。
3、2。
Screenshot. Okay, so pay attention to your mailbox if you are the lucky guy today, and you will receive our gift. Okay, I think it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那接下来就要请深渊给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
正确答案是 D， 是 OUG 的 Pandaman。
Yeah, so today's question's correct answer is D, OUG Pandaman. Okay, we know we still have 3 more games, and I know that Shen Yuan, it seems like you are the few player that's still using the F3 NARAKA in the Nbpl. So I would like to know why. 那我这边还有一个问题想问一下申渊啊，因为目前看起来 Nbpl 大家已经不用 F3 的火男了，为什么自己还在坚持？
我这个人就喜欢别人不用的我就喜欢用，不喜欢遵从他们大多数人喜欢用的东西。
So actually, I don't like to follow up everyone in the Nbpl. I want myself be a unique person, and if they don't like to use it, and I will use it. OK， 好的，谢谢申渊，感谢你接受我们今天的采访，也谢谢你来到这里给观众朋友们送出福利，再跟大家打个招呼吧。好，接下来还有3场比赛，就要祝你加油了，好吗？
好，谢谢。
有没有信心？
有。
OK, good luck to you. 那接下来就感谢我们申渊接受今天的采访。Thank you, 申渊 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
getting it completely locked down, going to be forced to use the bell. A massive parry comes out from 40 IWN onto Fajin. Fajin, the Kurumi for this team, going to be forced to pop that ultimate, but they do have that ult to buy them some space to continue this fight here with Team TK, and they're going to pick up the elimination onto Lee, onto the other. There's only a single member left remaining. And that means, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to come in with that early game aggression that they want to. They're going to have to find some eliminations later into the game if they want to pop off and get that 4-piece that they're looking for. JJH here with this very, very unusual comp coming through, finds an elimination onto Ventus's Sansi, finds a parry onto WX98 and an elimination. And it is just a complete fiesta here in the beginning of game number 2, Dobby.
We'd love to see an absolute fiesta, as it looks like the parry comes through as well from this one, as that's a strong tornado. Trying to see if maybe they can stun out some of these players here. Alliance is lucky, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Zuan ends up getting carried into the air.
And we're going to see Alliance just pressuring heavily onto this. They need to get rid of this Yang depletion. Sleepwalker extremely low here. Finds an armor swap, though, into a gray armor. Alliance's Juan here with a massive Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might. Will pick up the elimination onto Sleepwalker. Now they find the elimination onto PP. It's just Jing fighting for their life. And it's not like a ton of teams are going to be handed to them on the silver platter. Oh no, Zhao Liu tries to drop down, but WBG Sleepwalker.
And we are back. We are at the halfway point for these players. Last chance to get in. Yang with the interview. Or was that Yang with the interview? At 16. Xin Yuan at 16 points. Man, she asked her some tough questions. Like, how are you feeling struggling, essentially? I would say, as a player, that would be a lot of motivation for me to bounce back and take it to everyone and get top 14. Asking how I'm doing, no problem. We're at the halfway point. There's still a ton of NARAKA to go. Looks like 24 points is going to be the threshold for now, but it's going to be around that 35 plus points, I think, in order to qual, in order to get into that top 14 and make it to finals. Shenyuan right on the cusp, not feeling probably feeling happy that he's keeping pace, and if he can just keep this steady pace, he'll end up getting in. Reki's been having a decent day, definitely being in the middle pack, having very consistent placements and decent amount of kills. Kaibao always a solid player. Now moving up into the people, super comfortable. The top 3 are not on today, but Mike absolutely tearing through this lobby with 53 points. Everything at this point is just icing on the cake. Wang Lang, same thing for him. They basically just get to decide who's not going to qual today. Jin playing super consistent at 20 points. Even though we see Wang Lang and Mike absolutely decimating the lobby, Jin is actually has more points of them for the day. So props to him for playing a very solid game so far today. It's still the halfway point. We have 2 Firefly days still left. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity for these players to pop off and get into that top 14, making it to the finals.
Oogly. No, absolutely. Mike, as you said, it's kind of a formality for him at this point. 19.7 points on the board already. First 3 games to go. He's very happy with himself. I think he's probably looking to go for those top spots though. He's like, okay, these guys at the top, they can't play anymore. I'm gonna beat them. I'm gonna get to the top spot. I'm the king. I'm the King Uga right here.
He's incentivized to get the top spot though, because you do take a percentage of your points to finals, and if the more points you have, the better chance you have of winning the whole thing, especially when you're going against Spider, T225, who's having a crazy week. These guys are gonna push the points into the moon. Like Fong playing super consistent, being the dagger specialist he is, and dagger being completely meta right now. Spider and Fong, when Mike goes in the lobby, like Mike actually only has a 50% win rate within Yang. It's a complete coin flip. But when Fong and Spider are in the lobby, they're almost at 80% win rate. They, in general, when they go in, they just win it. So it's really interesting going into these finals. Mike needs as many points as he can get. And unfortunately for the rest of the lobby, you're gonna be hunted by the GOAT himself, Mike, the rank demon.
Yeah, as soon as he bites, he doesn't let go. As we saw time and time again, if you take his kill, he's gonna try and kill you, or at the very least, you're going to die because of it. Every time, he's always on the hunt. He's always keeping up with people, and then when the roles are reversed, he's able to stay as far away from his opponent as he can. He's able to make the distance, get the reset, get the infinite armor swaps somehow, using his insanely good movement to stay ahead of his opponent. But yeah, as you said, we are going to be having another 2 Firefly maps. At least that's what that's the general rule. Half Firefly, half none. So we're definitely going to see some more Taka, I think. For those players who've already used their double pick, we'll probably end up seeing them play something like Takeda, potentially Matari, as it's a reasonably good pick. I don't think there's all that many zipping picks left over though. I feel like a lot of the players have already used their zipping picks in the first few games. So I'm not really sure what people are going to be trying to pick up here if they're not looking to go for the Takeda Taka pick. It needs to be something that can survive. It needs to be something that has some kill pressure, potentially. I'm thinking maybe Tamol. If we see more Taka, I mean, okay, you keep saying Tamol. Have you tried to play Taka into Tamol, dude? It is not fun. You ult, he ults on top of you, you're stuck in the sand, dude. You're in the quicksand, trying to move, trying to dodge. Nah, it's not happening. And he's able to lock you down and take away all your Stamina on Taka is one of the most important things. If you don't have that, then you're just stuck in the mud, and you don't have a combo breaker to escape. You have F1 potentially, or not if you're Shen Yuan with Fireball.
Look, I think Tamok is very good.
It's hard.
As long as there's a ton of them. The thing is, there's a ton of Tarkas.
Yeah.
When Tarka is picked, there are so many of them, and you just lose track of who has ult and who doesn't. You're not going to get that ISO fight. As far as fighting, as Tamok versus Tarka, there are just so many Tarkas in my region that you're just not getting away from how many Tarkas there are, especially when there are fireflies on the map. These guys are mercilessly hunting you, looking for the infinite. It's just, I'd rather just be one of them. Why try to be different in that spot when you can just get the free kills yourself and then disappear into the infinite crowd of Tarkas? Now, this is what I was kind of expecting.
I agree.
Feria is the double pick, man. His Feria plays endgame super well, and you see all the veterans busting out the Feria right now. We got Mike, Wang Lang, Panda Man, Zhang Yu, Shaw, Exton, Reki, Railgun. They're all on Feria. Now, Kai Bao's doing something that Spider was doing, picking Yodo on. And Jin is actually going Yodo as well, playing the end game.
He was hovering Taka as well. I was about to say, if he picks Taka, he's in for a bad game. But yeah, no, this Yodo pick is pretty solid. It still has some potential and could potentially match the prowess of Feria in endgame if they manage to survive long enough.
I'm curious to see who wins. It's just,
I don't know.
You can just get picked off by Yodo really easily, considering that the V3 of Ferio just pushes you out of your F3 as you're trying to heal. It's not very safe at all. I imagine if they can get there, they definitely have a chance of picking up a ton of kills. Like Wang Lang definitely did it as Yodo. Spider was able to do it. We'll see though, on a daytime Morris is definitely the map you want to go for this, because you have a ton of places that you can kite. You're super familiar with every single region on the map. It's one thing that people underestimate about Ahalaroth. The other map, it just hasn't been out as long, and the chances of you checking out every single part of that map is pretty low. The map is humongous. At this point, everyone has landed everywhere on Morris. This is the OG map, home for most players. Everyone's been like a Celestial player at some point, a Sunwing player griefing people in mushrooms at another point. All these players.
Shout out to my boy Paku, the landlord of Sunwing.
Speaking of Sunwing.
Exactly. We can't not mention our boy Paku, an insanely good player from EU, a great friend of mine. But yeah, as you say, like, Morris Isle is just the OG map. People know everything about it at this point. I highly doubt that there's a single player here who doesn't know every inch of this map. But yeah, Ahalaroth, a lot bigger, and not gonna lie, I get lost in Yushan Ruins. That place, it feels so alien to me. It is, I mean, they updated it much later on, or much later after they initially released Ahalaroth. So I suppose we've had less time with it, but still, it's a rather obscure location that you're not always going to be in. But anyway, we have Shah versus Reki, Dagger versus Dagger, Feria versus Feria. Shah, having the health advantage, gets the overhaul onto Reki. Reki forced to use his F, turns around, takes down the armor of Shah as well. Both on equal footing here, it seems. Both with the blue armor, no advantage in terms of reset potential, although one of them does have a white dagger compared to blue. Mike here versus Zhang Yu on the Matari. Feria versus Matari. Looks like they're gonna disengage. Kai Bao now being caught out by Mike, being spotted. Ooh, who is this? This is not Feria. getting a little oogly. Does get hit by that blue focus LMB from Staff, having been turned around, avoiding getting parried. Kaibao now on the run, having the health disadvantage. Gets overheld, but puts the F3 down, and as you just mentioned beforehand, Mike able to drop his ult right inside the F3 of the Yoto. Doesn't manage to secure the kill, but is able to stay alive and pick up that Soul Bloom. Jiang Yu now managing to read Mike extremely well, taking him down extremely low. But Mike, yet again, finds the armor swap. This man must have them all in his brain, ready to go at a moment's notice. Jiang Yu not opting to chase. But we have Panda Man here coming into the wings. Smells a little bit of oogliness being done over here. Panda Man getting chunked down though. Mike equally as low, though Panda Man doesn't have his ultimate available just yet, whereas Mike does. Panda Man does have a bunch of health shades, so he does technically have a health advantage, but no longer. Mike catches him with the soul break. Jiang Yu spots it out and opts to go for the low effort kill. Panda Man managing to find himself a white armor swap, however. Keeping himself reasonably healthy, still at a health advantage. Gets the half charge, avoids the blue focus with the tap dodge, but gets caught, taken down extremely low yet again. Is he going to be able to get the ultimate off? He jumps, pops it down, manages to get inside. Is he going to be able to get away and heal? It looks like it. Mike now getting taken down equally as low. Forced to use his ultimate as well. Jiang Yu again, also using his ultimate. Every single member now trying to get that reset, all having been taken down extremely low, using all of their cooldowns. I would assume that after this ult expires, Mike might try and make something happen with Panda Man, knowing that he also doesn't have ult and has the white armor, having a health advantage. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to catch up to him. Moving on over to Xin and Reki, back in the same spot. Reki, a disadvantage here. However, Xin doesn't have his ult. Managing to make some space. Opting to repair his dagger as opposed to heal himself. I mean, I suppose it's definitely better to have a full durability dagger. But not having the health can be pretty impactful. Reki getting half charge, getting the half charges off back though. It's going down extremely low. Gets soul break, but armors through it with his ultimate activation, pops it down. Gets the overhold, forces the F, uses the F as well. Oh my lord, that was close. That was extremely close. Very.
They opt to take the reset useful. Right here. Yeah. I think this is a difference between a lot of the top players and the mid-tier players, is that the top players will not take this reset here. They're willing to live and die by the 1 HP situation, and whoever flinches or cracks, the guy is going to be taken down. Now leading into Reki with the overhold, just throwing blue, telling Xin that you do not parry, sir. Xin retributing with a blue himself, saying you do not parry either, sir. Now we're both in the zone. They're both taking it to each other. Are they going to grieve each other? No, Reki ends up taking it down, throwing every single blue, no reds ever. This is why everyone in this league has less than one parry a game. No parry, just blues, non-stop lights with dagger. Where's the parries? Mike's kind of leading the way. Yang coming up now though. Looks like Wang Lang's looking to get in there. So are we possibly going to see Jin going in? Looks like Reki is on the heels of Kai Bao, trying to live as a Yoto. Kai Bao really wants to get to endgame, but with V3 bombs coming, he manages to get a full heal here and a chunky bow shot, just setting a max range blue at Reki. Reki confused, his cooldown's burned. This Yoto is just going crazy. Unfortunately, he does have his mech. But Kai Bao's trying to burn him out of the mech. He takes to the skies. We out. See ya later, Kai Bao. He's gonna get his full heal, and Kai Bao's just letting him do it. Can't do anything about it. This is the power of Faria and Yoto versus Yoto. Doesn't really have an option here. There is a no ultimate zone right there that Kaibao could possibly hit. Looks like he's content, but we got Mike versus Jin. I'm surprised Jin's actually in Yang. I haven't seen him in there all day. It looks like he's on Yodo. Can Yodo burn Feria down? Mike takes to the skies. He's holding blue. He's doing some overholds, waiting for Jin to come to the ground. Willing to release as the first blue ends up clipping Jin. Both cooldowns are gone. Mike ends up getting the advantage in the light game, but Jin's still throwing blues. No red, but Mike is willing to parry here. Jin's forced to ult, and Mike ends up getting his ults are down. Yodo's ult not as really good as Freya. Doesn't really get any heals of him. Now Mike's just gonna torch him, and Jin just on that Yodo. What a brave man to try to take it to Mike. But Mike, this is just a victory. Mike, get out of his way. He's here for points. He's here for blood. And now with a Mike super scaled up and looted, as well as Wang Lang, the rest of the lobby is in a ton of trouble. Shaw is under a ton of pressure here. Relieves the pressure by just throwing blues. No parry, no reds in this game at all. Shen Yuan just gets taken down by the LMB into Soul Break. This Shaw making it look so easy. Wang Lang switching it to the staff, no one using Spirit, but he got a gold staff. He's going to be doing so much damage in this endgame. Wang Lang's already set up for endgame. Jin, with gang depletion, needs to get a kill here, but Eagle just says, no, not from me, sir. Get out of your F3. Yoda's not meta. Good luck running away. Jin needs to find an option here. The clock is ticking. He needs to get a Soul Bloom. He's going the opposite way of health, but he's going to become the Soul Bloom for someone else. Kaibao sees a Yodo, sees the weakness. Jin's able to find a corner in the bridge room to get a reset, but again, he's under pressure. The whole lobby sees a Yodo. They know this is a free kill. Jin's trying his very best to survive. The F3 doesn't protect him, though. He's at 1 HP. Can he survive? Dubai ends up taking him down. Yodo, just not the play, folks.
Oh, he narrowed. I think there was a white armor in that little room. I think he just missed it. Just misclicked. Didn't manage to get it up for himself. Mike coming in through the window. Get an oogly boogly. Sends the blue, but gets parried. Taken down extremely low. Trying to make it out. Doesn't really want to use his ultimate, especially not inside that little room. If he can, in fact, do it, he'd get stuck in there. But he does manage to find a spot to heal himself up. Railgun finding him though, finding him during the heal, pressures him, takes a little bit of a chip off of Mike. Mike fights back. It doesn't look like he's under all that much pressure, as well as the fact that he does have the Phoenix buff still active for another minute and a bit. So anybody who spots him here, even if he's low, they know that if they do make a mistake, get third-partied, he's gonna come back with a vengeance. And if they know it's Mike, they know they're not getting away very easily. Wang Liang, though,
he has tuna. Oh my god, he's a juggernaut of health jades. He's already setting up for his win. Shang Yu choosing the wrong target here. Trying to pressure Wang Lang, the juggernaut. Has a res, not worried at all. He's willing to take his fight. Throws 2 parries. Does not care, but Mike coming out of left field with the LMB of dual blades ends up taking a blast to the face. Wang Lang says, hey Mike, get out of here. You got a buff.
Wait.
I got a buff. Wang Lang just trying to heal in the middle. What is he doing? He's just standing still. No, he's gonna become a soul.
He's trying to die. He's trying to die. He deliberately stood there, deliberately trying to die, trying to give the kill away so that he could use the Phoenix buff to get the reset that he wanted, I think. He knew that if he died, he was still coming back, but the timer was ticking down. As you can see, Mike's timer is now about to run out. And there it is, there it's gone. I think he deliberately did that. I think he deliberately killed himself there, giving the kill away, just so he didn't have to try and fight his way out of Celestra, as it's extremely populated and wouldn't be an easy feat, I don't think, especially with Mike lurking around.
What a big brain play by Wang Lang. I wonder if he takes a Yang risk right here now that he's so scaled. I feel like he has everything that he wants to win this game. Now, Mike, on the other hand, you already know he's setting up to go in. He's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that I have gold weapon, purple dagger, purple armor, full heals. We're just going in the Yang anyway. No need.
I mean, the thing is,
look at Wang Lang in the top left corner. He's all the way going to the top left corner. Has no desire to fight. Doesn't want to be part of this chaos. Dubai, Reki, Ego, all poking at each other, looking for weakness. Mike.
Wait, what is he doing?
Playing with his squid grapple.
Wait, what's the range on this again? Wait, let me check real quick. Yo.
Mike the content machine. Having fun.
I love him. I love him, dude. He's so funny to watch. And he's like, not only is he the content machine in terms of just banter and good vibes, he's so good. He's so clean.
Wait a minute, Wang Lang repositioned to go in the Yang here. I was mistaken. My man is Oogly. He's willing to show Mike what's up.
See, one thing that you did say about Mike opting to go for Yang, I don't think he, like, not necessarily will. I think he's waiting to see if anybody else will choose to. And as I say it, like, I've seen Mike deliberately avoid going for second Yang just because he knows that when second Yang is up, that means that there's way fewer players on the map, meaning that it's going to be much harder to get that Soul Bloom that he needs if it does happen to go wrong. And in the Fairy lobby, it can very easily go wrong. But yes, Kai Bao getting taken down reasonably low. Fire arrows chipping him down a little bit beforehand, but then taking a huge amount of damage. Wang Liang popping down his V3. Kai Bao, I'm not sure if he deliberately waited to use his F3 until Wang Liang used his ult to avoid getting knocked out of his own, but it seems to have worked. Kai Bao going for the overholds. Wang Liang getting cooked here. Has to go and get inside of his ult. Kai Bao immediately responds by ulting. Unable to get the first. Can he get the second? Doesn't look like it. Third. He does get the third hit. He's gonna get those slashes. Wang Liang now getting it extremely low. His mech almost completely gone. He has one last chance to get a bit of damage, and he does, and he one-shots him! What the? Oh
Wang
my
Lang has
lord,
a gold staff. A gold staff.
Oh,
absolutely
God.
deletes Kai Bao. Yodo these Yodas are just super ambitious going into Yang fighting Faria. They're at a complete disadvantage. There was some light there. I feel like if Kai Bao did delay his ult a little bit and pressured Wang Lang to jump onto his mech, where Wang Lang only had one jump, he could have possibly demeched him. But he ends up paying the ultimate price there, taking 2 giant cannon shots to the face. Now Kai Bao, with Yang sickness, is gonna need to find someone. Looks like someone has found him first, getting peppered with bow shots. Railgun hitting Kai Bao. Does he want the smoke though? What is this little poke and scoot away?
I don't think he does want it, but here we have it. Yong versus Wang Liang. Wang Liang with that defense buff, with that UAV, with that gold staff. He's in a perfect position to try and take this fight versus Yong, who only has the blue armor. Oh my lord, that damage! Wang Liang doesn't skip Kovacs. He's coming in here. Yong, it does look like he has Soul Slash, but Wang Liang's just sending those blues, sends the one charge, doesn't really care, and manages to get a considerable amount of damage onto Yong, forcing out his ult. Turret goes down, but he's stuck. He's stuck in that little room. Wang Liang's trying to fry him. The mech is down. Yong did manage to get some heals off, but I'm not sure it's gonna be enough. Kai Bao now coming in.
Kai Bao has 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He needs to make something happen here. Yong, this is not the person to make it happen on. Reads the blue and gets the parry. Wang Lang now on Yong though. Doesn't matter that you got a parry. You hit me first. We're gonna take you down for this. Do you know who I am? Ends up throwing a parry in front of him and ends up taking Yong with the RMB. But Kai Bao yoinks, drive-by yoinks the Soul Bloom, and he lives to fight another day. He's looking to get the end game. Now Shaw and Wang Lang fighting over the scraps of poor Yong, sent back to the lobby. Wang Lang taking a ton of damage from the bonk into bow shot, but because of the 20% reduction, not really taking much damage. Now Shaw has to deal with Wang Lang's gold staff. That 1-2 takes off half of Shaw's armor. Shaw now getting focused by Kaibao from the back. He's in a very tough spot. He decides to disengage. Wang Lang finally gets to loot up his body, getting all the heals. His buff still is going to last 20 more seconds. Doesn't look like anyone wants to risk any more for this. Reki looks like he's going to salvage some of that loot. Shaw decides to fight another day, letting his ult recover. Look at
look like all that money is gonna happen.
Full melee resistance with a cannon and bow. It looks like in the meta right now, a lot more people are picking up cannon in that end game just because it's just consistent range damage, and for the most part, no one has range resist. Everyone's just running health, and it's just another potential for getting those last hits very safely, not really having any risk. Wang Lang stacking the health gauge with his tuna. Reloading everything.
And Siphon. I noticed he had Siphon as well. So he's got Siphon and Tuna. This man is going to be staying healthy as hell throughout the rest of the game, it seems. But here we have a quick replay. Mike versus Yang Yu. Mike catching him with the LMB, going for the uppercut combo. Yang Yu getting taken down extremely low. Catches him on the dodge. Yang Yu having to blink away. Gets the white armor swap. Oh, and eats a huge blue focus from Mike. Getting tagged. Oh, and another parry from Mike as well. Oh, he's just reading them like a book. Here we are, Mike again versus Pandaman. Pandaman aggressing onto Mike. It looks like he deems the power level a bit too high. Not worth the huge amount of effort and risk here. Ego sending his F2 over to the box, but gets stopped. Railgun sneaking in though, manages to secure himself that gold armor. Very nicely done. Doesn't go first, goes second. Typically the person who goes second, unless it's completely uncontested, will get the juicy loot. Going first isn't always the best plan.
Unless you're Mike and you got the crazy click speed. Mike just, that's why I was surprised after you mentioned that Mike went in on Holoroth and just immediately ran in and scooped the gold armor just while everyone was looking and no one stopped him. I was like, what is this? Everyone else super timid, scary thing. Not for Mike. Just goes in, clicks the gold armor. This is the first time I've seen Railgun with actually gold armor, and where Wang Lang actually was going to endgame with no gold armor. Ego has blue armor though. Mike, if he spots this and he catches the vibe check, oh, we got some match in there. Finds Reki with blue armor. Mike's gonna take this fight. Ends up sending the blue. Says you're not gonna parry because no one parries. Oh, as I say that, Mike eats a parry from Reki. He does have F1 though and a backup dagger. Ego tries to cover his wake up. They both tapped out to disengage. Mike's just too experienced to risk any more here. Still has half of his purple armor and he's going to be able to get this armor heal off and cool things down. But Ego, everyone's here in this corner. We got Mike, Ego, Reki, all looking to see if someone shows any little bit of weakness. Dubai taking half of his armor hit. Mike, super skilled up, super scary to fight against, probing for weakness. Anyone who takes a little bit damage here is gonna get focused. Dubai needs to make something happen. Being on Matari, he needs to thin out this lobby a little bit to get someone else focused. Matari doesn't do very well in this open area, taking to the trees, trying to find a reset here. Gets Ego off of him, ends up taking high ground. Looks like he's going to be able to get a heal off here. Nope. Whoa. He actually gets it off. Ego still pressuring him, though. Zipping. Her ability to sustain through heals. Dubai in a ton of pressure. Pops ult. Can he make it to the buildings here to get another heal off? He's going to try to break some ankles, work some magic. Disappear into the trees. It looks like he's able to get there. Pulling getting max distance from everyone. It looks like Rick, victim of a little bit of Soul Strike. Getting forced to go into mech though. Taking to the skies, we're out. Burning a lobby. Seeing if they can take down Reki. We got fire arrows here. Reki gonna get this reset though.
Oh, Can you see that Dubai as well, having gotten his reset, has now been found again with the white armor being pressured. However, we go back to Reki now being forced out of his ultimate, having been chipped down with the fire arrows, with all of those ranged projectiles. Wang Liang holding his heels. Oh, and a huge soul slash there from Sha. Doesn't manage to kill him completely. Catches his jump with the RMB. But Wang Liang coming in and yoinking the kill for himself. Sha using the soul slash to pressure. Baiting Wang Liang into parrying, but just opting to not release, get the loot that he wants, and dipping straight out of there. Wang Liang coming away with a kill. Sha happy to stay alive, it seems. Wang Liang, though, in a really good spot here. He's got the tuna, he's got the siphon, got the gold katana, gonna be doing a huge amount of damage with his ultimate, with that turret. It's gonna be devastating for anybody who gets caught by that absolute machine. It doesn't look like all that much is going to be happening here. I think the majority of players, especially considering the lobby that we're in with a lot of farriers, some zippings, maybe a Matari. Yeah, that we have Zhang Yu on Matari with the purple armor, white dagger, Omega Lol.
It's going to be a Buttery Rocks endgame. It's going to be tough for everyone. It does look like
it is.
Oh, Cliffside is just pure grief for all these pro players. You get stuck on the rocks, stuck in animations. It looks like it's a complete scam. It looks like you can maneuver around it, but all you do is get stuck on things. Wang Ling, no surprise here, getting to this end game. Fully scaled. Panda Man, also completely scaled. Actually, Railgun holding his ground, rarely getting to these end games. These Buttery Rocks, Ego with blue armor.
Ego seems as though he's going to be the first focus here in this end game. Picking off a blue armor is reasonably confirmed, unless he manages to lobby or get another person lobbied.
Ego and Railgun are the ones sweating here.
Panda Man getting taken down extremely low. It seems as though Ego is doing exactly what I was saying. He's trying to get Panda Man lobbied. Panda Man might be forced to use his ult here, but Sha also reasonably low, top the cliff. Panda Man trying to use these rocks, trying to scale rush around, sends the blue focus, avoided by Ego, using his F2 iframe. Oh, and Wang Liang chipping down this Yoto Kai Bao. Extremely low, forced to pop his ultimate. Exactly what another perfect play here though. Focus the Yoto. She's the single Yoto left in the lobby. A big threat to the majority of players in endgame. She has so much power in the heal off. Taking her out early is exactly what you want to be doing. And Ego, it looks like he managed to get that upgrade for himself. Upgrading to purple armor. Looks like he got that soul bloom as well, since he managed to heal it up reasonably quickly. Panda Man still on the run. Looks like he's going to have to drop his ult down straight into the Mac. But is he going to be able to get this heal off? He's getting peppered by everybody in the lobby. Can he get at least one? No, he can't. He gets shot right in the face. Sha using the soul slash, covering a lot of ground, pressuring everybody left and right. Mike with the bow. I don't think that.
Shang Yu, Reki, and Railgun are all on the cusp right now to make it to top 14. They have to be sweating right now with Wang Liang and Mike finally duking it out on the bottom, but they're hoping that he's going to take him down. Mike's getting super low, about to get lobby. He's trying to bust out a heal, but Railgun needs this kill on Mike. Can he get the shot before Mike sends to the sky? He misses the RMB. Mike might be able to get a heal here, but Wang Liang takes down Ego right on the cusp. He needed to stay alive here, but Wang Liang doesn't want anyone to quell him and Mike, griefing others, trying to make it to top 14. Railgun has something to say about this, getting Mike super low. He wants to make it to finals week. He has gold armor. Mike will not go down with a fight, gets a parry at 1 HP. But Shang Yu pops ult, secures this kill. He needs this kill. He gets it. He gets over the cusp. Shang Yu's in the top 14 now. Takes to the skies. Now he just needs to play placement. Railgun now forcing Sha into the corner. Also needs to get into the top 14. Needs every point he can get here. He's getting to endgame with full health. Wang Liang, though, at the center. He's been here before. This is just another day in the office. Same for Sha. Shang Yu and Railgun really haven't cut it out for them, fighting against the two veterans. Zhao holding the center with his soul slash. Gets bonked out by Wang Lang. Holding the center. He's gonna get maximum health. Going to end game. Shang Yu taking the bottom. Going straight up top. Guma stopping, pushing everyone out. Railgun trying to get some hits in. He needs a kill here. The zone is ticking away. Railgun's looking for a kill, but Wang Lang is taking him down. Takes down Shaw as well. Shang Yu ends up picking one crew. Wang Lang takes it again. It's just another kill for him. Just no celebration. Just cracking his knuckles. Just keeping his hands warm. Yeah, we just got 2 more games, gentlemen. You're stuck here with me. What perfect play by Wang Lang.
And again, we see those health jades coming in clutch. He got a heal off, having bonked his way into the middle of that zone towards the very end. And then, because he had Siphon, he started firing shots left and right at these players surrounding him. And he manages to top himself up a little bit more. The Siphon technique lasts for quite a while. So if it's giving you that little bit of health, even the tiniest little bit can make all the difference. Having those extra health jades, I think we're going to see a lot more players opting for health. This is just, it's winning Wang Liang games. It's actually, it's the difference between first place and second, third, or fourth. He's able to last that much longer in the zone. Like, it's, I don't think that many players are catching on to it. Other people are still prioritizing melee resist. As we saw earlier on, we had full melee resist stack with a gold attack jade with the soul slash. He did make it to endgame, but he did not survive. Although he was able to control the space with the soul slash extremely well, only having a broken blue katana, it's not going to do all that much if you do manage to hit someone, except maybe knock them into the zone. So I don't know. I mean, Wang Liang, he's the specialist. He's emotionless. He's off the perk. He's just doing exactly what he needs to do. He's got the plan. He sets it up from mid game. He's got the tuna. He's got the siphon. He's healthy as hell. He's not worried. He's not worried at all. He got the game plan. He pops the ult early. He plonks it right down in the middle, knocking away the other people, sends the turret shot. I mean, it's just textbook. It's calculated, bread and butter, basic fundamentals. And it's winning him games. I think that's the second game he's won now. Wang Liang's looking to come out on top today, it seems. Mike, not having the best of games that game. I think he still got quite a few points, but I'm not sure if he's necessarily going to be on his way to take that first place from T225, who's holding the top of the leaderboard with 70 plus points. But let's see here, we've got Wang Liang with 15.2 points, 7 kills to his name, with that first place, getting that multiplier. We saw Mike earlier had 7 kills, but since he didn't come first, he only got 12. 15 for Wang Liang. Health jades, ladies and gentlemen, is the way, it seems. Jiang Yu coming in second with 11 points, 5 kills. Mike, 3 kills, 5.7 points. Not a bad showing, but if I know Mike, I know he knows he could have done better. I know he's not happy with third. He wants that first place. He's a driven man. This guy, he's out for blood every game. But still, a consistent game. Shah, Srailgun, 4th and 5th, also pretty solid performances. You've got to be happy with those points. It's not always about coming out on top and getting as many points as possible. It's just about playing consistent. Mike with the parries yet again as well. This fight was extremely close. Reki managing to come out on top as well. Jin, I do think if Jin had held his ult, I think in the Yota versus Feria matchup, if Feria ults, unless you preemptively ulted almost, you can't get the first slash onto the Feria before she can get that rocket jump off into the sky. So either you have to ult slightly earlier or ult later, having baited out the jump, or potentially waiting until you know they're going to be they're going to be sitting still. So if they drop into turret form, then you pop the ult, and then you try and stagger them and shred the armor of the mech. So yeah, extremely good showing from Wang Liang. Lovely to see.
I think Mike started off this day doing better than everyone else, and the difference has been Wang Lang's strategy early into the mid game. Now we were on Mike earlier, and instead of going to Yang, he ended up taking a fight instead, while Wang Lang ended up going into Yang. And because he's been winning the Yang fights, he's getting access to these better Jades. Like, you're looking at it here, he has Tuna, Siphon, Thunderstorm, and Fire Arrow, so he's able to dictate a lot of the end game having some type of burn effect. Last time he had Cannon with Flame Breath. He had Prideful for Siphon. He always has some type of healing Jade that allows him to go to that last little bit of zone with maximum health, and he's playing it perfectly. But that perfection is not luck at all. In his early and mid game, he's setting up for it perfectly. While Mike, having like the crazy amount of horsepower, fragging power that he is, he only sees red when he sees other players. He's falling out of rhythm by chasing some of these kills, and he's picking up a lot of these kills, but it's griefing him in the end game. And Wang Lang is closing the distance, and he may take the lead over Mike. But the real drama are the bottom players, who still have 2 more games to clutch it up, get top 14. Reki, Shang Yu, right on the cusp. They were able to get to this Ailgun, and Railgun was able to scoop up the gold armor. They ended up getting to the top 4. They weren't able to win it out versus Wang Lang and his overall superior strategy, but getting there, them being new players in the league, they're starting to pick up on what the meta is and what exactly they need to do in order to be successful. It's not only just about getting kills, it's also about how you loot up and how you gear up for these end games. If you're not fighting for objectives, you're going to be behind the curve, and you're just not going to really understand why you're just losing to these other players who just always seem to be in these superior positions and always have more health, more heals than you. I'm happy to see that these young new players, though, are starting to get a hang of it, and we'll see what they're able to do in this upcoming week. So if they make it to this weekly finals.
No, absolutely. Having the right Jades going into endgame is so important. Tuna, for example, for Wang Liang, was able to keep him topped up throughout so much of the endgame, not having to use the healing, not having to use the actual armor powders, and being able to have it just take over, slow and steady. Any chip damage that he receives just gets healed up in the matter of a few seconds. Siphon as well, if he does take a decent amount of damage and he does need to heal up, and he gets that heal off, he can immediately go on the aggressive. He manages to get some damage, he's gonna heal that right back up and top up his armor. But here we have it, Yong sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, sadly. Definitely, the thing is, all of these players are extremely good. Looking at the bottom of the leaderboard, you can't say that these guys aren't very, very strong players. It's just that everyone else is also a really, really strong player. So it comes down to these very small variables, like the setup for endgame, knowing optimal looting and hunting paths, having a strategy going into the game, going into endgame, and knowing exactly what you want to do. Just like Wang Liang. Wang Liang is just showing us all that he's got the macro plan. He knows everything that he wants to do and gets it done. He's doing it extremely well, and he's showing up a lot of players. Mike, as you said, he's got a lot of horsepower early on in the games. He does extremely well, he gets some kills, but he doesn't always make it. It's as though he's insanely strong in the duel. But I mean, Mike's a young guy. Mike's young. I'm not trying to say that the younger you are, the less you're thinking, but we all know with age comes wisdom and experience, and I feel like Wang Liang is a wise old man on the inside. He's thinking 5 steps ahead. You play chess with this man, he's gonna checkmate you. He's on it.
But if Mike is not thinking, that's exactly why Mike wins everything, Duncan. If he's not thinking, then you don't know what he's thinking, so you can't predict Mike. That's the essence of it.
Very true. Very true.
No thinking.
One of the best ways to kill a good player. Don't know what you're doing. They don't know what you're doing. Throwing the blues left and right, getting oogly boogly. They're confused. They panic. It happens. It happens. We've all died to somebody we thought was just like reasonably new, but then they just pull out this crazy, just unpredictable thing that you didn't expect, and then suddenly you're on the back foot. And Mike, I feel, as you said, embodies that.
Something that's surprising is Fong is actually at 31 points. I was saying like Qual is probably going to be between 35 to 40, and right now Fong is around like 12th or 13th at 31, like 0.5, 31.7. We might see a finals week without Fong, the Dagger God himself. He just had a really, really poor day one, and even though he popped off on his day two, this lobby, all these young bloods are coming forward. They're going out there. They're coming after those points. Reki, who was on the cusp, he came out that round and got a couple kills. Same thing with Railgun. And unfortunately, that means other people are going to get pushed out who can't really fight for it. Their destiny is no longer in these hands. With 2 games left, I could see the top 14 players changing a ton.
No, absolutely. Some people probably starting to sweat. They know that they need to keep consistent, unless they're willing to risk it with these other players fighting for those spots to get that top 14 to be able to qualify for the finals here. Being able to do that is a huge thing for them, and they're all fighting for it. They're all scrapping. And let's have a look-see here what these absolute ooglers going to be playing in Game 5. I think the next 2 games are going to be Firefly. Last map wasn't Firefly. Game 3 was. So we have 2 games left. Both are going to be night or dusk maps, I imagine. And this game as well, we are going to be heading on to Holoroth. And it seems as though we've got a couple Yotos again. And then quite a lot of Fire Dogs. Lovely to see. Wang Liang, Kai Bao, Jin, Sha, Yong, Jiang Yu, Ego, all pulling out the Fire Dog. We do have a few Yotos, as I said, 2. We've got Pandaman on Takeda, Exin, and Dubai also on the Takeda. Mike hovering the Justina. Interesting. See, I've been thinking that Justina is not a bad pick. After they nerfed Taka, after they nerfed Takeda, it simply is logical that Justina is better than she was. It was those 2 characters were not necessarily beneficial matchups for her, and now that their power has been reduced, it makes sense that she could potentially make her way back into more popular play.
Maybe with the new patch, Justina is viable, but I'd like to wager whether or not Mike's gonna make it to this end game, Duncan. Every time you play off meta, you are hard punished for that in Pro League. All the young bloods playing Yodo in this lobby, just not gonna go well for them with Takeda's running around, Tarka's running around. That F3 is not gonna give you any protection, especially on Holoroth. You're not going to find a building to cut people off. You're just going to get chased down. Now, Spider did make it work, though. I see why some of these younger players are choosing Yodo, because you see the champion himself making Yodo work, especially on Holoroth. And you're like, hey, if he did it, I can do it too. No, you can't. You're not Spider. Spider has an 80% win rate in Yang. I'm sorry, guys. It's not the character. It's the player. So off spawn, we got Kai Bao and Ego, both landing on Fireflies. I think Kai Bao ended up picking up one of the Fireflies. He had 56% ult. So did Ego. Everyone has ulti right here. Next to Grief platform. Ego does have the legendary dagger, though. Nunchuck Diddle with Railgun. Catches Shaw lacking. A little bit of bonk in the back of the head. Shaw getting pushed around on the buttery rock. Looks for a parry. It's ambitious. Don't know what that parry was from Railgun, but this is a problem with F3 versus Targa. Completely denies it, and Shaw throws the blue, showing the Railgun who's boss. Even though you caught Shaw off guard, Railgun is now on the run. He ends up getting an armor reset though. Shaw, seeing the armor reset, gets a reset himself, but eats a double charge, forcing the corner. This is not where you want to be as Tarka. Railgun sends the 3, a 1-2-3 enjoyer. F is down by Shaw, no cooldowns left, but gets an overhold. Both of them are 1 HP. Who's gonna take it? Shaw double releases, but the F3 from Yodo ends up taking Shaw down. New blood versus old blood. Sometimes the new player takes it. Railgun able to loot up now. Alphaing this location, sending Shaw to another location, but speaking of old school Mike, the OG coming in. Can Railgun take 2 of the top players out of the lobby? He needs to if he wants to qualify for finals. This is what makes new players. It's not about just getting 1 kill, but can you get 2 kills? Mike has better armor. It doesn't matter to Railgun. He's peppering Mike with LMBs. Justina not able to do anything even versus Yodo, but Mike gets the tap out, reset, sends Railgun to the sky, and with a clean uppercut combo. It looks like old school still beats new school, folks. Can't take him down. Kaibao with the big parry though, and Ego ends up popping out. Doesn't want to discan. He wants to smoke. He's just going in. Doesn't matter that Kaibo has higher health. He's going to fight him off. He's not disengaging. We're not running away. He ends up getting the gold. Focus. Kaibo ends up getting tap dodge, but it doesn't matter. Ego's health cannot survive Cowboy's pressure.
No, absolutely. In that scenario, fight or flight, he opts for fight. Respectable decision. But as you say, having that huge health disparity was just too much of a hurdle to surpass in that 1v1. Both Tarkas having popped ult, and just a clear advantage on Kaibao's part. He is looking to try and solve this puzzle for himself, potentially securing... Well, we see a red armor? I don't know. Usually we see a gold weapon come out of it, at the very least. But we have Young versus Xin. Young not having ultimate just yet. Only needs a tiny bit more, but he does get that armor swap. Staying healthy. Xin now in a health disadvantage. He does have ult available, though. In the battle of ranged, Young tries to go in, forces out Xin's ult, having popped his own. Xin now on the run. He knows that if he can survive for the next 30 seconds, he will win out this fight in the end, as he doesn't lose the rage as long as he doesn't use a blade. Young, knowing this, he's trying his very hardest to try and catch him, but Xin managing to use that movement, use the buildings to his advantage. Young now having very little ult charge left over, having to fight, opting not to try and fly away. He's got no armor left. He's got less than 50% health. He gets half charged. Uses the F, immediately jump cancels into the LMB, but it's not enough. He gets clanked, and Xin just chases him down. Bread and butter, Takeda favor, Matt. Holy moly, I need a drink.
You can't fight against Meta, Duncan. He tries to do Katana versus Dagger, just gets absolutely chipped to death by the lights. Dubai gets exploded though. Shen Yuan, we need these kills if we want to qual today, but he's pressured by Shang Yu. Also needs to qual. One charge parries goes out. He knows he doesn't have ult. Dragon Tail flapping in the wind. He's looking to catch his prey. Ends up getting double hold though. Absolutely cooked. Shen Yuan's still under a ton of pressure. There's fireflies in this location. He needs something to reset, using the tree to go to the skies. All of this foliage may play to his favor if he can just disappear into the snowy grass. Shang Yu doesn't want to let him go. But Dubai comes in with a third party. Shang Yu wanted the kill. Now he's going to be killed himself. Double jumping away. Can he make it somewhere? He jumps into Panda Man. He jumps actually into more players. Ends up getting taken down by Panda Man. And Wang Lang picking up a kill on Shang Yu. Wang Lang always just lurking in the shadows, picking up all these younger players, overextending. Dubai trying to make something in this tournament. He still has 2 games. He still believes. But Reki doing a lot better. Ends up not picking up the kill. Wang Lang scoops it again. Disappears in the shadows. Reki confused. Who took my kill? Why does this keep happening to me? The one Justina in the lobby. Mike versus Ego. Can he make it work? No one's made Justina work. Everyone's just died with Justina. If anyone can make it work, Mike can. He ends up catching Ego's F reset. Ego forcing the ult, looking to get the infinite going. Now he has to run away. Justina looking for the freeze. Mike gets light, but Ego's able to dodge away. He ends up freezing, and Ego gets taken down. Is Justina back? I don't think so. This was a lucky kill. We'll see. We'll see if Mike makes it to endgame, Duncan. We'll see if he makes it to endgame. Yang
Good
is
players
up.
and good characters get lucky more often. I wonder why. Mike, although he's an extremely strong player, in this situation, he did have the advantage. I mean, he had the purple armor over the blue.
Seeing the same mistake from Mike, though. Mike takes the fight before Yang happened, and look who's in Yang instead of Mike. Wang Lang versus Jin. Competing for these extra points that are critical for endgame. They're both... Oh, it's Duncan's great thing.
Wang Liang, I'm watching.
Gets the light. Wang Lang holding his ground.
He gets him again with another punch. Wang Liang now on the chase. Jin struggling, burning, and he gets taken down. Yes! Great Sotaka, baby. Wang Liang, my boy, I love to see it. Blue great sword.
Gold great sword. There's a gold great sword. It's over.
Oh my god, I love it. Thing is, though, I was watching that very closely, and Wang Liang did exactly what he needed to do. He baited out the punch. He expected it. He tap dodged, held his punch, went back in, got the chip damage with the great sword, and look what he's got for himself now. He's got the gold great sword. He's going to be blending people up. Wang Liang, win it for me, bro. Win it. Do it for me. The great Sotak. I want to see it. He's running into Reki now, forcing out the F3 already. There's a pretty substantial disadvantage for Yoto when fighting Taka, as Taka can both punch Yoto's out of their F3 as well as jump into it with his F1. Punching again. We have the 3-band zone being popped here. Reki having cancelled his ult, 75%. Wang Liang gets the uppercut combo, gets the chase. But Mike comes in and steals it away. Wang Liang, he does have the buff. So although he's dead for now, he's not dead yet. He's going to come back, and he still has that gold grace.
Mike with the optimal grief. That's what I'm talking about. We got Kai Bao ulted up versus Jin in the Tarka v Tarka. Great sword versus Katana. Jin gets the armor reset. Running away. He's low health. He cannot get punched. He ends up getting absolutely chopped in half by Kai Bao. Shaw showing up to the party a little bit late. Wants a piece of Kai Bao. Kai Bao's ult's running out. He runs into 3-band zone. Shaw not able to use his ult in here. Great play by Kai Bao running along the wall. Trying to find a reset. Looks like Shaw's willing to let him go, seeing a third player come into the mix. Really great heads up play by Kai Bao to head to the 3-band zone so no ults can be used against him. Shaw choosing it to play this very conservatively.
I think it's mainly because he knew that body was still there, so he knew that he could top up his resources, he could grab whatever loot was on that body, especially since Kai Bao wasn't able to actually loot it after having killed him. He only managed to get the soul bloom, but Kai Bao now under pressure here. About 60% of his ultimate up. He has that gold dagger. Shen Yuan using the purple pulse sword on the Ferrier, using that range to his advantage. Grapple cancelling, playing the neutral extremely well. Gets the bonk! Catches him with the LMB, but unable to follow up due to the rain, but it doesn't matter. He gets taken down insanely low. Kai Bao getting knocked out. Having that ult disadvantage was clear to see. He wasn't able to really do all that much about this. Being peppered by the range and being spaced out extremely well. Sad to see a fellow fire dog get taken down, but well played from that Ferrier.
It's the first time I've seen today where Pulse Sword is actually won in neutral. Props to Shen Yuan for running Pulse Sword versus that Now we got Mike on Justina. I still don't think Mike's gonna make it to endgame. We'll see. He's kind of been proving me wrong though. He's cooking another Yodo. Railgun. Oh, he was a mountain goat trying to survive, making it to endgame. Finds the armor reset though. Mike doesn't care. No, he's gonna keep throwing blues. Get this Yodo out of here. Railgun is around Plume Castle. He gets stuck on the rocks though. The pressure might be getting to him. He knows he needs to survive here. He needs to make this endgame if he hopes to make it to this weekly's finals. But he gets exploded by Mike. Mike is steamrolling the lobby on Justina. Wang Lang.
Holy moly.
Has the ult to run away. Mike still has ult. Hits the bell. He sees where Wang Lang is gone. He's gonna give chase with F1 Justina. He can outlast him. Looks like there's another Yodo versus Tarka. We got Shaw and Reki. Yodo's forced their ult. Shaw ends up zoning it out though. Dodging the second slash. The third slash. Zero value off the ult. Tarka's going back in. Gets the punch into Infinite. What can Yodo do except watch his death? 1, 2, 3. Shaw ends up burning through Mortal Defiance. He didn't know. Reki might get a reset here. Oh, Mortal Defiance saves him. Shaw's confused. Can Reki take advantage of this situation? He chooses just to run away. Shaw thought he had it. He went for the focus attack. Little did he know he's not going to finish his food. He's going to go hungry here. He gets away, and Wang Lang still trying to run away from Mike. Mike taking down his main competition. Mr. Wang Lang for endgame. If he takes down Wang Lang, this should be a layup for Mike to win an endgame. Mike's ult is down though, and Wang Lang is really low. He loses track of him. He sees him at the last second, maybe? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he saw that he armor swapped. He saw that he armor swapped, so he let him go and opted to get the reset for himself, I think.
Oh, Wang Lang gonna get this.
Oh, he's coming back though, having not even healed.
Mike don't care. Mike is oogly. This is where he's gonna catch
most of his ult. Mike's at a real big disadvantage here. He does have the F1 to heal him up, having not applied the fire before the F was popped. The huge blue focus scale rush from the gold pulse sword. Mike getting taken down extremely low. Can he make it out of this one? He uses the dagger scale rush to get up and away, but Wang Liang's holding his heels. The jump RMB manages to get the armor. So he's got Mortal Defiance as well. Can Mike stay alive? He's desperate. He's trying to get around, but Wang Liang secures the kill with the pulse sword. Oh, extremely well done by Wang Liang. I'm not sure what happened there with Mike. He allowed the reset, it seemed, having noticed that Wang Liang got the armor swap, but then didn't opt to heal himself and simply came back with the same amount of health. Wang Liang having recovered somewhat.
That's the problem with being too oogly. He just decides to fight.
He didn't even have ult available. Wang Liang had all his ult. I don't know.
It's ambitious. I appreciate the ambition, but Wang Lang's strategy today. Slow and steady wins the race. Mike super fast, burning up in the sun. Just not starting the tournament blazing hot, but falling a little bit flat here in the turning up in the last two games. Zhang Yu really needs a good game as well. He wants to make the top 14 position. Looks like
the thing is, Mike did get 5 kills for himself this game so far. Although he's been taken out pretty early, 5 kills is nothing to turn your nose up at.
He's not gonna make it to endgame.
Wait, well,
I said it. Justina just doesn't make it to endgame.
Yeah. He still managed to get those kills though. Yeah, I think he's
Was it because of Justina though?
His...
He was slurping up some third parties, some low effort kills that had nothing to do with Justina.
I mean, he did take down a couple of those by himself. You gotta give him credit. I mean, it remains to be seen. I feel like we still have too small of a sample size. Well, Wang Liang pressuring with the cannon, not opting to commit fully, especially not having his ultimate available, just looking to cash in on some of those jades. Shen Yuan sitting on the ballista, gets that chip, but no real follow-up. Zhang Yu escaping with his life, full ult, purple staff and purple pistol, pretty solid.
Shen Yuan is at 29.7 points. He needs a He needs to win here.
He has 3 kills already, which is pretty solid. So all he really wants is to get that placement for himself. Everyone seems reasonably split up, except now Shen Yuan and Reki managed to find each other. Shen Yuan, he does have the gold dagger, but he is at a disadvantage in terms of health.
Oh, if he makes the end game, when you go in a mech with a gold weapon, you have a Omega Ballista Exodia. you think you're good with 80% white health? One hit, dead. What? Just absolutely melted out of nowhere just because you didn't know this barrier had a gold weapon. She scales so well with gold weapons.
Yeah, and this is before the patch that they actually nerfed the damage and the rage cost for the V3 Goomba Storm. Yang Yu now forced to pop his ultimate, manages to force out the ult from Wang Liang as well. He's still at a health disadvantage. Wang Liang knows, or at least he should know, that as long as he stays on top of Jiang Yu, doesn't allow the reset, doesn't allow the ultimate cancel, he is at a big advantage here, having popped his ult a few seconds later than Jiang Yu. He just needs to wait him out, keep him under pressure, and he'll end up winning this somewhat by default, unless he makes a pretty big mistake. He's still on the chase. He's fighting back though. Jiang Yu manages to get a bit of damage onto Wang Liang. He sends it, but he avoids the parry. Wang Liang. It looks like he's got tuna again. He's a tuna fiend, this Wang Liang. You love to see it. I am a big fan of tuna. Extremely useful jade. Chat, you should use it. As you can see, Wang Liang is getting a substantial amount of value out of it. Sadly, he didn't manage to pick up the kill onto Jiang Yu, regardless of the fact that he ulted after Jiang Yu did. Having this big rock structure to kite around has allowed Jiang Yu to avoid death, and is now heading back into the fray. Wang Liang taking a substantial amount of damage. He's going to have to try and get away here. There's a third party reasonably close by as well. He does have tuna ticking. Ooh, he doesn't buy the fluff. Jiang Yu's just, no, I don't care. I don't believe you're going to release. Wang Liang gets caught, gets taken down even lower. He gets the armor swap. Forces out the F. Jiang Yu sends the blue, catches Wang Liang with it, getting him extremely low. He's panicking. Third party, he's close by, he's peppering with pistol shots. No ultimate, at least not for a while. Sends out the meter burn, but doesn't manage to connect it, and he gets taken down by Jiang Yu. Patient. Good reads, no fluff. Nah, get that out of here. I'm not believing you, bro. Nah, you're not sending this, dude.
No parry. No parry from Wang Liang.
No parry at all.
Wang Liang makes the cardinal sin of trying to dodge versus staff. He tries to cross and just gets slurped by the toe hitting focus attack of staff. Now Shaw with gold armor versus Shen Yuan. He really needs this kill. He's gonna salvage for endgame. Trying to pick up salvage as many points as possible. It looks like 31.8 is the current cutoff for top 14. Shaw with gold armor. Sees the blue armor, smells weakness. He's gonna probe to see if Shen Yuan makes a mistake. If he gets a hit, it's on. Shen Yuan, recognizing the danger, is gonna back off here. He needs every point he can get here. He's only 2 points behind. Now Reki turning up to the potty with the cannon, third party. Oh, Shen Yuan's taking a massive amount of damage. He still has his ult though. He still has a second life. But Reki's choosing him as a target. This is not good for our young hero. He needs points. He needs to survive this double team. But Jiang Yu, now it's a triple team. It's not looking good at all. He's gonna have to pop that ult and find a disengage. Takes a mass amount of white damage. Oh, is he gonna be able to get a heal off? His mech is getting shredded. He takes to the skies. There's only 4 players here left in the lobby. He's gonna have to find some space in order to survive here. Blue armor though. Everyone has purple, and there's a gold armor. This is the triple Firefly location. Did he see it? Is Shen Yuan a true Tarka player? It's Shaw with the max range turn. Hello. I'm still here. I'm still kicking. No reset for you. Will Shaw remember this? Oh, Zhang Yu trying to secure his qual if he gets this kill. He's going to be sitting pretty going in the end game. It's going to be unlikely that he'll get pushed out. He's going to finals. He gets the parry on Shen Yu, but he still has his cooldown out. His gold F gets him out of there. He's fighting tooth and nail. He wants the qual. Reki with the PTS choosing the wrong target with purple armor. He's looking to get focused himself. It was just a prank. He's backing off. He doesn't actually want the smoke. He was just testing where the vibes are at. Zhang Yu, frustrated. We let the blue armor player go. What is this? Now we got to play this longer end game. He wants this out of here.
He does come away with the gold dagger, though. The gold dagger, he's pretty happy, I think. I know. Did you see that when he got the parry, he didn't even bother to do the attack. He just swapped to the dagger and tried to hit him with a blue. Oh, Shao with the overcomer, the horsey jade as well. He's just running around trolling, applying pressure, telling everybody, look at me. I'm here, and I don't care. I'm gonna show you what I have, because I'm better. Shah, definitely in a pretty solid position. Purple pole sword, gold armor, has ultimate available. He doesn't have many heals left over, though. Only 4 small armor powders. Not all that much to work with. I think he's trying to assert a dominant aura or dominant presence in the lobby to potentially prevent himself from being seen as a weak target, to then essentially make it so that he doesn't get poked down and he doesn't end up having to use the very few resources that he has remaining. But here we are, Reki, Shen Yuan, Jian Yu, and Sha in this 4-man endgame. Seems as though they're looking to try and get the heal off, but from the Tarka's perspective, this is not really what you want to be looking for. You have a Yoto and a Feria, both characters being extremely powerful in endgame. Sha being forced to use his ultimate here, and the few remaining resources that he has left over, manages to top himself up. Reki pressuring Jian Yu, having used this F3. Seems as though he has the tuner as well. I think he's going to try and find himself a cheeky spot, a little hole to use his tuner and get that shield ticking down for him, or ticking along for him. Sha with the blue bow.
Yoto, Tarka, Feria, we got a little bit of everything here.
That's already said. I think Sha is I don't know, these Tarkas, what are you doing, guys? You can't be fighting each other. You're going to grief each other. Sha, down to 3 small armor pots. Continuously getting pressured. I feel like unless Reki gets focused down, he might end up coming out on top. He has that purple dagger for the damage.
Blue armor Feria, if it clutches, Feria is by far the strongest character that goes to heal off. It'll be solidified. He finds a way to win here. He's going to clutch up his placement going into the last round. This is his last chance to qual. Can he do it?
The silence before the storm. Sha running around with his horse jade, taking a little bit of chit damage, but I think he's happy. I think he's all right. I think he's just trying to assert dominance over the rest of the lobby. Shen Yuan having bought enough time to regenerate his ult. I think he's just going to try and do exactly what this Yoto is going to attempt, and try and make it to that final circle and use their ultimates to try and win this heal off. Tarkas now, it seems as though they've stopped griefing each other. Exactly what they need to be doing. Although they have the fire damage, the ability to apply the fire damage, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough when it comes to going up against a Yoto and a Feria. Although both of the Tarkas are now taking their 1v1s, Reki and Shen Yuan getting chipped down. Shen Yuan goes for the parry, no release. He's just trying to buy some time. He needs to buy as much time as possible. Reki now getting focused. Thunderstorm comes out, forces out the F3 from Yoto. The punch comes through and knocks her out of it. Reki now forced to use her ultimate. Does he get any value? Both Tarkas avoid the blade. Shah gets chipped by one of them. Does he get the follow-up? Shah is forced to use his ultimate now. Does Reki continue to get focused? Surely Shen Yuan goes for Reki. Shah now sending out the blues, trying to apply pressure, trying to do anything he can with the remaining few seconds of his ultimate. With the tiny bit of health that he has, he gets parried, but he dashes out, swapping to the pole sword, holding the RMB, sends out the horse. Zhen Yu in his F. Sends the punch, gets avoided, sends it back. Shah, 1 HP. Zhang Yu also having ulted. Shen Yuan now sends the bonk. Zhang Yu gets the soul boost, but he's extremely low. He needs to find a way to avoid these turret shots, not get knocked back into the zone. He's trying to hover over the fight. Reki, no ult available, just trying to do anything he can. Zhang Yu gets knocked out into the zone. He's getting extremely low. Reki now also inside the zone just. The zone is gone. Shen Yuan and Reki now. Both the 1 HP. Shen Yuan! No!
Let's go, Shen Yuan! I told you, man. He's gonna clutch it up.
He comes out on top.
Look at that victory sip.
And he's emotionless. He's like, I know.
Wait, he got a victory sip.
Sorry. He had a sip. Just sipping some elo. Sipping some points right now. Ooh.
He played that perfectly. He was in complete disadvantage. That's the lobby's fault for letting Feria live that long. They had a Yoto and a Feria there. Both those Tarkas could have forced the issue and got those players out of there. But because they let them live, of course they're not going to win heal off in that spot. Feria just has so much durability in that tiny circle where she can force you out, force you in the zone. They just end up getting cleaned up perfectly. Now he's sitting pretty going into this last game. He's still not guaranteed to make it, but he's in a lot better place than he was before.
No, you're absolutely right. They should not have let this Feria and Yoto get to the very end. Taka just griefing the other Taka for absolutely no reason, it seemed. I don't know what went on. Taka's just fighting each other instead of the optimal target. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like they just didn't realize. They were just too focused on staying alive themselves that they didn't think about the end game. They didn't think about it actually going to heal off. They were just trying to wait and see if the other players would grief each other and go in for those kills that for very little effort. But when it comes to the end games and you're playing something like Taka and Feria and Yoto are there, you need to make an effort as a character that's not necessarily all that good into heal off, that you are focusing them down, trying to get them lobbied, trying to make sure that they can't make use of the huge amount of potential and power that they have when it goes to heal off. I don't understand. I feel like this was just... They just went autopilot. They just didn't think. They tried to stay alive themselves, and they tried to greed the end game, and they ended up suffering for it. Feria coming out on top, blue armor in the very end.
That is a heroic play. That's a clutch up if I've seen one. Genuine, he found a way to win it. That's what defined you as a good player. It's not the situation that you should win. You're talking about the Tarkas that should have win. It's the situations that you shouldn't win and you still find a way to win. And that's where I was saying, I was like, Shen Yuan's looking like he's going to win this. He's posturing. No one's focusing him. He got hard parried. If Wang Lang or Mike was in that lobby, they 100% get him lobbied there. They don't let him survive that situation. So it's really good on Shen Yuan's part.
They would not let it happen.
To play it perfectly, to just take the disengage, to get his heals off, to use the terrain to his advantage. And good for him. He was right on the cusp.
Why am I small? I don't know what's happening there, but continue. It'll go back to normal. I don't know what happened there.
Even though you're small, this was not a small performance.
Here we have it. Shen Yuan.
Ginormous. This is what I was saying. Anyone can pop off, even at the bottom of the leaderboard with a 13.6 game. And Mike with the five kills and 8 points, even though he died before the halfway point of the game, he still has 8 points. Wang Lang still super solid. Four kills going to the Yang, playing a super solid endgame, but ends up getting picked off and all in. Reki making his way up, solidifying his qual with a 6.2 game. Shang Yu fighting his way tooth and nail to secure his qual with a 3.5 game. Kai Bao with 2 kills and a 3.1. I think Kai Bao's somewhere in the middle of the list too. Shaw has been playing solid, one of the veterans. Now, the interesting thing, Railgun and Shen Yuan, they were all on the cusp, and they're bringing it back, Duncan.
13.6 points. That's a huge game for Shen Yuan. I feel like he's done he's done what he needed to do. I think when we do get to have a look at the leaderboard soon, I reckon we're probably going to see him in that top 14 spot, exactly where he needed to try and be. This was so unfortunate for Shah. The blade clipping him on the startup of his F1, but no longer. It manages to get far enough into the ground, but it doesn't continue to hit him, and he manages to get away. The Yoto, I mean, manages to get away because the F1 does not get propped. This fight here from Mike, I'm not really sure what was going on. Wang Liang manages to come out on top somehow, even though he was initially at a disadvantage. I think it was just a little bit greedy from Mike. Mike, although he didn't manage to make it to endgame, having those 5 kills, 5 kills early, second place, doesn't even need placement. Oh, now we're watching this again. Shen Yuan actually making it and winning the game for himself. I mean, it goes to show that he did an extremely good job of winning a seemingly unwinnable situation. But I do think it does speak to the mindset and what these other players need to be looking to do when it comes to these endgames. I feel like Shen Yuan did get a little bit lucky, but as I said earlier on, better players tend to get lucky more often. So
look at those health jades.
It goes to show. Yeah, the health jades. 3 blue health jades. Razor Swift, Phoenix Blast, and Katana Sap. Look at the damage. Bow, Ballista, Skills, and Ultimates. No melee weapons whatsoever. Who needs melee weapons? Oh, absolutely hilarious. Ballista being the second most damaging. I mean, we all know how much damage Ballista does, but still, in Nbpl, to see it be your second most damaging thing at the end of the game.
Gotta do what you gotta do to win.
Rare.
Shen Yuan did what he needed to do to win, and he's clutching up right now. It's getting 6,000 ballista damage is way better than having no kills.
True. Very, very true. And he wasn't doing all that bad to begin with in the mid game either. He had 3 kills leading up to the end game, and all he needed to do was try and survive as long as possible. But having that blue armor, like, I didn't think he was gonna make it. But I don't know. PTS, Tark is not thinking. It is what it is. Sometimes you do get lucky like that, but I feel like I'm repeating myself. He did do a really good job of staying alive, and he managed to zone that tiny little space for himself and keep the Ootlas away. But yeah, the Yoto as well, going unfocused. There was a moment where it did seem as though she was going to get taken down pretty low, but in the end, the Tarkas just griefed themselves. It was very disappointing to see, sadly. But yes, anyway, we're going to be going to a quick break here, and then we're going to be coming back and watching our Game 6, final game of the day. Don't go anywhere. Exciting last game, hopefully, so we will see you then in a little bit.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
getting completely locked down, going to be forced to use the bell. A massive parry comes out from 40 IWN onto Fajin. Fajin, the Kurumi for this team, going to be forced to pop that ultimate, but they do have that ult to buy them some space to continue this fight here with Team TK, and they're going to pick up the elimination onto Lee, onto the other. There's only a single member left remaining. And that means, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to come in with that early game aggression that they want to. They're going to have to find some eliminations later into the game if they want to pop off and get that 4-piece that they're looking for. JJH here with this very, very unusual comp coming through, finds an elimination onto Ventus's Sanzi, finds a parry onto WX98 and an elimination. And it is just a complete fiesta here in the beginning of game number 2, Dobby.
We'd love to see an absolute fiesta, as it looks like the parry comes through as well from this one, as that's a strong tornado. Trying to see if maybe they can stun out some of these players here. Alliance is lucky, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Zuan ends up getting carried into the air.
And we're going to see Alliance just pressuring heavily onto this. They need to get rid of this Yang depletion. Sleepwalker extremely low here. Finds an armor swap, though, into a gray armor. Alliance's Juan here with a massive Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might. Will pick up the elimination onto Sleepwalker. Now they find the elimination onto PP. It's just Jing fighting for their life. And it's not like a ton of teams are going to be handed to them on a silver platter. Oh no, Zhao Liu tries to drop down, but WBG Sleepwalker.
And we are back. Man, that play right there, the drop down grab on the Viper jumping from the tree. I've actually never seen that. With over 6,000 hours in the game, I've never seen a monk grab a Viper out of the sky. But that's tomorrow.
Yeah, no.
Trios, today is solos. The drama is here. Man, Fong got pushed out of the top 14. No, he's fallen. Railgun at 27.7. He's knocking on the door with that last clutch up, and Shang Yu secures his spot. Shen Yuan secures his spot. It's going to be very hard for him. Actually, it's not going to be very hard. 14th place is at 34 points. Anyone at the 37 point could still... You're kind of hoping that no one else has a good game at this point. Everyone's gonna be staring at the kill feed, just like, wait, did Panda Man die? Wait, did he die? Wait, did anyone die? We just gotta live out. We gotta live through. And all the top 7, just the thrivers here. Everyone's just fighting for more points, setting up their nice points for the finals week, where they take a percentage of these points going into finals. Mike and Wang Lang are actually neck to neck as far as total points. Not neck to neck for the day, but still like doing way better than everyone else in the lobby with 40.1. What's really cool though, Duncan, is that there's basically, you see 2 different strategies working super, super well, where Wang Lang plays just very, 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 very solid NARAKA, while Mike lives on the edge, just straight going wherever action is, sending the first blue, sending the first 1-charge parry, living dangerously. He doesn't care. He's just out there trying to get as many kills as he can to show his dominance.
No, absolutely. It goes to show that both playstyles can work as long as they're well executed. But we're going to be going to a quick question, I think. What question here? Yes, we do indeed. Who will have latest Cyberstyle skin? Is it Matari, Feria, Tamolk, or Justina? Now, I'm assuming that this isn't the patch that came out today. Because we've been seeing ads for Feria's Feria and all these other skins. I'm not too sure if this is going to be a prediction question or a question for what we've already gotten. But regardless, get your answers into the chat to get a chance at winning this great treasure. Limited time only. A. Matari, B. Feria, C. Tumult, or D. Justina. But yes.
I'm actually not sure
I
what the
don't know.
answer to this one is.
I'm not too sure either, but we will soon find out, I assume. But yeah, having the two playstyles, they're both very prevalent. Mike opting to get extremely oogly boogly off the rip, trying to get as many kills as he can, using his superior dueling power, his experience, even though he's reasonably young. He's an old man in NARAKA. He's got those dueling lines down.
He fights like a veteran.
He does indeed. He does indeed. Even though he took a lot of time off, he's still showing the experience that he's managed to accumulate. Wang Liang, though, doing exactly the same thing, but on the different end of the spectrum. He's setting up for endgame. He's thinking macro. He's not getting too oogly boogly at the beginning. He's biding his time, picking up the kills that he can, and trying to go for that top placement. And yeah.
Mike has been a prodigy of the game, though. It's funny that you say he's like an old man in the game. He was actually too young to go to the first Worlds, even though by a lot of pro standards, everyone knew that Mike was the best player in NARAKA at the time, just because of how dominant he was on the ladder. It just goes to show, just because you're a ladder demon doesn't mean you can't compete. If you're a grinder, you can still always compete at the highest stage. Like in our region, Hypernova, he grinds ladder all the time. I believe he's currently rank 1, and he made it to Worlds for NA. He's just one of the grinders in solos. Ranked demons end up, you're still grinding certain skills, and as long as you can perform on the world stage, grinding that ladder is pretty meaningful. Mike is a ladder grinder.
Absolutely. Yeah. And he's showing that it's he doesn't need to have spent all this time in Nbpl. He took a lot of time off. He did struggle week 1. I mean, there's a big contrast, but after that, he's found his stride, and he's been showing up and doing extremely well. I feel like he's playing Nbpl as though it were ranked. He's playing aggressive. He's playing how he wants to play. He doesn't care about playing endgame. He's gonna get all the kills he can and still get high placement just because of the sheer amount of points he gets from those kills. But here we are, going into game 6.
The most oogly game. I believe the last game is a nighttime game, I think. As
so
I remember. And usually, when you play tournaments, the last game of the day is usually like the most ooga booga you'll see. Everyone just runs it down because there's so many people on the edge, or there's so many people who are just in the driving seat, comfortable so far ahead, and you end up just getting this crazy clash where everyone just constantly all-inning each other, trying to get these points because there's just so much opportunity all over the map. And I'd be surprised if we even have an endgame. Last endgame only had 4 players. I imagine even less players in this endgame. So you're seeing it's a nighttime game too. We got all the Tarkas, all the Takedas out. Shaw busting out the Justina. I'm still gonna say Duncan, Justina's not making it to endgame. And we got a couple like Mataris trying to take it down. We have Railgun though on the Feria, thinking there's gonna be some type of endgame here. I'm gonna call it out too. Railgun's not making it an endgame. There's just too much killing power in this lobby, and the defensive style just doesn't work when you have so many characters who have so much touch of death power. The chances of making an end game and dodging every single one of these pro players combos is going to be slim to none. Especially you got Panda Man, the OG, Mr. Oog himself, always running the double Tarka.
No, I big respect for Panda Man. The thing is, he's saving his Tarka games for the Fireflies, being able to know going into the series that you're going to have a minimum 3 games in which you will have Fireflies, and we all know how good Tarka can do on these Firefly maps, having that much more uptime on his ultimate, having that power at his disposal. It can be extremely hard to deal with, especially if they are playing it extremely well in terms of managing their ultimates, managing their looting and hunting paths effectively so that they can incorporate these Firefly locations along those paths. But it looks like we're going to be having a temple-focused game. Nobody in the bottom left-hand side of the map, it seems. Most
all
of
the high yields in the north. Look at this. There's literally 12 people of the lobbies all on the top. Now they're gonna spawn here on the bottom with some fireflies. Railgun opting to go loot up. Already has blue armor. Good to see off spawn. He still needs to secure his qual. Now this is where the Uli is. Jin already has ult. The first 20 seconds of the game already popping target ult. Shen Yuan's like, I have ult too. I don't know what you're talking about. Send the RMB. Sending another RMB. They're just matching each other. Both zoning it out, measuring each other. Looking for the jump. Shen Yuan trying to get the uppercut. Jin's just like, I don't know if I want to go down here. Looks like they're going to ice it up, but Shen Yuan has a positional advantage, looking for extra fireflies. He brings his ult back up to 64%, and Jin has to run. I don't know if Shen Yuan got a glimpse of him, though, as he's making his escape. As I say that, though, Railgun and Mike getting at it, but Railgun gets the spear to greatsword combo, catching Mike again with the LMB, taking Mike down with the dual weapon swap combo back to back. What a big kill going to Railgun. This is exactly what you want to see from your young prospect if you're TE. Railgun really representing his club. Now we got Kai Bao versus Ego. Both of their armor strip. Now they're going to clutch up. This is what I was saying, Duncan. I don't think we're going to see an endgame. Everyone's running it down. Everyone's very warmed up. Running on every cylinder. Willing to clutch up. We're on the backside next to some fireflies. Ult's being popped by Ego. Kai Bao matching his ult. Able to eye frame and punch Ego back. Ego tries to trap him with the F, but Kai Bao sniffs up the trap. Ego swerving out. Kai Bao's looking for the punch. They're posturing for each other, but Ego ends up winning out. Sends a 1-2-3. Covers Kai Bao's wake up perfectly. Kai Bao goes for the RMB tap dodge. Gets able to get the stagger on Ego. Both of them are in a 1 HP situation. Whoever gets the next hit wins. Kai Bao's not willing to give up this kill. No resets here. Ego a little bit nervous about that bow shout. Kai Bao ends up bowing out to take the reset. They're going to neutral here. I'm super surprised that Kai Bao doesn't force the issue, but both of them look like they don't want to finish this kill. Kai Bao's willing to leave the fight, to live and fight another day. Ego's willing to go back at it with his gray armor. He's like, hey, where you going? I see you got a longsword here. I got the meta dagger. Where you going? We can play.
Do you know where Kai Bao's going? He's going for the Firefly. There is a spawn right around this area, but it doesn't look like it's actually up for him right now. So it seems as though Kai Bao's plan to try and get the reset, space out, get the Firefly has failed. Although they don't really have that big of a difference between them in terms of health. Oh no, wait, he did. Kai Bao's... No, he did get it. Sorry, I didn't see it go up. Kai Bao did, in fact, get the Firefly, but he gets fried here from Ego. Ego reads the release, gets the parry. Kai Bao 1 HP now. No ultimate, and he's unable to do anything about it. Ego taking him down. Extremely well done from him. Gets the fry into parry, reads him like a book. We're now onto Xin x Xin here. Having used his ultimate, although he's not all that low on HP, he does have this disadvantage. The two vultures lurking around him, Dubai and Reki. Reki with a clear advantage with the purple armor. Oh, and they're just tag teaming on him. And the third person comes in as well. Xin. He's just stuck in between 3 players, unable to do anything. Wang Liang grabs him with the F3, pops the ultimate, getting a huge heal off, sitting on 2 blades left over, opting to try and go for this heal, gets that purple armor for himself, doesn't really have all that many resources to heal it up, but he is sitting pretty with that ultimate available to him. Railgun now picking up Reki, another kill, exactly what he needs. His chance of getting into that top 14 is going up with every single kill. He only needs to make up about another 4 kills or another 4 points or so, and he manages to secure it. However, Kai Bao is at the threshold, so Kai Bao still being alive as well is his main competition for this game. Dubai now taking a fight with a huge health disadvantage, managing to chip him down, although he's lost the same amount of health. Srailgun taking a chunk of damage from Ego with the pistol in the distance, opting to go for Dubai, having realized that he's already used his F2, reasonably defenseless. Ego having ult available, that purple longsword, opting to go to chase him inside the building. He gets the blue focus onto Dubai, trying to scale rush away. Dubai having to pop the ultimate, hold checking, trying to parry, but they both get collapsed on by Srailgun with the staff. It doesn't seem like all that much is going to come from this. Dubai now, his ultimate almost depleted, trying to make it out of here alive. Grapples away, Srailgun doing the same. Ego, frustrated, he wants this kill for himself. He's popped his ult, he doesn't have that much time left. Dubai doing an excellent job of kiting around the building, wasting more and more time of Ego's ultimate. Popping the 3-ban zone now. Ego still getting a chunk of damage onto Dubai. Both players parrying. Dubai trying to overhaul Ego, trying to make something happen. Srailgun, though, in the wings, having fully reset, has all of his cooldowns available, goes for Ego. Ego now, no armor available, no ultimate, in an extremely bad spot here. Trying to grapple away, trying to get this heal off. Srailgun not looking to let him do it. He does get the heal off, but immediately gets half of it chunked away. Ego trying to make a little bit of distance. Dubai also hot on his heels, even though he's not all that kitted, he's still swinging. Ego, though, it looks like might be able to find this heal. Srailgun's doing an extremely good job of tag teaming in and out with Dubai and coming back in at the opportune moments. Dubai trying to get an overhaul into parry, unsuccessful. Ego using his F to try and trap Dubai into the F hit. He gets the grapple combo, gets the release. Dubai now forced to use his ultimate, not at 100%, so he will not have that Mortal Defiance passive available to him. Dubai, though, he tries to dodge away, tries to read the timing, but Ego catches him.
No
at the dodge,
parry,
getting that
dude.
blue focus.
We got
No
Shaw versus Railgun and Yang. Railgun needs to win this if he wants to qual. He gets the uppercut into the weapon swap, but it drops. Shaw, a veteran, trying to cross up, but he ends up getting focused attack. He sends the R&B Railgun against the ropes. He still has his ult, but he's not going to be able to pull it off. Does he get in? He's at 1 HP. Shaw can land the shot. He misses it, though. Railgun turns his back. He's going to get 2 heals off. This is really close. As will Shaw get these 2 heals off? This pillar is not that much cover from Faria. The second Railgun decides to go in the offense. Shaw's going to be in a lot of pain. He has 3 cannons saved up. F is down. Shaw has to weather this storm here. He dodges the first hit. Doesn't manage to dodge the second hit. Gets hit on the third one. Armor gone. Railgun's out of mech. He ends up burning the cooldown, but Shaw still has ult. He ends up getting the double charges out into the R&B. Railgun clutches up his tournament. He wants to go to finals. Shaw gets sent to the lobby, but he still has a second life. Railgun scaling up. This is exactly where he wants to be as Faria. Purple armor, full of jades, stacking up the hell jades. Now Reki versus Ego. Ego looking to reset on the rooftop, but Reki doesn't want any resets here. He's Matari. This is his home. Get off the roof. Dagger Matari, an absolute menace. Ego has Longsword, one of the hardest matchups, Longsword versus Dagger. He ends up getting a stagger though, but unable to complete the uppercut because of the terrain. Reki ends up throwing a blue and gets parried for it. It still doesn't matter. He has ult. He pops it. Reki's under a ton of pressure. He can't see where he's being attacked from. He gets juggled midair. Ends up getting juggled to his death. No. Ego gets taken down by Ego, but now Railgun's in with his buff. He's oogly. He doesn't care. He has a res in the bank. He knows Matari's ult is gone. He's going for the full pressure. He wants to go for blood here. He needs every kill he can get. The cutoff is 33 points. He needs 2 more points. He does have a res. Now we're seeing Exen gets parried. Oh, but Young, it doesn't matter that he's having a bad tournament. He's still ready here to fight. Exen gets taken down after a parry. Getting sent back to the lobby. Now Panda Now Wang Lang versus Pandaman, the OGs going at it. Wang Lang with the one charge release. He sends those. He doesn't care. He sends the second one. He ends up grabbing Pandaman and dominates him through the ult. Pandaman just what is Wang Lang doing? He's just sending everything.
Oh, that's a feels bad for Pandaman. Although he likely has secured himself his position in the tournament and qualified to the finals, he can't be happy about that. He did manage to get 3 kills before he went down. I don't know. That's definitely a feels bad. Getting turbo released on. Here we have Jiang Yu versus Mike. Mike. And both of them in the zone. Jiang Yu, though, has a huge advantage. Although he doesn't have ult, he does have this Phoenix Plume buff. Although it is ticking down, he has to try and make something work while he still can. The mushroom is popped. Jiang Yu taken extremely low. Mike needs to try and heal here. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to make it out of the zone. He does get the Soul Bloom, but the anti-healing, he gets taken down as well. Oh, no.
Poison
Jiang Yu
mushroom.
stays alive as well. The grief with the Phoenix buff. Oh no, we hate to see it. Poor Mike. Although he's secured his spot, that's a horrible way to go.
True me.
On the chase. He's hunting hard. Yong, having used his F3 and teleported back already, he's forced to use his ultimate on the secondary engagement from Wang Liang. Railgun waiting at the port location, ready to send the blue as soon as he comes back, but Yong doesn't seem like he's going to be trying to do that. He's looking to try and keep running as long as he can, off to swap to the blue, to the white armor, sorry. But he gets tech chased down by Wang Liang. Wang Liang popping the ult preemptively, knowing that as long as he doesn't use too many of them, he's going to keep most of the charge. Yong, though, using the F3 extremely well, managing to buy a considerable amount of time for himself, opting to heal his shield before his health, oddly enough. Considering that he's in the zone, I would say that that's a little bit of a misstep, especially considering he could have probably picked up that purple armor. But Yong now on the run in the zone, health ticking down. Wang Liang's ult probably also down as well, but he does have a lot more percentage on that ultimate to work with. Wang Liang manages to get into the zone first. Yong trying to follow him, trying to use this one opportunity, this one window to try and take down Wang Liang, get himself another kill. Although he's probably not going to make it into the finals, he doesn't want to go down lying on his back. He wants to go down swinging. He's opting to try and get as many kills as possible and show that although today may have not gone that well, I'm going to be coming back next week and I'm going to be absolutely oogly. Wang Liang, though, managing to get those heals off. Although he's on poor terrain, Yong manages to get the katana combo. He gets the juggle. Wang Liang forced to use his F3 to try and peel himself. Sends the R&B meter burn in the opposite direction. Yong does not parry. Wang Liang equalizing the health differential. Yong now uses his F3 aggressively. Wang Liang using his ult, using one of the blades, going down to 50%. Yong now stuck in the zone, trying to heal. Wang Liang goes for the bow shot and he takes him down. A quick snipe. Easy peasy. Wang Liang's chilling. Holy moly, extremely well played from both parties, but Wang Liang coming out on top. The veteran, the gamer, the legend of the day, doing exactly what he wants.
Looks
no
like
stress, no
Shang
emotion.
Yu's gonna get a free Yang though. Wait a minute, Sin? Matching. Oh, we got grief off the Yang. Optimal. Sin sends 2 1-2-3s back to back. They're both matching blues in here. Kai Bao traps him with the F. Wait, we're gonna get another 3? We're sending 1-2-3 Enjoyer. Oh my god, he just dual blade 1-2-3s over and over and over. Railgun camping it out on the corner. This is exactly how I would play this. He's already secured a ton of kills. He has a gold weapon. He is Feria. This is the perfect clutch play. With the bell buff going to rank, Shang Yu knows that he needs a couple kills to secure his spot. Oh, actually he doesn't. He just needs more points going in the finals. This is extra credit. And unfortunately, that extra credit might be Reki. Reki's running for his life right here. We got the Takeda with blue buff hot on his tail. There's nowhere he can run, though. There's a Moonbane to his right. He's going to try to go around it. He might be able to make it his way to Temple. It's out of zone, though. He's not going to be able to live for very long. Shang Yu in hot pursuit. He wants this kill. Now Reki, Oh, this is really unlucky for Rail if Reki ends up randomly running into him. Railgun just wants to play this as quietly as possible. Get to end game with the 3 kills.
0.1 point away from qualifying. Kaibao has 0.1 point more than him. So if Railgun manages to get 3rd place secured, he will qualify. But if he doesn't and he dies in 4th, he doesn't qualify. This is literally as close as it can get. Railgun is sweating. He knows it's close. He knows he's got 3 kills, and he's trying to survive as long as he possibly can.
He's actually waiting outside of zone, like waiting for the next zone rotate in. Oh, look at Kaibao. Kaibao is sweating. He's like, oh no, I'm not gonna make. Someone kill Railgun, please. Someone, please. He knows it's unlikely too, considering it's Feria. Unless the lobby like full hard focuses him, as long as he plays this really quietly, he should be able to coast over the finish line, securing his spot, making it to finals. What a really big clutch. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's looking really likely. Especially with Shang Yu having such a hard time finding a kill here. Wang Lang, you definitely don't want to run into Wang Lang because he has nothing to lose. He's just kind of coasting side to side. He is also Takeda. He does see the blue buff coming at him. He's like, wait a second. What is that? I thought I was going to be able to sit in this bush. Just relax. Absolutely being harassed out of his bush. Shang Yu's just like, hey. No freebies here. Get over here. He's assessing power level. Little does he know he's actually chasing the demon of the lobby. Wang Lang content with just kiting along the buttery cliffside. Shang Yu, kind of sad getting 0 value off of this buff. Chasing 2 different people, not able to like lock them down, even though he has a buff that allows him to see people through walls. Reki sees the buff again and starts moving the opposite direction. He does actually have a bounty on him. But it looks like everyone's content to play this a little bit later. No one wants to die to a third party here. Man.
No, absolutely. Although the majority, the 3 players other than Railgun, I think they're all pretty comfortable. I think they surely they know that they've qualified, but they're still waiting it out, still trying to get as many points as they can. As you said, that a percentage of your points does get moved over into the finals. So getting any points you can is always going to be beneficial. Zhang Yu here encountering Reki. Zhang Yu forced to use his F, trying to use it in neutral. Reki and Zhang Yu on the same amount of health. No real advantage taken here. I think they're just testing the waters, dipping their toes in. It's a little warm, but I'm not sure if I want to go swimming just yet. Zhang Yu looks as though he's just going to chill. I don't think there's any reason for them to fight. They could get third parties very easily. And it's possible that they are, in fact, aware that one person in this lobby is still yet to qualify. So they might be deliberately trying to prevent that. Although I'd say that that'd be a little bit too big at Astro Brain.
when you're things and you're trying to qual, it's very hard to keep track of the actual points happening. I'm sure maybe because they have coaches, the coaches telling Railgun that you just have to survive one little bit, and now he's sweating it. But in general, as a player, you have like a general idea of where you're at as far as the leaderboard. But if you're on the cusp, all you're thinking is just, I got to do as best as possible here. Now, Railgun doesn't want this fight at all. He's just trying to delay as much as he can with Dagger. Reki's bringing a ton of grapples to try to hold him down. Finally gets him to commit. Reki denies the gambit by tap dodging the 2 charge. But Reki wants it. Oh, but Railgun gets parried. This is not good. He kicks him off. Get off of me. I'm trying to qual. Get off of me. He does have dual blades. He has a couple terrain obstacles to work here. Ooh, that was interesting. A 1-charge jumping LMB cancel. Reki has to be weirded out by that option. I know I would be. And he backs off. He's like, wait a minute. That's just weird, bro. I'm just done, man. What is this?
That did a lot of damage too. Let's go dual blades. Ooh.
Who jumping LMBs in that spot, you weirdo? I'm out of here.
I mean, it is a reasonably good option, since if you do it off of a parry bait, the jumping LMB will track their dodge, since it's a double hit animation. If the first part doesn't hit, the second part may do, unless they have like an abundance of stamina to avoid all of it. They are likely going to get caught. I would say that it's pretty likely that Srailgun knew that Reki had used a considerable amount of stamina trying to chase him and was somewhat forced into parrying, but and so he deliberately did this because he knew there wasn't going to be any way that Reki was able to escape it. But here we have them fighting again. Reki does get the read though. Srailgun in a really rough spot. He just wants to qualify. He just needs to survive. He needs that third spot. Reki though doesn't look like he wants to let him do anything. Oh wait, hold on. PTS? Jiang Yu going for Reki instead of Srailgun? This might be the saving grace that Srailgun needs.
Well, technically, Motaria is just as vulnerable as Faria in this spot. There's no guarantee that you're going to lock her down.
I mean, that's true, but having known that the ult has come out from the Faria, surely that is the clearer target here. But Jiang Yu pops the ultimate. Reki doing the same, gets the backstab, avoids the knockup. Reki now on the run, trying to get away.
With the PTS?
No, Wang coming in from the back, hitting Jiang Yu with a huge blue focus. Reki though, Srailgun's revenge. He's back. He whiffs his combo. Reki managing to get the armor swap, but I don't think there's all that much that he's going to be able to do Srailgun unless he gets parried here, unless he makes a pretty big mistake. Reki is probably going to go down here. He takes the slight reset. Reki still trying to evade the chase. Doesn't get the heal off at all. Doesn't try and do it. Srailgun. Oh, the huge parry from Srailgun! The jump parry! And there it is, Srailgun qualifies.
He gets across the finish line, man. That was so stressful.
Oh my!
Doesn't get the kill. Wang Lang does, but Wang Lang's just greedy, gobbling up all the kills. PTSing. Chasing the other Takeda down. Wait, is this the last two? Oh, he killed the other Takeda as that fight was going down.
Wait, he killed the... I didn't even realize either. No.
Wang Lang, knowing that our one competition, I can only lose to this other Takeda. That's what he's thinking. Like this Faria, low power low. He knows it's Railgun. He knows that he's at the bottom of the lobby, so he's willing to take this fight over the other Takeda. Fair enough.
That, I think because he knows it's not going to get to endgame, that it's not as big of a threat to have Faria still alive, as it won't go to heal off. But here we have Wang Liang and Srailgun scrapping it out. Srailgun's happy. He's made it. He's qualified. But he's still fighting. He's not going to go down without a fight. Wang Liang has a clear advantage. Gold armor and gold weapon. But the huge F3 grab comes in. The ult conversion in Wang Liang takes it again. Is that his third win of the day? I think it was.
Just another day in the office for Wang Liang. Look at the zero emotion. Just keeping the hands warm, cracking the knuckles. Is this Railgun? Railgun has to be stressed.
I think it might be him, yeah.
Kai Bao is just...
Surely he knows.
He has to know. This is unlucky. This poor Kai Bao, he was right under the cusp. He saw finals. It was in his grasp, and it just slipped through his fingers.
Oh, devastating for Kai Bao. But, I mean, complete opposite for Srailgun. He must be beaming. He must be extremely happy. Although I'm assuming that this is in fact him, he doesn't really look all that happy with himself. Surely he knows. Second place with 3 kills is a substantial amount of points. Surely he knows that he's qualified. Anyway, I mean, these players, the competitive nature, the high pressure situations, you do have to keep a level head, and emotion does typically get repressed, as any negative emotions, especially in the middle of a series or at the very beginning, can be very detrimental to your play and your general like ability to play at your tip top, at your top game. Because if you get tilted, it's hard to come back from. Mental stability, being able to keep a level head, is just as important as skill and macro play and all of that sort of thing. If you can't keep your cool, you're not going to succeed more often than not, unless you're an absolute god. But that's
What a great way to end like today too. You had Railgun on the ropes, like he was about to get eliminated by Reki. Reki just decided like we're just all inning you for some reason. I guess he's friends with Kaibao or something, because he was just trying to get him out of here, and he got 2 parries onto him. Railgun, if I was Railgun, I'd be like, oh, I got 2 parries. He just kept throwing blues. He was just ready to keep going at it, even after getting 2 parries on him. And you got to see on the opposite side, the beautiful NARAKA from Wang Lang, making it look super easy. Even doing better than Mike today, even though Mike was dominating the lobby. Wang Lang was dominating the lobby on the opposite end, dominating it through his strategy, his loot, getting last hits. He was just always there. With the exception of this one round where he made one mistake on his Tarka round. Other than that, Wang Lang pretty much played a perfect day. So good for him going to finals. I'm really excited to see what he does in the lobby of death with all the other really, really strong fighters. T225 is absolutely on fire. Spider, always the most consistent right now. Oh, I'm kind of sad to not have Fong in finals. I am happy that Rail was able to clutch up, but he did push up Fong for that last couple spots. We will have Chuzan though going into finals, so it's very interesting to see how the veterans of Nbpl do against the ranked demons Mike and Chuzan. I'm really excited to see what happens this weekend.
No, I completely agree. I cannot wait to watch this finals lobby. It's going to be extremely exciting, having all of these players battling it out again in the final lobby, looking to take home the dub for themselves. It's always really enjoyable to watch, and it's one of the reasons, like, I mean, not only just the finals, but in general, being able to watch these players go to work, show us some top tier NARAKA. It's always such a pleasure to see. But here we have it. Wang Liang, 15.2 points. Surely Wang Liang comes out on top of this week, I think, in the qualifiers. I think he does. I think he may have overtaken T225 at the end of the day. Strailgun coming in second with his 7.8. A solid performance, making it to the finals, managing to survive just long enough. Jiang Yu coming in third, 4.5. Nothing to turn your nose up to. It's definitely a solid performance. Consistency. That's what we like to see in these kind of lobbies. Sadly though, the bottom of the leaderboard, we have Kaibao, Fong, Xin, Ego, XXY, Yong, Dubai, all of these names. We all know how good these players are, and it is what it is. Some days it just doesn't go your way. Some days, no matter how good you are, it still can go against you. Loot, timing, all that sort of stuff. Perhaps they're just having an off day. Everyone has an off day. And although it's sad to see, it is really good to see all these other players performing extremely well. And again, very exciting to see them go head to head on Saturday. Oh.
Look at Railgun, Shenron, Panda Man, Reki, all clutching it up. Jin securing their ways to the finals. Shang Yu having a pop-off day with 30.5. You know what's interesting though, Duncan? Is there were a lot of double Tarkas actually. Mike ran double Tarka. He did run double Tarka. I did see it. Remember, because in the round where he was able to swerve and survive 10 different armors, he ran Tarka again on the night game, on his last game. Now he doesn't end up surviving, but still, he top 3. His strategy of rushing the lobby down is still working, and they are significantly ahead of everyone. Wang Lang, T225, and Mike, look, a huge 20-point lead versus the bottom 4. Not to say that Shaw, Yuran, Spider, Chuzeng all playing super solid. I'm really excited to see what these guys do this weekend.
Absolutely. Do you actually? I have a thought just now when you mentioned it. Do you think that we're seeing less Takeda because of the potential Yoto pick as a counter? Or do you think it's simply because people are deeming Taka to be better? Because Taka does do pretty well into Yoto. And Spider coming out and showing up with Yoto showing that it can do very well. It may have been a catalyst for this result. Takeda's getting worked, getting shredded by the Yoto, unable to really make use of their ultimate.
I think it's just a comfort pick. It's just a comfort pick. Whether or not you like to weapon swap or you like to go for traditional neutral. Like a lot of the zero banding with Tarka, unless you put a ton of time of understanding how to finesse the gold focused punch, like you will get gapped by other players, while Takeda is just more straightforward. Especially with a weapon swap from staff to greatsword. I know that Spider definitely prefers Takeda.
Yeah, no, we saw that definitely.
So does Fong.
Yeah, it's possible that it is simply a comfort pick, since we just come out of a meta with so many Takas, Taka being a very prevalent pick. They just spent so much time on him that they are sticking to a comfort zone, perhaps. But here we have it, the Jades and the stats of Wang Liang. Prideful, Overcomer, Mortal Defiance, Spear Sap, Advanced Heal, Nunchuck Sap. Again,
Mortal Defiance again.
A lot of health. How is he getting Mortal Defiance this often, though? This Jade is... I mean, I swear I never see this Jade, but Wang Liang's
I see it maybe once a day.
been able to find it multiple times in the pro league, so I don't know, man. He's definitely doing something right. He's rolling a bunch of Jades. There's no other way that he gets those Jades without rolling a significant amount of money into the shop, as those Jades cost less in Immortal War and are guaranteed to be purple grade minimum. So if you roll that 2,000 Darktide coins, you know that you're going to get something at least purple. And I mean, unless you're getting... I mean, I can't even think of a Jade that you wouldn't necessarily want. I mean, there are Jades that you would want over others, but it's never going to be a bad idea to roll for Jades, as long as you have space. But anyway, we are going to be heading over to an interview. Before we end off the day, we're going to be seeing you quickly after the interview. But anyway, see you in a moment.
Hey guys, welcome to post-game interview, and this is Jaeger. And now I'm standing here with Mike, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 麦麦，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 UW 麦克。
欢迎麦麦来到赛后采访。So we are going to have the second BWeekly final, and I would like to ask Mike for this upcoming BWeekly. So who you think give you the biggest threat? 那我特别想问一下麦克，作为上个双周的这个周冠，这个双周我相信你的目标应该是一如既往，对吧？那即将到来的这个周决比赛啊，自己有没有觉得哪位选手给你了很大的威胁呢
？Spider， 我觉得他是一直都是算是一个比较强力的竞争对手吧，然后他的状态也不会去就是下滑这种说法。
好的 ，So actually I think Spider gave me a lot of threat. It's because he is a very strong player and he can always be very stable and have very good psychology in game. So he gave me a lot of threat in the upcoming BWeekly final. Okay, I think it's time to move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 那我们接下来就到了这个问答环节，给大家送出福利了啊！我相信麦麦应该也非常的熟悉，那我就先给大家讲一下游戏规则，好吗？ Okay, so we can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After Mike counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. Who is qualified to the BWeekly final? 那这边问到的这个问题啊，是哪一位选手有资格参加我们这一次的周决呢 ？A 是风 ，B 是超电磁炮 ，C 凯豹 ，D 小星神。 我先这边想问一下麦克，因为这个选手，虽然他是新，就是对大家来说可能还有点陌生，但我想问一下麦怎么来评价他呢？
我觉得他是一个比较有就是富有成长性的选手，然后在这周的双周里，他也是通过了进周级来证明自己，然后也是有了一些打比赛的起色了。
So actually, I think the correct answer, this player, he also has some skills in Nbpl, and because after the experience of the match, he's like, now it's better and better now. So I think our player is prepared, and it's time for us to counting. 那我们接下来就可以进入倒计时啦。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, so I think it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那就请 Mike 来公布一下正确答案是哪一个呢
？B.
Yes, the correct answer is B. Okay, because the upcoming BIWEEK2 final, I think everyone is really interesting and excited. And I know that like Mike, for you, you still like hide something or skills. Would you have like something can share with us? 那我特别想问一下麦麦，因为即将到来的这个周决，大家肯定都非常的激动。听说啊，你还藏了一些东西，有没有什么可以先给我们透露，做一个小小的预告？
就比如一些小技巧跟一些就是实打实的东西吧。就小技巧的话，也是就是我在第一把使用的迦南里表现出来过，就是比如这个空投它是有风险的，然后你可以使用的它的那个追魂闪回，
对，是的，
去提前做一个闪回的标记，然后去冒着生命危险把那个空投捡回来，然后捡回来之后你可以立马闪回到安全位置，然后这就可能就是比较一个实用的小技巧吧。
对，是的。So actually, I still have some skills I really want to share with you guys. Just like today in the game 1, when I'm using the Matari, so when I want to get the Moral's Blessing, I just use the skill with the Matari, and I think it's a really very useful skill in Nbpl and can help me in the game. Okay, thank you, Mike, for today's sharing. 我非常感谢 Mike 可以跟我们的观众朋友们分享我们这些游戏中的技巧，也希望 Mike 在接下来的这个周决当中会有很好的表现，好吗？好的 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
That's really interesting. that Mike believes in Matari. He's talking about that F3 usage, Duncan.
Yeah.
He did bring up his rival, Spider, and I know that Spider is definitely hungry after losing the mic and not performing as well as he did last time. I know after he won Worlds, he was definitely a little bit shaky on what his next ambition is because he was on top of the world, but he ended up deciding he's just going to try to win as many tournaments as he can. And I know that after you lose and you're super competitive and Mike starts taking a little bit of what you have, Spider's gonna come back with that fury. Now he has a lot to work with because Mike is just built different, Duncan. He came in with the double Tarka. Even though he wasn't playing perfect endgame like Wang Lang, that just goes to show that if Mike actually cleans up his endgame, he's going to be a mile ahead of the competition, because I can tell you right now, Wang Lang never goes into Yang when he got C225, Spider, and Mike in the lobby. He just skips out and just plays for box every single time. But he definitely defined the meta today. Over and over, you got to see his Jades and how he was getting Mortal Defiance and all these different health Jades. And as you saw other people win the games, all of them were running health Jades as well. I'm sure the lobby has picked up a ton of notes going into this final, especially with the counterplay on certain maps and playing very defensively when there are no Fireflies. Hopefully the newer players have picked up on it and they're not going to run such bad picks and be picked off versus the veterans of the game. We saw what's possible from Mr. Rail himself, clutching up. Doesn't matter how far you're behind, as long as your mental is good. It doesn't matter if you're parried, as long as you're not dead, you have a chance. And he's able to clutch it up, needing that last place in order to get through to the finals. Congrats to him.
Absolutely. And as Mike said, he's noticed that Srailgun has been improving with every single game, gaining that experience that comes with playing in a league like this, being able to learn as much as he can and take what he's learning and incorporating it into his gameplay, which is really, really good to see. One thing that really stuck with me from that interview with Mike is that he said that he's looking forward to sharing more things with the audience and with the community, insinuating that he has more up his sleeve, more that he hasn't yet revealed, and it's very, very exciting to hear. But yeah, we will have to see in the finals on Saturday this weekend, and I think all of us can safely say we're very excited.
Look at this. We got Mike,
But,
T225, Chu Zhang. It looks like they're going to go with the same. Actually, no, it's going to be different weather. Got nighttime Holler out this time. What we saw was nighttime Morrisile for the final game. And we're going to get evening Morris. Oh, actually, 2 Firefly Holoroth games. That's going to be very, very, very spicy for this finals. And traditionally, what I've seen when Fireflies are available on Holoroth, everyone brings out their Takedas and their Tarkas. So we're going to see a ton of straight Ooga Booga games on this because there is nowhere to run on Holoroth and there's so much flat ground to fight on. And since there's so much space, the best fighters are going to have the best time to have these ISO fights out there. Now, unfortunately, that means on Morris, we're going to have a lot of defensive games. But what's really cool is that we have all these different variations of how people are playing it versus Varia, Yodo, Zipping, Matari. At least we have 4 different strategies that are very defensive, and each one has their pros and cons to get there. So I think I'm really excited to see what these pros come up with leading into this endgame this weekend for these finals.
Yeah, and as Mike put it, he does like to use this F3 with Matari to secure himself some Morrises. I don't know, man. He brought out the Justina today. Maybe it was a little hint towards him potentially bringing out a little bit more Justina. Saying that he's got stuff up his sleeve, it's reasonably likely. We can potentially assume that he might be bringing out more Justina. He hinted at it today. He got 5 kills in an early game. Doesn't matter that he didn't make it to end game. He had enough points to get 2nd place in the lobby overall. But I don't know. We will see. Maybe Spider as well. We're gonna see some interesting stuff come out from him to try and match Mike. I know that Mike is probably going to continue along this line of getting super oogly boogly early on, and if he makes it to endgame, great. If not, he's got those kills under his belt to keep his score reasonably high in the lobby. And he's going to be looking to pop off, considering it's finals now. Big jump from qualifiers, people just looking to qual, not necessarily looking to come out on top of the leaderboard. But in the finals now, everyone's going to try and pull out all the stops, try and bring in new tech that they haven't revealed yet. And I can't wait to see. I'm going to be there on Saturday, making sure that I'm watching, and I hope you guys are too. But I think that's all we have for today. Unless you have anything else that you want to say, Raven, I think we're going to be heading off for the day, sadly.
I think well said, Duncan. Thank you guys for watching. Tune in this weekend to see what happens. I believe T225 is going to take it. What about you, Duncan? Who do you think is going to take it this weekend?
I'm hoping for a double victory from Mike. 2 weeks in a row, Solo's win of the finals. I mean, it would be amazing to see. And I think this stuff up his sleeve is going to come out. He's going to come out swinging. But yeah, that's all from us, guys. We're going to be having trios tomorrow. Make sure to catch that. Trios finals on Sunday as well, but solos on Saturday. So that's about it. I hope you all have an amazing day. I hope you all take care, and I hope to see you on the next time. Anything else to say?
Have a nice life, guys.
Your usual. Take care, guys. Have a great one.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears leave healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.